My bro, this series takes 20 minutes to get over the protagonist suffering like an orphan on Christmas. I could have skipped it or rushed it, but it's all necessary stuff for the plot. But if you survive the hell in the beginning, I can guide you to Nirvana with insane fights, absolute aura farming beyond comprehension, with some of the hottest character designs. Like, look at this baby doll, look at this other one, another. Also, the plot itself is absolute cinema, so stay tuned and let's get it. And at the very start, our main character is just calmly buying something at a convenience store. The news says a dust storm is making it hard to see the sky that day. Meanwhile, the protagonist is trying to buy some chips, but the bag is already torn open, so he wonders what happened to it. A little girl nearby starts asking if he's a thief who was secretly eating the chips. He says that's not it. At the same time, the news warns people to stay home since the weather isn't good for outdoor activity. Then an emergency report cuts in. A sudden earthquake is happening near Seoul. At first, the quake is weak and no one has been hurt, but the monitoring station says the strength is slowly rising and action needs to be taken early. Soon, everything on the ground starts shaking and they say the government will respond. But then the broadcast starts cutting out until something appears right in the middle of the street in front of everyone. A massive tower rises from the ground. The protagonist quickly tries to save that little girl, and after the tower comes up, the whole area is wrecked. He manages to protect her during the collapse and asks if she's okay while holding her in his arms. She still keeps calling him a thief, then asks what this thing is. When he turns around, everyone sees a huge structure towering over them, and one of them appeared in England, in Japan, and in many other countries too, including Seoul. All over the world, strange structures showed up, and people named them the Nightmare Towers. Then everyone receives a notification saying they've been chosen as tower walkers who will save the world. And the system asks if they want to accept or refuse. The first person to accept clicks it without even thinking. The window in front of him starts to glow, and the people who accepted the summons are pulled into the tower's battlefield. After receiving the system's blessings, they gain items and skills like in a game, but they soon realize this isn't a game at all. Then the system speaks to all of them again, saying the tower's impact will soon hit their world. They look outside in shock and finally see what the outside of the tower is really like. People are working around it, and one of the workers asks Ryo what that thing is. Then they notice someone coming out from up above. Everyone panics, saying it looks dangerous and telling someone to call the police or do something. But the thing up there is actually a demon, spreading its wings and claws before charging at them. Its mouth is already packed with terrifying teeth. Then it lets out a roar, and from that cry, more monsters start pouring out. Emergency sirens go off, but the destruction has already begun and everyone has to run. The army tries to do something, but against those massive monsters they get wiped out fast. Because monsters kept pouring out of the tower, a third of the population was wiped out and the people near the tower could only watch. Then the system congratulates them again, saying they've been chosen as tower walkers who will save the world, and asks if they want to accept the summons. After seeing that disaster, they finally decide to climb. That message said they really can save the world, and if they attack the tower together, they believe this nightmare will finally end. Humanity's last hope. Now armed with special powers and skills to stop the end of mankind, the Tower Walkers begin attacking the tower. During one part of their climb, they run into a stone wall they can't get past. One of them asks what the problem is and wonders if they can't just smash it. Another mocks him, asking if he really thinks such a dumb solution would work. But then someone notices it actually did work. Another calls the team leader over to look at something, a glowing stone lying on the ground. When they pick it up, they learn it's the Stone of Return. It sends the user back to the moment they were first summoned to the tower, while keeping all their memories. The stone can also be split and used separately. Do you really think a tower trying to wipe out the world would just hand out a time travel stone that easily? Come on, that's not how cliches work. Even so, they're stunned that the stone can send someone back in time. It feels too crazy to be real. How could an item this broken even exist? So the team leader says he'll use it himself, and confirm it. That leader is Hwang In-shin. He activates the stone and a light shines in front of everyone. Then he vanishes, leaving the rest behind. They're shocked he really disappeared, but they start wondering if their leader can ever come back. Even if he returned to the past, shouldn't he still exist in the present too? But Sakamoto tells them that maybe this is normal. Hwang may have gone back into that world's past, but if the timeline split, then they might never meet him again. Then Sakamoto starts explaining it with scientific ideas like the multiverse and parallel universes. Their current situation may be one where the universe's timeline split apart, which means the moment Hwang In-shin returned to the past, he became completely different from the Hwang In-shin who used to exist in their world. Everyone is stunned by his explanation, but Sakamoto admits they probably didn't follow all that. Even so, the one thing they can say for sure is that Hwang In-shin did return to the past. But just because he went back doesn't mean anything will change in this world. Sakamoto adds that, as far as he knows, tower items have never lied before, so the stone should send each user back into a split timeline. Of course, that's still only a theory. They also can't rule out the chance that everyone who uses it ends up in the same timeline. After all, the tower's items go beyond normal human logic. And at that moment, the second tower impact hits the world outside the tower, and more monsters start appearing there again. Before all of humanity on Earth is destroyed, the walkers have to make a choice. Use the Stone of Return to go back to the past, or stay in the tower and die. And that's exactly what starts happening. Many of them are killed as they push forward trying to take down a monster covered in tentacles. One of them begs to be saved, but the creature eats him without a shred of mercy. At that point, they decide it's finally time to use that stone. Still, one of them refuses to give up, while another says he's sorry there's no hope left. He uses the item and disappears right beside him. The red-haired guy drops to the ground, about to be taken by the monster, but then someone appears and slices the monster to pieces, saving the boy. The man who showed up asks if he's okay, and the boy says yes. Then the rest of Group P10 arrives, shocked that all those cowards ran away. Seeing that, the red-haired boy starts crying, and one of them thanks him for holding on to the end. They were humanity's hope, the people who didn't fall for the Stone of Return and chose to protect the present, not the past. Humanity's final squad, called Carpe Diem. But not long after that, even Carpe Diem ends up completely broken. During one of the worst moments of his life, the protagonist asks himself where everything started going wrong. A little earlier, they were fighting a masked monster. That same brown-haired guy charges in and tells Jahir First Edition to go now. The protagonist rushes forward too, telling him to relax because he's going to kill that thing now. Together, they manage to hack the monster apart and kill it. After that, the protagonist asks if anyone died. His friend says he thinks no one did. Thankfully, and even the injured should recover after enough rest. He adds that at this rate, reaching the final floor might actually be possible. Everyone is happy after the battle, smiling at the two of them. Then the protagonist notices something on the ground, a greatsword that suppresses dragons, forged by the Phantom Tiger, the master of the 85th floor, over 1,000 days and 1,000 nights to kill a dragon that held the energy of the sun and the moon. He realizes an even stronger weapon has appeared, and just like Kim Yoon-won said, he doesn't know if they can really make it to the top, but he'll still try. He thought everything was going smoothly, but right now he's in deep trouble in the boss hall of the 99th floor, the Hall of Yamuk. That monster is standing right in front of him, ready to fire a blast of heat. His friends are all collapsed around him, and when he tries to look back, the monster lands a huge hit that slams him into the wall and pins him there like a bug. The protagonist starts coughing up blood, and he thinks it's over. Everything they went through together, all those times, even after all that, it feels like it only led to this pathetic death. But when he looks ahead, he's shocked to see that same friend charging the monster and trying to cut it, landing 2 solid strikes right behind the monster's head. He keeps striking the monster. He yells for Ronald to get up. Still attacking, he keeps shouting. Then he admits he can't beat that bastard alone. But while he says it, the monster suddenly turns and looks back. Then it drives its horn straight into Jaewon's friend, piercing his stomach and killing him instantly. Seeing that, Ronald starts screaming. But when he charges in, the monster swings his friend's body while running with him still stuck on its horn. Then the monster rushes toward a wall, slamming the boy into it and wiping out any chance he was still alive. Watching that, Jaewon burns with rage and grabs his weapon, charging at the monster. But as he runs at it, he notices some kind of energy flowing through the tip of one of the monster's scales. He wonders what that light is and guesses it might help him, so he heads straight for that spot, attacks, and manages to finish the monster. He kills it for good. After that, he starts coughing, completely worn out. Then he rushes over to Ronald, but the boy is collapsed in the corner, totally defeated. Jaewon then notices a colorless return stone already in his hands, and he's stunned. At the same time, Ronald apologizes to him. He just stares in shock, thinking about what Ronald once said, that because the boy never stopped smiling, even in this cruel tower, the Wanderers gave him the nickname Smiling Knight. But now that Smiling Knight says he's lost his smile for the first time. Jaewon tells him to go. He orders him to disappear before he changes his mind, so he leaves Ronald behind, and Ronald starts wondering if Jaewon noticed. He says the stone looks badly worn out. Then, with his last strength, he manages to stand. Meanwhile, the protagonist thinks Ronald is far stronger than he expected, and because of him, he's now convinced that reaching the top of this tower is possible, and as long as he's there, they can do it. He's relieved that Ronald exists in this world. Then Ronald throws himself out of one of the tower's windows. Meanwhile, Jaewon reaches the final door, remembering everything he went through with his friend. Even so, he knows he has to keep moving, and steps onto the next floor. When he arrives there, he's shocked by the glacier and realizes he's in a snowy field. Out in that frozen field, Jaewon is fighting several giant monsters as they rush him. Sharp ice spikes form around him, and one of those monsters keeps chasing him, mocking him and asking if he's finally given up. But Jaewon turns and says no way he's quitting, then asks if the monster is done playing with him. The monster attacks again until MC finally makes it into a tunnel. The monsters keep searching, and from inside he can still see what's happening outside. The monster figures he'll just keep hiding like this forever. Inside the tunnel, Jaewon tries to heal his frozen arm and says it's been 10 years since he reached the 99th floor. He survived countless crises on the 98th, but the danger on the 99th was on a whole different level. That ice has put him through hell. The boss of the 99th floor is the ice dragon Velcasus, and the dragon's breath from the Forgotten Land is hard to endure even with max cold resistance. He says that without the gear left behind by wanderers who were gone, he would have died long ago. That includes the Supreme Dragon's sword he got on the 85th floor, the Ice Demon armor Yun gave him, and also the thing on his arm, the Flame King bracelet. Then he thinks about Han Seo and Yu seeing the girl in front of him in his memory. He apologizes to her, saying things would have been different if he'd been stronger. He remembers her death. Then someone calls Jaewon. He jolts in surprise, The blacksmith asks if he's planning to face that thing again, and he says yes. This time he really feels like he can win. The blacksmith of Atopos, Jae-won, asks if he's serious, then says that's a relief. This is the village won after defeating Alterminus, the boss of the 50th floor, Atopos. Even though dead and injured wanderers arrived every day, people never gave up hope. The priests formed emergency rescue groups to save fighters who couldn't battle anymore, and the workshop smiths made free gear for wanderers fighting for humanity. Jae-won tells Jae it looks like he's the last blacksmith left in Atopos. Now Jae tells him not to remind him the protagonist is his only customer, and worse supplies from the lower floors seem to have stopped, so he's out of ore. He says some ore was still coming a few months ago, and MC thinks that makes sense, because barely any humans are left alive in the tower. He says he doesn't even know what year it is anymore, but 10 tower impacts have happened so far, and after a certain point, people stop being summoned to the first floor's summoning field to climb the tower. He's starting to think the humans in the tower were wiped out. Jae can barely speak, but he asks if something has been bothering Jae-won. These days, while moving up and down the tower, even though it looks the same as always, he says that, thinking back, near the place where the return stone was found, there were some strange writings. They talked about a tower inside the tower and a nightmare inside a nightmare. He says maybe someone else wrote it, but he has no idea what it means and figured it wasn't important. Then Jae says Grandma Helene disappeared 2 days ago. He explains that no one can grow old inside the tower, so if someone vanishes, there are only 2 reasons. Either they return to the past or they jump from the tower. Helene of Helene's potions and Jae of Jae's workshop were among the last support people left on the floors. That makes Jae even more uneasy. He keeps hammering the metal as he talks. Jae-won asks Jae to please teach him the blacksmith skill. At that, Jae stops his hammer right away. The protagonist realizes this is what he needed. Back with the ice dragon, it asks if he's done playing hide and seek. It says no human has ever reached the 99th floor alone since the tower was created, and admits Jae-won is an incredible human. MC hates that the last one to recognize him would be a monster instead of a human. So he says killing it will leave him feeling empty too. After all, it's the one that acknowledged him. The dragon says that's impossible. But then Jae-won asks how it could know that, since even that armor it's so proud of is starting to crack. The dragon doesn't like that at all. It prepares another freezing breath and calls Jae-won arrogant, saying the games are over. But as it gets ready to attack, he charges straight into the breath pouring from its mouth. He gets hit full on, and the blast throws him far away, pinning him into a glacier. He's nearly frozen solid, covered in blood, and badly wrecked by the dragon's attack. The dragon says he'll keep fighting to the end, but no matter how stubbornly he resists, the fate waiting for him is crushing loneliness. Then someone starts calling Jae Ryan's name, waking him again, and ice statues of his dead friends appear around him while the dragon keeps talking about the emptiness he'll feel. Then Jae-won calls out to the dragon and says it talks too much. He breaks free from that illusion and charges in again. He attacks once more, thrusting forward, but the dragon thinks it's already tired of that same stab after all that talk. It tells him to give up because he can't win with that move, but Jae-won uses the same attack again and explains that he started climbing the tower after other people, so he missed out on things like secret skills and secret classes every single time. That's why he gave up chasing other abilities and focused on just one, the thrust. He kept pushing it further and further. After killing over 50 million monsters with that one attack, his companions thought his nickname should be Thrust. Then he felt that thrust begin to change faster, sharper, and stronger. In the end, it stopped being a simple move and gained attack power close to a secret skill. And because it isn't a skill, it never drained his spirit power. So he never got tired from using it. Even so, this is still rough. Landing only one scratch after hundreds of thrusts is too much. Still, he strikes the same spot again. But the dragon opens its mouth once more to fire another blast. Jae-won thinks it's too late to dodge, but then he feels something. As the monster breathes at him, that same line of light appears in his vision. He realizes it's the same light he saw on the 98th floor. So now he has to focus with everything he has, unleashing the strongest thrust of his life. It slams into the monster's face and deals huge damage to the dragon. The dragon starts shouting at him, one eye ruined, asking how he dared. Jae-won is shocked it still wasn't enough and says that should have finished it in one shot. Then he boasts a little, saying he'll end it for real now. The dragon unleashes several more blasts at Jae-won, smashing everything around him and barely missing as he escapes. He can't believe the dragon is still attacking in the middle of the air and realizes he has no chance of winning like this. Then the dragon drops down near him, landing right there. The dragon says it's a shame. He tells the protagonist that if there were 10 more humans like him, they might have won. The protagonist cuts him off and says to stop talking tough when he's already falling apart. The dragon says that if Jae-won's race hadn't been tricked by the Dream Demon Stone, their fate would have been completely different. Hearing that, MC is stunned and asks what the Dream Demon Stone even is. But the dragon gives no answer and attacks again instead. He jumps back to avoid him, then rushes through a door. He shuts himself inside. For a second, he thinks that was way too close. If that claw had even scratched him, he would have died. His HP is almost gone. Still, he can't stop thinking about what the dragon said. He's completely worn out, but his mind stays on that Dream Demon Stone. Then 5 years pass, Jae-won returns to face the dragon again, and this time he finally kills it. He earns the title Nightmare of the 99th Floor, and his level, vitality, martial arts, and agility all hit their maximum. Even so, he looks a little let down. Too many system windows pop up, and only after beating that monster. Then he asks the dragon one more time what the Dream Demon Stone is. The dragon says Jaewon should already know the answer. It adds that he'll learn the rest on the final floor. The protagonist also gets the Ice Dragon Sword, a black weapon filled with the Frost Dragon's breath, said to reveal its blade when its master wants to fight. He looks at it and thinks it doesn't feel like a sword at all, more like a dagger. Then a door rises from the dragon's blood. It's the final floor. Jaewon gets ready to step inside, but as he moves closer, the door's name changes from blood to control room. When he comes out of the black liquid, he notices something strange ahead. That place shows everything he has gone through so far. He realizes he's looking at the tower's current form, including the summoning field, Atopos, and more. Then someone speaks, surprised that he made it already, saying they thought he'd stop by the village first. The voice tells Jaewon not to be nervous. It says it forgot to send him an important message, and asks him to wait there for a moment, adding that this thing may look nice, but it's actually old, so it's hard to use. A message appears in front of him, congratulating him as the first person to clear every tutorial in World 294. It says his achievement has been written into the immortal Akashic records, and only the monarchs of the Great Lands can see it. Jaewon is shaken by that. He asks what it means for all of this to be just a tutorial, especially after all his friends died. That leaves him desperate, completely overwhelmed by the truth. The speaker asks if the shock was that bad and says they hope MC doesn't stay stunned for too long, otherwise he might get swallowed by his own emotions. Then it adds that it's probably too late to say that now, but he still shouldn't take it too hard. He did very well for a human. Then the speaker notices something odd about Jaewon. He's standing there without breaking, staring straight ahead. The speaker realizes he recovered much faster than expected, so the protagonist asks who this bastard is. The tiger-like figure says it's been talking so much that it forgot to introduce itself. It explains that it's just happy to meet him. Someone reaching the 100th floor alone has never happened before. It gives its name as Beastlane, the demon master of the Tower of Nightmares. Jaewon just cleared. MC asks if calling all of this a tutorial means the real game is only starting now. Beastlane says he's quick to understand, but first there's something he needs to see. Then Beastlane snaps his fingers, and he sees a memory of himself asking whether this was all a game. That sight startles him. Beastlane says they were all so young back then, and it's been a long time since he last saw that. Jaewon starts remembering all the missions they went through. Beastlane says those are faces that can never be seen again. And right there, in that moment, Beastlane says none of them could have expected what was coming next. A terrible, tragic future. He says even he cried watching it. Then he asks if Jaewon remembers everything now. The sadness, the anger, the regret, and says it's normal to feel pointless emotions when facing the past. After that, he offers the protagonist a new chance. He says MC can start the game over. Beastlane talks it up like it's some amazing gift, the kind of thing that would only happen in a novel, starting everything again while keeping all his current memories. Jaewon starts to wonder if this is really how it ends. He thought climbing the tower was supposed to save the world because that's what the first message said. Now he realizes Beastlane tricked him from the start, and everything was built on lies. There was never any way to stop the tower's impacts. The only thing they were ever able to do was keep climbing. Saving humanity was nothing but false hope. Then Jaewon says Beastlane already knows he's not going back to the past. Beastlane bursts out laughing in front of him, his mouth stretching wide as he asks if Jaewon is still talking about the past. He says he'll make this clear. No item in the tower or the Great Lands can send anyone back in time. Nothing like that exists. He asks what he means because there really was an item in the tower called the Return Stone. Then he suddenly remembers what the Ice Dragon told him. If his race hadn't been fooled by the Dream Demon Stone, their fate would have been completely different. And right then, Jaewon finally understands. Beastlane says he'll correct one thing. It isn't the Return Stone, it's the Dream Demon Stone. That stone doesn't send anyone to the past. It traps them inside dreams made by the Dream Demon. He says he never imagined there could be a race so obsessed with returning to the past until they reached the 67th floor. The only ones with that obsession were him and the humans. Then Beastlane asks Jaewon if they're ready to begin the real game. It's not about going back in time, just playing from the start again. He says he's sure the protagonist will make the logical choice, but the protagonist refuses right away. Beastlane can't understand it, and MC says that thanks to him he finally knows what the tower really is. At that moment, something appears behind Beastlane and he looks shocked. The information names it the Tower of Nightmares. Tutorial mode. It's also called the Fortress of Regret, the second creation of Molark, the dream demon who creates nightmares. It puts those who agreed to be summoned into dreams made by the dream demon. Jaewon says he's already entered the dream the tower created, so in that case he'll hunt down the dream demon himself and move on to the next floor. Beastlane says there is no next floor and that this is the end of the tower, but Jaewon doesn't believe a word he says anymore. Beastlane asks if the clear rewards weren't enough and mocks him for clinging to his tiny memories, but he charges in and thrusts, tearing off part of Beastlane's head. Even like that, Beastlane keeps talking. He says it's fine and asks what the protagonist wants. A secret item, a secret skill, anything at all. He says the protagonist deserves it. MC answers that he doesn't need any of that, so Beastlane asks if he doesn't want to return to his original world. Then he says that since he has seen through the dream inside the Tower of Nightmares, he should have seen this too. There was never any tower impact. He asks what he's talking about, and Beastlane shows him the people outside, alive. Seeing that, the protagonist is stunned and asks what's going on. Then Beastlane moves around him while MC watches people living normal everyday lives. Beastlane laughs and says MC finally understands the situation. No one died. Isn't that surprising? His family, his friends, the people precious to him, they're all fine. Beastlane says that should be wonderful news. Among them, he even notices a guy who looks exactly like the main character from another story. That man is reading something pretty strange. Then Beastlane turns back to the protagonist and says he almost forgot to show him the most important part. Ji-hwan is taken into a hospital, where one doctor asks about the patients and another says they still haven't regained consciousness. Looking around, MC sees his own body, and Beastlane asks if he's surprised by how he looks now. Beastlane explains that decades passed for him, but in his original world only 1 month went by. He also says the protagonist can never beat him. After all, the protagonist barely finished the tutorial. The gap between them is as huge as the gap between humans and dragons. But Ji-hwan thinks that's actually a relief. If we're talking about dragons, he's already hunted one before. Beastlane calls him arrogant, but MC attacks again, and once more he is pulled back into the tower. With a bunch of potions in hand, he heads to where Ji-hwan should be. But the place is already ruined and empty, so he decides to forge it himself. He says 72 days have passed, counting today, and he's challenged him every single day without rest. No matter how he attacks, he can't leave even a scratch on him, yet he can't kill him either. He doesn't know why, but the guy has no intention of finishing him off. That's why, no matter how many days or even years it takes, he still wants to kill him. But Beastlane isn't happy about that. He has to hold himself back, because that guy is merchandise he's planning to sell. A very special one. As a cultivator, this is his first time seeing something like this. A cultivator makes sure a product safely adapts to the Great Lands through the second process, which improves it. The first process is choosing the seeds so only the best remain. And that's what the tutorial is for, finding worthwhile products. After that, the chosen products can truly start growing through the real game. The second process is like giving water and fertilizer to the selected seeds so they can develop, but if there's a product that refuses to move on to the next stage, you just shut your eyes and kill it, since a soul isn't destroyed when someone dies in the tower. But what if his soul gets hurt because of the gap between them? That catches him off guard. Thinking about the higher-ups watching him, he realizes the cultivators won't just sit around. He has to raise this one perfectly and sell him, because he's sure it's time to rise and become a high-ranked demon. He also still has to pay back the loan he used to buy that tower. This product is so valuable that even gods who usually don't make deals with demons have contacted him. That makes him start getting pissed off. He thinks Ji-hwan is driving him insane, and the protagonist attacks again. Beastlane demands to know what the hell he wants. Sure, there has to be a reason he's acting like this. He seriously asks if he doesn't get tired of this, because if he'd just agree and start the real game, everything would be easier. People from his world would call that the best choice. So why is the kid doing all this? But he just keeps attacking, and Beastlane finally loses his temper, throwing up a wall between them. From behind the wall, he watches him. Then he attacks again, glancing back but gets caught. Beastlane grabs him by the hand and pleads for an answer. What does he want? He keeps saying he'll give him secret items or hidden skills, so why keep forcing something this pointless? But Ji-hwan says he'll hunt him down and move on to the next floor again. Beastlane gets mad hearing that same nonsense and asks what it will take for him to enter the real game. The protagonist realizes he finally pushed him to his limit, so he says there is one thing he wants to ask. After hearing the request, Beastlane tells him not to be surprised. His universe isn't made of just one dimension. MC casually says he already knows. Beastlane is shocked and asks if the kid's some kind of genius, but MC says everyone knows that stuff. Parallel worlds, multiverses, all that exists on Earth too. So Beastlane explains it more clearly. There's a main dimensional plane called the Great Lands, and below it branch off countless altered worlds. Earth is just a small planet in a separate dimensional system among those countless branches, and they call it World 294. In the Nightmare Tower, wanderers can gain skills, items, and better stats. Then they adapt to the system of the Great Lands and get a chance to travel to another world. Demons like him are meant to support those games. But Joanna asks why. Why is he doing any of this? Beastlane says that's not what he is really curious about. Out of those countless altered worlds, the real question is why the Nightmare Tower was summoned to his world. That's what's actually bothering him. Why were he and his family forced into a fate like this? Beastlane says his world was chosen purely by chance, but Ji-hwan cuts him off. That's not what he's asking. What he wants to know is why someone like Beastlane is running the Nightmare Tower. Beastlane asks what he means. The protagonist presses him, what does he gain from this job? With no real answer, Beastlane fumbles and says you could call it a kind of volunteer work. But he quickly notices Ji-hwan doesn't believe a single word. Still, he claims demons really do enjoy volunteer work, and that many demons help special wanderers on different planets. There's even a place called Paradise where humans and demons live together in peace. But right above his head, a message from the monarch about cultivating the product appears right in front of MC. Beastlane then asks if he finally believes him. He doesn't believe him at all. If anything, he knows too much. Then the protagonist checks his own information and realizes his level is insanely high. Everything in his status is maxed out. He's hit the limit, so now he thinks he has no skills left to evolve. Even so, he still can't reach Beast Lane, and that thought brings him down a little. He starts wondering if humans really can be reduced to nothing, or maybe the system of this world is wrong. Then he feels something. He asks himself what that was, sure that this time the feeling was really strange. Realizing it shouldn't exist there, he starts seeing tiny particles in the air and wonders if he's hallucinating. He grabs one and it breaks into grains of dust, drifting through the air. He says they were thin little particles, then they formed into something like a sugar cube, and each time they changed, they took on a different shape. Those particles were the essence of that world, and no matter what form they took, he instinctively understood what they were. Back in the present, he's basically reading the evil Beast Lane is hiding behind that so-called volunteer work. He asks about the monarch, wondering if that's the king, and Beast Lane asks if he's finally become interested. He explains that the monarchs protect the Great Lands, and people who clear this game usually move on to the Great Lands and receive a monarch's support. Jae-won asks what that support means, and Beast Lane says his future depends on which monarch he chooses. If MC follows his advice, Beast Lane swears in his own name that he'll use all his power to help him pick a great monarch. Of course, that only matters if he's willing to play the real game to the end. Jae-won says he sounds like an insurance salesman. Beast Lane gets offended, saying no way is he acting like that. Then he says fine, he understands, and he'll do what Beast Lane says. In exactly 10 days he'll leave this place. So 9 days pass, and the protagonist keeps training. Beast Lane watches him and notices he's been doing that nonsense all day, but he tells himself it's fine. He just needs a little more patience. They're almost done. He only bought that stupid tower because those bastards tricked him. He gets even angrier, thinking this whole mess is the fault of those scam artists. They told him the tower had been built by a master himself, an ancient first-generation relic, so old no one could measure its age. If it were a third-generation tower, it would have a function to force the tutorial to end without damaging the rewards. But because this cursed first-generation tower lacks that, he can't close the game without making a deal over the rewards. That makes him even more irritated with Jae-won because of all this. Still, he says it's fine. Poor is a sin after all, so he'll just keep using it, since it still works. Then he says tomorrow will be the end. On that day, MC gets several messages. One is a final summary about the Great Lands, explaining how to raise his adaptation to become an adapter, about the 12 zones he must visit even if it kills him, and other things he needs to know. Then a new message appears saying the game administrator wants to end the tutorial, return him to World 294 with all his memories intact, and begin the real game. Beast Lane asks if he memorized everything he told him, and Jae-won says yes, even thanking him. So Beast Lane tells him to hurry up and press accept. He's waited so long for this day that he's way too excited. But he attacks him instead, making him vanish. And then he speaks to Jae-won, asking what the hell he's doing because he's attacking him again. The protagonist says he should know just by looking, because from now on he's going to hunt him down. Then he rushes Beast Lane again. After he started seeing those particles, the thrust of his sword became unstable, and every time he strikes, he feels a weird sense of discomfort. It's like his senses are waking up, so he keeps thrusting, killing Beast Lane again and again. He starts wondering if this is what it feels like to be alive, but then something grabs him. Beast Lane throws a mass of tentacles at the boy. It's the Black Iron Tree, a plant from the 91st floor. He says he's never seen anyone like Jae-won before, and honestly, it would have been easier for both of them if things had been like this from the start. Then he asks if MC doesn't agree. He asks what Baseframe plans to do, since he can't end this game without his approval. Baseframe admits that's true, and says he gave up on getting that approval a long time ago. Now he just wants to ask one thing. Why does Jae-won think this tutorial never ends? Baseframe explains that the Tower of Nightmares is set to shut down by itself, 100 days after the tutorial is cleared. That shocks the protagonist, but Baseframe tells him he only has to hold him down and drag him quietly into the real game after that. MC answers him right away. He asks if in the Great Lands he's known as the Temple of Provocation. Baseframe is clearly shaken by that. He goes on, he's lived 784 years, crossed 128 worlds, and still uses that awful cultivation on target tribes. Baseframe demands to know how he knows all that. Jae-won says he was planning to hand him over to the Black Monarch, known as the Mathematician. Baseframe is terrified now and asks who the protagonist really is. All that information is floating above his head, and even MC finds that strange. He asks who Baseframe thinks he is. After all, he is the prize Baseframe spent years raising here. Then Jae-won says that ends now and breaks free from the plant Baseframe used to trap him. The moment the protagonist breaks loose, he rushes forward at full speed and drives a thrust straight at Baseframe. This time the attack really scares him. He's even sweating as he knocks MC's strike aside. And that's when things start going bad. Baseframe feels the hit in his left shoulder and screams. He can't believe it, and the blue glow around Jae-won's attack only makes it worse. Baseframe starts wondering if he reached hyper-adaptation, and he did. His sword evolves into a massive blade. Jae-won has clearly reached another level. He says that after reaching the 100th floor, he started to wonder if this was still part of the dream. Then he doubted again. What if this man really couldn't kill him? and again. Did being human mean he could be restored forever like this? As the world's essence began to break apart, that line of thought led him to an answer. That was the end of all those doubts. Jae-won says he's reached a place where doubt no longer exists. And there, he found understanding. With that understanding, he attacks Bezraton again. Bezraton defends himself like his life depends on it, because it does. He's completely terrified and he yells out to connect. A notice says the agreed time restrictions have been removed. Bezraton returns to his prime form, becoming even stronger. Now he says he's done playing around and orders Jae-won to surrender. He starts cutting the protagonist all over, saying that adapting so fast to round 2 after clearing the tutorial is impressive, but this is as far as humans can go. He declares that MC can never beat the great Bezraton, then sends spikes up from the ground to pierce him. MC wonders if this is really how it all ends, but then he grabs his sword even tighter. The numbers keep rising, and then he attacks again and again, until the count reaches 9,999,999. Bezraton says Jae-won will have to join the real game no matter what, and if he keeps this up he's the one who'll lose. But on the final strike he reaches 10 billion thrusts. Then he starts to notice something, and follows that same line leading to the enemy's weak point. Bezraton panics, asking what's happening as his body starts breaking apart like a glitch. He's even more shocked now, saying this isn't just adaptation. How did Jae-won reach this level? Before he can understand it, the protagonist's attack comes through and tears into Bezraton, landing cleanly. After taking the hit, Bezraton crashes to the ground, completely defeated. Jae-won tells him to listen carefully. This is the last time. While Bezraton realizes this was an awakening, MC says humans are not goods to be traded. They're not stepping stones for him to use however he wants. Reduced to a tiny pitiful creature, Bezraton can only listen as he says, people are not products with a price tag. He says he won't follow their plan anymore. He's going to destroy this place and climb to the next floor. Then he looks up at the already cracked ceiling and says he'll keep going until he destroys this cursed world they created. Now all of Bezraton's user data is wiped out and everything about him has become unknown. Bezraton begs him to stop. He pleads with Jae-won, warning that he's breaking the tower itself and that there's no such thing as a next floor. The protagonist disagrees. He says the next floor does exist. That scares Bezraton even more, and MC says they wouldn't have called him here for no reason. He remembers the 78th floor, the 66th floor, and the writings of a certain artist spread all through the tower, even on the 47th. In the end, every Tower of Nightmares is just an imitation of the first demon at the top of the Tree of Illusion. Those traces were hidden in different parts of the tower, and Jae-won keeps thinking about the top of that tree. He's sure those writings belong to Moloch Armelt, the creator of the Tower of Nightmares, and he remembers what the system told him before. So he asks Bezraton if this place is the root of the Tree of Illusion. Bezraton asks what he's trying to do, and he says that if this is the root, then there has to be a trunk, so if he breaks through the ceiling, he'll reach it. He thrusts upward with terrifying power, and Bezraton screams for him not to do that to his tower. Jae-won thinks he's finally found what he was searching for, and when he appears somewhere else in a forest, he says it again. He finally found it. After crushing the demon and breaking the tower, the protagonist has now fallen into a whole new realm. The moment he arrives in that world, several wolves start surrounding him. He's already in a rough spot when the wolves rush in. Jae-won kills the first one with a light thrust, splitting it in half, but the others keep coming and then an even bigger wolf appears, a giant one. MC realizes a light thrust won't be enough for that one, so he uses a normal thrust and blasts a huge hole through its chest. One clean strike and it's over. After killing that monster, he pulls off its horn and takes it with him. He says all the monsters here seem weak. Then he hears someone speak, and when he looks back, he sees a bunch of little green men. They start shouting something about the horn. Even with suspicion active, Jae-won still can't easily understand their language structure. He holds up the horn and asks if they want it. Fine, they can trade. He'll give it to them if they tell him where this is. But one of the little men suddenly charges at him and tries to strike. Jae-won warns the antenna-headed creature that if it tries that again, he'll kill them all. Then he really does draw his sword and wipes them out, leaving only one barely alive and demanding an answer. Still, he can't understand a thing it says, so he grabs the creature's antenna, making it curse in anger, and tells it to speak in a way he can understand. Instead, the monster swears it'll kill the human and bites off its own tongue to do it. Jae-won says he thought they were weaklings, but their willpower was stronger than he expected. After looking at those antennas, he places them on the ground and buries them out of respect. He got no information at all, so he wonders if they at least had anything useful. Then he finds a small dimensional pouch among their things. He realizes it's basically an inventory item, which is great since he hasn't been able to use the system interface after learning the truth about the Tower of Nightmares. He had hoped tools like this would still work across dimensions, even in the Great Lands. That thought brings back his anger at that lion. Still, he's glad suspicion can at least show him item info. One item is a spectral crystal that boosts a person's strength and spiritual power by a set amount. They come in different colors, and each of those little men had at least one. Jae-won wonders if they were jewelers or something. Either way, these will be valuable. He figures he'll have to leave the rest behind since it's too bulky. But then his dagger trembles again and starts eating the items. Jae-won is surprised but then notices there's still more left. including a map. That map is of the Tree of Mirage to Chaos. He realizes this is a place the demon never gave him any information about. So Jae-won keeps moving through the forest. Elsewhere in that same area, a group led by a striking red-haired girl is fighting some of the wolves. Then the redhead senses something and throws a dagger to the side, hitting a man with red dreadlocks. She quickly apologizes, but he brushes it off. She says it was an accident and that she meant to throw it the other way, then tells him he'd better hunt over there. He just thinks he'll let them pass because she's really cute. That girl keeps hunting, then suddenly starts apologizing again. The others get confused and ask what she's sorry for this time. Then they realize she brought back a huge monster. It's a two-horned beast. Everyone is shocked that she messed with something like that. They yell for her not to come their way, but she keeps running over like it's no big deal. Seeing the danger, they quickly gather up to fight the beast. Watching from above, Jae-won notices the girl seems to be the strongest one there. He can't tell if this group is really on the same side because the way they're acting could get them all killed. He even wonders how people this week made it through the Tower of Nightmares. Then the guy with the red dreads jumps in to save them, sending Fairy forward with the breath of the Flame King. Someone else says she'll help too, but the girl only gets in the way. That makes him furious. She quickly says sorry, though by now it feels like he knows it wasn't fully an accident, and he starts cursing her out. She doesn't like that at all, saying he was way too harsh when she was only trying to help. He clearly doesn't buy it, but the others call out to him about the monster right in front of him. Before things get worse, Jae-won moves. He steps in just before the dreadlock guy is killed and drops the monster with one clean thrust. Blood sprays everywhere and pours all over the guy with the red dreads. The protagonist then drives his huge sword into the ground. Once the dust settles, everyone sees the beast's corpse with Jae-won standing on top of it. Now they're all asking who he is. Later, after they calm down enough to talk, they ask if he's really sure they're allowed to keep the two-horned beast's body. MC says yes, but they still wonder if the horn is really that valuable. One of them says, of course it is. A two-horned beast normally takes at least 10 people to kill. He thinks back to the five-horned one he killed earlier with a normal thrust, and figures more horns must mean more strength. Meanwhile, the girl who is clearly wrecking their plans starts getting more nervous. Then she walks up to Jae-won and asks who he really is. She says there aren't any adapted in all of Chaos who can kill a two-horned beast with a simple thrust like that, so she asks where he came from. The protagonist looks at her and ignores every one of those questions. Instead, he asks what this Chaos place is. She stares at him like he just said something insane. After that, they finally start talking more clearly, and they're surprised when Jae-won says he's just passing through. He also says he doesn't know the language here, which makes everyone think something is off. After all, language barriers are rare in this place. While the conversation goes on, the red-haired girl keeps thinking about Jae-won. This so-called traveler killed a two-horned beast without using any skill at all, just one thrust. So she tries using one of her abilities on him, but it fails every single time. She says her detection skill isn't working. She can't evaluate him at all, and even though his spiritual power feels like that of a non-adapted, she has no idea who he really is. Then she says she has one more question. She repeats that only a few adapted in Chaos could kill a two-horned beast with one thrust, so he needs to tell her his real identity. But instead, he asks again what Chaos is. The girl wonders if he's messing with her, but he says no. Then she asks why he's talking like that. Once again, he doesn't understand her, and she wonders if the word identity was somehow too hard for him. Jae-won tells her he knows what identity means. It's just that, when he remembers everything he's been through, he feels like all the ties he had on Earth lost their meaning the moment he entered the tower, and he remembers each of his old companions. He also made new companions here, and new memories too. But they vanished like a mirage at the end of the tutorial. His old friends back on Earth are probably living on without him now, and if the reward for clearing it was starting over with their memories intact, then they probably don't remember him or anything that happened in the tower. So he says he doesn't remember his identity. The girl says she gets it now. She claims it must be amnesia, then asks if he really thought she'd fall for that. Saying it in such a serious voice doesn't make it believable. Jae-won points out that he never said he had amnesia. She calls him an idiot and asks if he's some strong man from the abyss or something. At that, MC says he gets it now and tells her to stop bothering him. He picks up his weapon and it grows at once. The girl is shocked to see that he has a spiritual weapon. That weapon starts making up for what it ate from his bag, and she begins to think the real power didn't come from him at all. It came from the weapon. She says it's reckless to show a spiritual weapon so openly in front of others. The three of them keep staring at it, noticing that he's even feeding more gear to the sword. They think Jae-won is leaving himself wide open, but really he just wants the weapon to return to normal as fast as possible. Then the girl says she can't believe a guy like him ruined her mission. She could have easily finished off the dreadlocked guy herself, but then an idea hits her. She tells him it's fine and says she won't ask about his identity anymore. Instead, she has a proposal. She asks if he'll hear her out. Jae-won explains that the woman who introduced herself as Mino Han gives him a short explanation of Chaos. Then she talks about the others, calling them shameless trash from a clan named Red Fox. The protagonist sums it up. She wants him to kill those guys. She says he'll understand soon enough, because they're definitely coming after him, and tells him not to just stare around. That night, the guy with the red dreads says they should camp there since moving in the dark is dangerous, and they might accidentally provoke a horned beast, so they all stop around a fire to rest. Jaewon lies down a little farther away, thinking that based on the map, the village is close. Then he looks again at those lights and talks about the second stage of awakening understanding. While he's there, he overhears them whispering nearby. One of them tells the captain that MC's spiritual power is the same as a non-adapted's, maybe even lower than his own. That surprises no one, since they'd all noticed it already. So they start thinking he only killed the two-horned beast because of the spiritual weapon. One of them agrees, saying spiritual weapons are artifacts that can only be found in the abyss. Then they ask if he means that abyss branch of the Mirage Tree. Jaewon realizes they're definitely planning something. They'd lose their minds if they knew he bought it at the root. He remembers that demon saying tower gear was supposed to be mediocre, so he can hardly believe people here would go after it. Still, he figures this clearly isn't the Great Lands. Then something starts moving in the forest, and Jaewon notices they've begun to act. The red-haired girl runs over and asks what he's doing, because they're coming. She reminds him he has that sword that ate the gear earlier, and tells him to beat them with it, but he says he can't. He explains that he lent it to them because they said they only wanted to inspect it while standing watch. She's stunned that he handed over a spiritual weapon for such a dumb reason, and says there has to be a limit to how stupid someone can be in danger. Then the dreadlocked guy laughs and calls the protagonist an idiot, saying he'll make good use of that weapon. But with Red Fox here, it wouldn't matter even if the protagonist still had it. The others complain that he called everyone out just to deal with two people and tell them to hurry up, kill him, and leave. The red-haired girl curses at them and asks if they really want bloodshed. Jaewon thinks to himself, almost pleased, because now he'll finally get to see this woman's real skills. She's ready to protect him. Then the dreadlocked guy orders his men to kill both of them, and they rush in. The girl grabs a few kunai and plants them right in their foreheads, killing two at once. The third one comes in close, but she drops him with a kick too. Jaewon just watches from the side while she says sorry, guessing she may have thrown a little too hard. Then she says she's annoyed now, and from this moment on they're about to go through something truly awful. The dreadlocked guy says he had a feeling back when she lured the monsters toward them, and asks if she's really the Witch of Massacre. And now that witch looks ready to massacre all of them. So he asks who placed a request with the Shadow Warriors, but the girl asks why that matters. She says they've killed so many non-adapted that they know nothing, and she's sure plenty of people in Chaos want them dead, while she keeps attacking. He weaves around every dagger like he's dancing and says there's no way the Shadow Warriors would move for pathetic nobodies like them. Then he starts breaking those daggers with Jaewon's weapon, saying she must have gotten a private request, in that case she'll die here. But the witch mocks him, asking if he really wants to fight while relying on a spiritual weapon. He says he came prepared. Then the girl realizes they're at least first stage adapted. All of them are staring up at her with killing intent. She figures there are around 30, maybe even 40, so she says she thought she had sensed several presences earlier. She realizes there were more people nearby, and the dread guy mocks her. Did she really think he'd start a fight unprepared, especially against a Shadow Warrior witch and a man who killed a two-horned beast in one hit? He adds that if he had known getting a spirit weapon would be this easy, he wouldn't have gone as far as calling his master over, and that master looks completely insane. The witch is shocked to see Black Fox there too, saying he must not have much going on lately. Black Fox tells her to take it as an honor. He's the master of the Red Fox clan, a third-stage adapter. He says over half of the Red Fox clan gathered here for this hunt. She answers with sarcasm, what a huge honor. If they have that much free time, they can wait a second. Even so, she isn't sure she can beat him one-on-one, since he's third stage. So she calls out to Jaewon, apologizing because she didn't want to say this, but she can't protect him. She tells him to take it and run, and MC sees it's a nightmare stone. He asks what it is, and she says it's a return stone. If he uses it, he can escape to the nearest castle. Since it's the only one she has, she's giving it to him. Jaewon realizes it isn't a stone to go back to the past. It's a stone that can save someone in the present. That makes him wonder. Back then, instead of that useless stone, what would have happened if he had been able to give one like this to Yoon Hwang and Chan? Then he asks the witch something. If she could, would she go back to the past? She stares at him like he's crazy, asking if this is really the time for that kind of question. Still, her answer is obvious. No. She says she already did everything she could with her life. If she's going to die, then she'll die today. She'd never go back to the past. Right then, Jaewon touches her shoulder and tells her she won't die today, while pulling out another weapon. The girl is stunned. At the same time, he charges straight at them, and then the slaughter starts. Black Fox yells for them to use the 14th King of Flames formation, and several of them launch fire attacks at Jaewon. But then he uses Lost Enchantment, driving straight through the middle of them with one thrust, piercing each one as he passes. Black Fox manages to block part of Jaewon's attack, but he still takes the hit full on, and he punches straight through Black Fox's chest. Blood splashes onto the dread lunatic's face, and Black Fox drops dead right in front of him, while Jaewon stays calm and steady. Now the only one left is the man holding the protagonist's spirit weapon, and he hands it back like a servant presenting something to his master. After taking it, MC gets ready to kill the rest. He uses light thrust and wipes them all out at once. The girl can barely process it. What the hell was that? How can a thrust be like that? She says she thought he was just an idiot full of openings, so she assumed he was reckless. The kind of fool who didn't understand danger. But that wasn't it at all. He's just insanely strong. So she calls out to him and asks who he really is. Jaiwan answers that she already knows his true identity. She doesn't get it, and he asks if she's the one with memory loss, now because he thought that was only his problem. She realizes he's making fun of her, so she demands the return stone back, but he says he doesn't have it anymore, he lost it. She can't believe he lost something that expensive. Later, the two of them sit by the campfire again. Jaiwan thinks the place feels oddly peaceful, but she keeps searching around in a panic, saying the stone isn't there, and asking if he's serious. Why does she have to go through all this because of some stranger? Meanwhile, he keeps feeding his hungry sword beside her. Then he says she should already know. She asks what he's talking about, and he says she should know his identity. He's human. She asks if he's joking, and then he throws the question back at her. What about her? Is she human? She says of course she is, almost human. Jaiwan says that's good. She immediately asks what that look on his face means. Is that really it? Is being human enough for him? The next day they keep traveling. She asks if he really has no memory of entering chaos, or even memories of the Great Lands, and he says that's about right. She admits she's actually jealous that he doesn't have those memories. Jaiwan asks why anyone would envy amnesia, but she says most people there probably would, because it's obvious how everyone ended up in chaos. He asks if it's really that obvious to everyone, and then asks how she ended up there. She stops walking and turns serious. When he learns the answer to that question, she says he'll regret asking it. Eventually they arrive at Gorgon Castle. At the entrance, she says they finally made it to a city. Jaiwan notices that the structure nearby looks like the summoning arena from the first floor of the tutorial. Right then, he sees someone being summoned there and says it feels very familiar. A bunch of people appear completely naked, some screaming, crying, and totally lost. Jaiwan says he's seen faces like theirs before. The witch says a lot arrived this time too, then asks if he understands her earlier warning. Now asking someone how they came to chaos is something you never do there. Everyone who arrives comes in suffering. She tells him this is the world of the dead, chaos. The protagonist asks if these people came to chaos because they died in the Great Lands, and she says yes. Death, there is the end. Once someone dies, they become nutrients for the Mirage Tree. Some may have died long before, and they might not even bleed red anymore. Just then, a squad arrives. Their leader orders everyone lined up and taken to the auditorium. He throws clothes at the naked newcomers and tells them to cover themselves and form a line. Then he mocks one skinny boy, saying he probably died because he was too weak, and asks if he used to be some kind of Webtoon artist. The witch then calls out to James, and he looks surprised, especially seeing her at the checkpoint. She says she just happened to come this way, and since they aren't strangers, she'd like him to let her in. James apologizes to Mino, but says things have changed. Now everyone entering the castle needs a certificate. She's shocked and asks if he means that outdated certificate handed out by Big Brother. Then she asks why now. Of course, Jae-hwan doesn't have a certificate either. That gives her an idea, and she speaks to James. She says she's sorry, but she happened to leave her certificate behind. Then she offers something else, and James is shocked to see it's a horn from a two-horned beast. He quickly says her certificate has been checked after all, and since they aren't strangers, it's fine. Everyone there watches him take the bribe in broad daylight, while she looks pleased. But then James turns to MC and says he also needs to show a certificate. MC says he doesn't have anything like that and asks if it's really necessary. The girl says he seems to be in trouble, and if he asks nicely, she might help him. But James says that without a certificate, he can't enter the castle. He says he understands, then moves his hand to his waist. The girl quickly asks what he's doing. Is he planning to kill the guards just to get inside? No way, even if he's a complete maniac who would actually think of doing that. Then she remembers he really could kill James in a single move. After that, he'd probably wipe out the others too and just ask if she wasn't coming, and honestly, she realizes he could pull it off. So she hurriedly tells James to wait, saying this guy is actually with her. But then someone walks up asking what's going on. The two of them look back nervously, and she thinks they're screwed. He showed up. All the other soldiers immediately line up. She says he's basically a celebrity at Gorgon Castle, the least corrupt officer in chaos, the northern checkpoint officer, Cawthon Bullhead. Cawthon tells James to explain what's happening. After hearing everything, he notes that Jaewon wants to enter the castle without a certificate. He says that can't be allowed. The protagonist asks why, and Cawthon responds, explaining that when someone can't prove their identity with a certificate, a checkpoint officer has the authority to deny that traveler entry. He declares it like law itself, citing Gorgon Entry Law, Article 27, Paragraph 4. Everyone there immediately obeys. Some kind of shackles and collar appear on their bodies, and the girl realizes he used a decree skill. Things just got complicated. Cawthon adds that in cases like this, the imprisonment laws of Gorgon also apply, but Jaewon simply thrusts at the decree and breaks the effect on the girl. He tells Cawthon to stop, saying he has no interest in what the law says. Cawthon is stunned and asks what kind of person ignores a decree like that. MC instead asks what a certificate even says. Still shaken, Cawthon explains that it lists a person's true name, faction, primary class and skills, partial status data, history, criminal records, spiritual corruption, and everything else. Jaewon says that in that case, it sounds like he doesn't need one. He won't be certified. Cawthon, meanwhile, can't stop wondering how his decree failed on him. Cawthon declares that under Gorgon's prison law, Article 2, paragraph 7, he's placing him under arrest with the silver prison. Those chains rush toward the protagonist, but he just watches. The moment the chains close in on him, he calmly shatters them before they can even latch onto his body. Everyone is stunned that he broke Cawthon's chains. Even Cawthon can't understand how the kid is doing it. But then the protagonist asks if all he has to do is what that woman did, and Mino has no idea what he means at first. Then she remembers giving up the horn as a bribe to get inside. The guard who took it and the ones who helped cover it up turn pale with fear. The protagonist tries tossing a horn to Cawthon, and the girl quickly tells him to wait. But once he takes the horn, the protagonist tells him to keep it and let him in. James freaks out, asking how he dares bribe an officer, then urges Cawthon to have him executed on the spot. But Cawthon asks if his name was Jean Wan, and the protagonist confirms it. Cawthon says he's been waiting for him, that he's the envoy from the Green Piers clan. Then Cawthon checks Mino, and the device shows her spiritual corruption is over 15. It recommends treatment right away. He tells her spirit is corrupted, and says he doesn't need to explain what she has to do. She says she gets it. The protagonist has no clue what spiritual corruption even is, and she notices he really knows nothing, while grabbing some medicine nearby. She says she's honestly shocked she managed to travel with him at all, then explains that spiritual corruption is a chronic illness. Everyone in chaos gets. Their spirit slowly breaks down, and once it reaches the limit, you're done. That's why beast horns are so valuable. He already saw how crazy that guy got, over one. She explains that horns are the only medicine ingredient that can ease chaos's spiritual corruption, so anyone living there needs them. Luckily, she managed to get some thanks to a certain someone on the way. Then Carlton Javier says he'll evaluate him. Using that magic eye in his hand, he activates the device and points it at the protagonist. The device returns an error, saying it's unable to measure his level of spiritual corruption. When James sees the screen, he's completely shocked, because his corruption level is 0, and Carlton Javier says he understands now. He looks at the protagonist's hand and says he'll return those scepter crystals now that the inspection is over, but the protagonist says he doesn't need them. Carlton Javier replies that scepter crystals aren't things you casually hand over to someone else, calling him the envoy of the Green Piers clan, but the protagonist says he's not any envoy or whatever title they're giving him. Carlton Javier only smiles and says he knows that. As he's leaving, James asks if it's really okay to let them go like that. Carlton Javier asks if he knows what kind of item a scepter crystal is. James says it's a valuable object that boosts an adapter's spiritual power, and Carlton Javier says that's true, but that's not all. Taking off his glove, he shows his hand to James, who is horrified to see it's badly burned. He asks if the crystal caused that. Carlton Javier says that unless someone belongs to the Green Piers clan, it's impossible to handle scepter crystals. They're the only ones who can carry those crystals and avoid corruption, so even if he doesn't look like one of them. Carlton Javier saw with his own eyes that he can hold the crystal. James asks how he can trust him, but Carlton Javier says he doesn't trust him. He trusts his spirit. James is totally lost. Then he reminds James of the spiritual corruption test. James says the machine glitched, but Carlton Javier explains that as far as he knows, that device never malfunctions. So James asks what that was, and he says there's only one case where the machine can't measure corruption. His spirit is purer than anyone else's in chaos. James can't believe that's even possible. Carlton Javier says it doesn't really matter whether he's Green Piers or not. What's important is that he seems able to use the crystals, and the people inside the castle will judge him now. James asks if this has something to do with the castle's condition, but Carlton Javier says he doesn't know the full details either. Still, he brings up one more thing. From what he heard, someone let a person through after taking a bribe, and he thinks that person's name was also James. James immediately panics when he realizes he's been found out. Meanwhile, the protagonist thinks to himself that these roads are way too troublesome. Now he's also stuck with dead weight, because the girl isn't helping at all. At this point, he's wondering who's guiding who. He remembers that Mino got hit hard by that decree, and ended up completely out of it, just following him around. Carlton Javier tells the protagonist she'll be fine once she comes back to her senses, then tells them to enjoy their stay in Gorgon Castle, and he is surprised that the spider decree's effect lasts that long. She really is a problem. Then he asks around, saying he's looking for a blacksmith who specializes in swords. Someone nearby overhears him and asks if any blacksmith can even handle a sword of that level. After the protagonist shows it off in public again, the man says he's not sure, and the guy below is clearly already thinking about robbing him. After a while, the girl finally comes to and asks when they entered the village. He is surprised she finally regained her senses. He tells her she can go her own way now, and she asks what he's talking about. She tells him to wait, asking if he's really going to throw her aside like that, then wonders if he's still mad because she almost left him at the entrance, saying it was just a joke. But the protagonist says she guided him to the castle, and that's enough. From here on, she'd only slow him down. He looks back at her, completely serious, and says the two of them are different. He can see what she truly is. In this world, that means he sees her real state, and to him, she's just a dead person. So he tells her she'd better leave now. The girl has no answer at first, but then she speaks anyway, telling him to wait. He doesn't even know how to get around here, and if he goes off alone, he'll just cause more trouble. He says he can just ask people, but she shoots back that he can ask her because she knows this place like the back of her hand. In the end, he gives in. He says he's looking for a nightmare. She says she has an idea where one might be, and asks if he wants her to guide him. He agrees, but before that he says it looks like some guys have business with him. A group shows up planning to rob the protagonist. One talks about the great sword they heard about, calling it a flaming blade, while another starts correcting the story they were told. Mino asks who they think they are and tells them to get lost, if they don't want to get hurt. They laugh and call the redhead sharp-tongued. Then they warn her to watch that mouth. One of them, a huge guy like a bull, says his little brother gets excited when he hears bad words, and since he's still just a kid, cursing is bad for child development. Another says that if they don't want to get trampled by his younger brother, they'd better hand over the blue sword. The protagonist simply says no, while the girl keeps asking if that monster is really the younger brother. One of them asks what he's talking about and wonders if they even understand the mess they're in. He says they should hand over the sword if they don't want to get hurt. But the girl keeps calling them liars and asking how that thing could be the younger one. Honestly, she's got a point. That giant does not look 12. But then the brute actually charges at her, saying he'll punish her for the bad language. Before he can do anything, the protagonist tears off both his arms, putting an end to that so-called 12-year-old's growth. Then he unleashes a brutal strike at the other three, smashing the house behind them. That one crashes to the ground reeking, and the protagonist says they're way too loud. He points his sword at them and tells them that if they want to fight, they can come at him. Even then, one of them yells, asking how he dared cut off the precious hands of his little brother. He swears they'll never forgive him, but they still turn and run while shouting that he'll pay for killing their beloved younger brother, until one of them points out the brother isn't even dead yet. The whole thing turns absurd. Then the three who are left rush the protagonist, shouting that they'll show him the bond between brothers, but the protagonist only raises his sword. After all that noise, the protagonist is left wiping off the slime. He wipes off the weird blood this place uses from his sword. The girl is amazed and asks how he solves everything with one thrust when he has other skills. He just says thrusting is all he knows. Light thrust, medium thrust, heavy thrust, serious thrust, and a few thrust combos. Basically very Saitama-like. She asks if he's serious and says he reminds her of someone else who only uses one move, except that person only uses slashes. He finds that strange too. Then she brings up his last attack and asks why it missed. He doesn't get what she means, so she spells it out. If he was aiming at those guys, why did he blow up the roof above them? Did his aim slip when he adjusted his strength? He says it's because while they were dealing with those thieves, someone on the other side was hiding with an invisibility skill. That bothered him, so he decided to scare them off. She stares at him and asks who scares people by blowing up a roof. He acts like that's normal, and says Jay Schwan would have done the same. Then she starts trying to come up with a cool name for his move. He doesn't really follow, but she keeps going with stuff like Darkness Piercing Destroyer and Asura's Infinite Strike. He shuts it down, saying he hates weird names. She keeps pitching even more dramatic ones, and the two of them just keep walking in silence. Soon they reach another area, and she says she found it, the Twilight Workshop. It was founded by a nightmare, and it's the biggest workshop in Gorgon. Then someone inside calls out. The voice asks if their customer is there to place an order. A boy comes out and apologizes, saying any order made today will take a long time. He introduces himself as Naven, a craftsman from the Twilight Workshop. The girl asks why, wondering if they're fully booked. Naven explains that the workshop manager is away, and the assistant manager is busy too. Something about testing the craftsman. So if they're looking for something, he says it's probably better to buy a finished item instead of ordering one. They look over and see the assistant manager with the other craftsman. He's talking about a sword made from the horn of a four-horned beast. It will be finished once someone drills a hole for the gem. Everybody jumps in saying they want to try working on a four-horned beast horn too. But he reminds them this is a horn from a four-horned beast, and asks if they really want to try punching a hole through something that tough. Mikal Garnad likes their spirit anyway. He says whoever manages to make the hole, doesn't matter who, gets to be assistant manager of the Twilight Workshop for the rest of the day. That leaves everyone wondering why the thing is so hard. Then they start trying, but all they do is wreck their tools and break a hammer. They can't understand how Root managed to refine it in the first place. Meokal points out that with the way they're hitting it, they won't even scratch it. He gave them access to this huge workshop all day, and they still can't do a thing. At the door, Naven watches with envy, wondering when he'll ever get a chance to touch a four-horned beast horn. Then the protagonist walks in. The boy tries to stop him and asks him to wait since he can't go in right now. Meokal looks over at him, unsure. The protagonist asks if he can try too. Meokal is surprised and figures he's a traveling craftsman drawn in by the four-horned beast horn. He says he doesn't know which workshop he's from, but wishes him luck and warns him not to think it'll be easy after his apprentices already failed. The protagonist asks if the hole should go around there. Meokal says it's not that his apprentices are bad, it's just that he's exceptional, and four-horned beast horn is an incredibly hard material to work with. He says it's only natural for people to struggle with it, but the protagonist just taps it with one finger. The impact is so strong that Meokal goes quiet in shock. The protagonist really punches a hole right through it. Then he lifts the sword with one hand and asks if that means he can be the assistant manager for the rest of the day. Everyone is stunned, but then while he's turning it in his hand, the sword suddenly shatters into dust right in front of them. The protagonist just looks surprised it broke, saying it way too casually. That makes Meokal start yelling at him, unable to believe how calm he's being. He says he ought to crack his skull and asks if he has any idea how expensive that horn was. The protagonist answers that he was holding back. Mino asks what he means by that. He explains that smashing something completely is easy. Breaking it just a little is the hard part. Still, he says he's sorry. Michael snaps back, asking if he really thinks an apology is enough. That was a 4-horned beast horn worth a fortune, and it was part of an order from the primordial universe. What are they supposed to say now? The protagonist says he'll make up for it with an even better horn. Michael asks what kind of nonsense that is. How could a lunatic like him replace something better than that? Then the protagonist reaches into his bag. He says he'll repay them with this instead. A horn from a 5-horned beast. In other words, something better. Everyone is shocked because it's really from a 5-horned beast. It's Mikhail Garnad's horn. The protagonist asks if they can accept it, since he doesn't have another 4-horned horn or anything like that. Mikhail changes his tone instantly and says of course they can. Now calling him dear customer, Mikhail hears the protagonist ask if he can use the workshop for a bit. Mikhail says yes right away. Then Mikhail tells everyone to shut the doors. They all agree and he tells the boy to hurry and come with him. Mino says it looks like things worked out so he should do whatever he needs to do. She has to head somewhere else for a bit. Then the doors close. Inside, Mikhail says this is his workshop, the best in all of Gorgon. Since the protagonist is assistant manager for the day, he can use any facility and anyone there however he wants. The protagonist thanks him, but Mikhail asks how he got Mikhail Garnad's horn in the first place. He says he got it himself. Mikhail asks if he's saying he personally reached a 5-horned beast. The protagonist says yes, he fought it. Mikhail can't believe one man hunted a 5-horned beast alone. Then the protagonist asks for his help. Mikhail keeps thinking how rare someone like this is in Gorgon, maybe in all of Chaos. Then the protagonist finally says what he needs, a sheath. He's never made one from scratch before, only repaired them. Mikhail repeats, a sheath? He asks if the protagonist really wants to use Mikhail Garnad's horn to make a sheath. Then the protagonist shows him his blade. Mikhail thinks it looks like a copy of an ice dragon sword. Since it was made by a nightmare, it's rare and it's beautiful too. Even so, he thinks Mikhail Garnad's horn is too good for that and says it would be better to forge a whole new sword from it. Then the blade starts shaking. A second later, it trembles with hunger. It slips out of Mikhail's hand and rushes at the horn to devour it. He's stunned. He never expected it to be a spiritual weapon. From the spiritual energy, he can tell the soul of some elite race is sealed inside it. He can't figure out how that even happened. Then he notices the protagonist's sword is evolving. Its shape is changing, so this must be a major evolution. When it's done, it'll need a new name. The protagonist isn't sure about that, but Mikhail explains that when a spiritual weapon goes through a major evolution, it loses its old name. The only problem is that the materials are gone now, but the protagonist says that's fine. He has one more horn. Mikhail can barely process that, but then remembers if it's from a 5-horned beast, of course it had 5 horns. So he asks again how he can help, and the protagonist says Mikhail should first show him how he refines materials. Mikhail agrees and asks if there's any shape he wants. The protagonist leaves that choice to him, saying he's the expert. That almost makes Mikhail panic from the pressure, and he says he'll have to show the skills of a true master craftsman of Dawn. Meanwhile, back at Gorgon Castle in the commander's room, he's drinking tea while listening to a report from his spy. The spy apologizes and says they confirmed the thieves were massacred by him, but they lost the target. Then Yoran Chiver asks how they were beaten, and the spy admits he isn't sure. Before he knew it, he had already blacked out on the roof. Yoran is surprised he wasn't caught. If someone noticed the invisibility skill of a master-level 3rd-stage adaptee, that probably means he's at least a 5th-stage adaptee. So he orders more men to search for him, even if they have to check every corner of the castle. The spy agrees. After the man leaves, the commander stays behind and looks down at his tea and then his own body. Quietly, he asks his body to please hold on a little longer. Somewhere else in a tavern, a girl starts a broadcast for Sir Wen Armelt's weekly top 10. For the last clip, she says it's about someone they're all very familiar with. The hottest clip in Little Brother is the solo clear of the 99th floor. They're watching Jae-won fight that dragon all by himself. People start wondering what happened to that guy, saying every monarch must be after him by now. One of them is lost and asks what they're even talking about. Then he hears the tower got suspended. Someone asks why, and another guy jokes that some cursed demon probably got caught cheating. They say the culprit ran off and ditched his training duty and that the clip is probably fake too. After all, who could clear a first-generation tower alone? Then they point out most demons can barely buy a tower without taking a loan, so destroying one like that makes no sense. One says that if it were him, he'd just sell it on the open market or something. Then he asks the owner for another horn beer. A moment later, the door swings open and Mino walks in. She heads inside while everyone stares at her. Mino goes straight to the counter and takes a seat. The second she settles in, some idiot starts hitting on her. She glares at him and tells him to get lost. He backs off, saying fine, but warns her not to do something she'll regret. Mino starts wondering why she feels so awful. All she wants is more to drink, enough to kill her mood completely. After draining the cup, she snaps again. She can't believe that bastard has no shame at all. She keeps asking why he acts like that, and what he could possibly know after everything. The bar owner, Claire, cuts her off. She says Mino has talked enough and should stop, especially since she can't even get drunk. Claire asks why she's chasing after a guy like that if he's such a jerk. Mino can't explain it, she only says he gets under her skin. He wrecks everything and keeps carrying that sword around like the rules there mean nothing to him. But then she remembers the moment Jae-won gave that little smile and thinks about all the weird things he says. She remembers warning him not to throw his strength around when he didn't even understand what kind of place chaos was. And he just answered that none of them were human anyway. She also remembers the way he looked at her when he said the two of them were different. That thought leaves her feeling low. Mino says he made her feel like she was nothing. She tells Claire that she, Claire, and everyone there lives a hard life, but then he shows up out of nowhere and starts talking like he knows everything. She remembers asking why he was looking for a nightmare. His answer was that she still wouldn't understand even if he told her. Mino complains that he always looks at her like he's teaching her some lesson. And every time she sees that look, it makes her mad. Claire gently pats her and says she's being childish. She tells Mino to stop getting involved and not go near him again. Mino still looks like she wants to go after him, but Claire warns her if she stays around that guy, she could really die. That scares Mino and she asks why Claire is acting so serious. Why would she die? Before Claire can answer, a golden streak shoots into the bar and stops in front of her. It's a golden bird wearing something like a helmet, and it delivers a letter. The letter is from Carlton Javier, chief of Northport, addressed to Mino of the Shadow Warriors. She's shocked he'd send her one. As she wonders why, a terrible feeling hits her. Then someone suddenly asks if she's the Witch of Massacre. Mino instantly reaches for her swords. The name has set her off before, but before she can draw one, the man grabs her arm and lifts her with a single hand. He says he doesn't mind rough introductions, but he's busy, so they'll save that for later. Right now, there's something he needs her to do. Meanwhile, Mikhail Garnett is still trying to work on the five-horned beast's horn, but his hammer snaps and he falls hard. Terrified by the beast's soul, he blurts out that this thing shouldn't even be here, and wonders how anyone is supposed to refine something like that. He shakes in fear, asking how anyone in the world could handle it. Jae-kyung tells him to move and asks if he forgot what they're trying to forge. Mikhail says that's not the point, but the protagonist reminds him that he promised to help. Then the monster lashes out again and MC tells him to actually do his part. Mikhail basically says that's impossible. He is the only one who can crush this thing in one hit. Even so, he still tries to help, but every tool he uses breaks. Finally, he gives up, saying his tools can't even scratch it, and the horn is far beyond anything he can refine. Jae-won says this isn't about level. He covers Mikhail's eyes and starts talking about the first stage of awakening. Doubt, the power to break the world's true nature. Then he opens Mikhail's eyes and explains the second stage, understanding, the power to grasp that broken world. When Mikhail looks at the thing again, everything starts moving like slime. He thinks it looks wrong, and then that slime begins taking shape. He stares in shock, asking what's happening. For the first time, he sees the monster's real horror, and he's even more shaken. The beast lunges at him, and Jae-won yells for him to get back. Mikhail can only stare, asking what this even is. Is this really the true form of a five-horned beast? He can't believe he used his weak little skills so casually on something like that. He thinks this can't be real and looks toward the door like he just needs to wake up. He keeps telling himself it has to be a dream. The protagonist calls out to him but then gives up. Mikhail bolts out screaming for help, but the moment he gets outside, he sees everyone dead, showing their true forms. He starts trembling and the people outside, actually his assistants, ask if the assistant manager is done refining yet. Mikhail stands there in total shock. He looks up, sees a black hole in the sky, and hears a voice call him a fool, saying he still has no right to see this place. The vision nearly drives him mad. He can only ask himself how a world like this can exist, and how he ended up in it. What he saw, just for an instant, was the world MC sees all the time in chaos. Back inside, MC jumps at the thing again and starts refining the horn by force, easily overpowering the beast and pinning it down. He climbs on top of it and gets ready to strike again. The monster tries to fight back, but Jae-won draws in a breath and slams it with one massive blow. One hit is all it takes. Mikhail is still losing it nearby, wondering why this had to happen to him. After some time, he finally calms down and says there are things in this world that stay pointless no matter how many times you try. A human like him trying to reach the talent of nightmares or break past his natural limits was hopeless from the start. Mikhail Garnett admits he may have grown too old to deal with a horn like this, and says he should have looked for someone else sooner. Then he explains that Jae-won really came for the workshop manager, a nightmare, but that manager left a while ago. Mikhail apologizes that the only one left was a pathetic human like him, and wonders how someone who never even built a tower ended up called an apprentice. The protagonist says race doesn't matter. If Mikhail can make the sheath, that's enough. So just do it. Mikhail refuses, saying he's already tried more than enough. MC answers that he can do it if he tries 100 million times. Mikhail almost cries at that and says MC really is young. He says it may look like he never tried, but he did. More than anyone knows. He tells him he kept trying even while watching him, though he's not sure the boy will believe him. Back then, the blacksmith had told himself he had mastered every forging skill. He was sure he could repair almost any weapon from the Nightmare Tower with a 99% success rate. But once he reached that number, a strange thought hit him. Maybe he hadn't been moving toward 99% success at all. Maybe he'd just been running as hard as he could from that 1% chance of failure, and with that, his skill had already reached its limit. Jae-won tells him he's someone who worked harder than anyone else, Then he asks if Maycall knows how the principle behind processing actually works. Maycall finds that question strange. Processing is a nightmare's original skill, something that's existed since the beginning, just like fire or water. How could a human explain the roots of the world? And even if he could, what would be the point? The protagonist says the point is simple. Maycall has been using the skill without understanding what he's really doing. That makes Maycall stop and think. He says the principle should be simple. Strengthen the hammer and chisel with spiritual power, then send that power into the horn as you carve it. If that's all it is, then why can't other craftsmen use processing? Jae-won says it's because they still haven't truly learned the skill. That finally makes Mayaf start to understand. If the principle is really that simple, then even people who haven't mastered it should at least be able to imitate part of it. The protagonist says he's using that skill without even knowing what it really is, and that throws everyone off. Maycall finds it hard to believe, saying no human should be able to use a skill without understanding its core. Then he asks if the protagonist actually knows the principle behind processing. He says no, but he figured something out earlier. That only makes Maycall ask what he means. The protagonist touches the horn with one finger, and it starts breaking apart from the tip of it. Then he asks how Maycall thinks he's using processing. He tells everyone to look closely and say what they see. They guess it's the particles breaking apart, but he says it's not that simple. The truth is, all that hard work also made the world's particles feel solid and fixed to him. Maycall can't follow, so the protagonist explains, hard work isn't wrong, but after trying this much, shouldn't he have realized it by now? If he still can't do it after all that effort, then maybe he isn't the problem. The world is. That idea shocks him. Hearing a kid say the world itself is wrong feels completely bizarre. Then he remembers what a nightmare once told him, that he kept failing because this method was made for nightmares, not humans. When he asked what the human way was, the nightmare mocked him, and said it had no reason to know. It told him to blame the race he was born into. As a human, he could never rise above an apprentice. But Maycall refused to accept that. He told himself that if he worked hard enough, he could become like the nightmares. Back in the present, he asks the protagonist what he's supposed to do. Fight the world itself? To him, this is a fair world. Effort brings matching results, so what's wrong with getting used to that? The protagonist pushes back. How is that fair if the world tricks you into thinking you can't do something when you actually can? He tells him that even if he's old, he can still fight. Then he tells him to look closer, stop relying on the system and see with his own eyes, so he uses that power again. It's the power the protagonist passed on to him. Inside the horn, he sees that black eye again. Looking at it, he wonders if this is how the protagonist has always seen the world. A human with no skills and no outside help. A world that looks fair with no false hope. To him, living like that sounds impossible, unless someone is crazy. So he wonders, is the protagonist really just insane? Then he strikes the horn using the same power Jae-won used, and this time he finally does what the protagonist wanted. After that, he asks if the protagonist is leaving now. The answer is yes. Since the weapon is finished, he has to go. He adds that the guy seemed to like it. If he hadn't, he probably would have eaten him. Then the blacksmith asks if he's picked a name for the sword. The protagonist briefly thinks of calling it Pig, but says he still hasn't decided. So Maycall Garnad asks if he can name it instead. He says he based it on martial language because it sounds cool, using characters that mean a solitary being. The protagonist asks if he basically named it Lone Wolf, the kind that protects the pack even if everyone fears it. Maycall Garnad says that's exactly it. To him, there couldn't be a better name for this sword. Then he tells him to travel safely. But before the protagonist can actually leave, Maycall Garnad stops him. He asks what he looks like in the world the protagonist sees. The protagonist hesitates a little, then says he's human. Maycall Garnad notices that right away. Remembering the world the protagonist sees, he realizes he never looks back, and he wonders if anyone else could ever understand such a lonely world. After some time, the protagonist asks Mino why she keeps following him. She acts innocent and asks if he thinks she's hiding some secret reason. He asks if she's plotting something again. That makes her ask how he knew. Either way, he still hasn't met the nightmare yet, and now he's thinking about what to do next. Miko taught him how to find them. Once he does, he'll ask about the Mirage Tree and the path to the abyss. Mino asks why he wants that, and he asks if she's curious about his real goal. He says even if he somehow reaches the abyss, he has no plan to come back. The ones who return are called strong men of the abyss, but he won't be one of them. That leaves the girl completely stunned. When he says where he's really going, she snaps and demands to know who he thinks he is. Who is he to do something like that? What gives him the right? She yells that he doesn't care how other people see him and just does whatever he wants without thinking about anyone else. More than anything, what makes her angry is that he doesn't seem to think the people here are human. She tells him that she and the others are human too. She may not be as strong or tough as he is, but she's still human. She's almost crying by the time she says it, but he keeps looking at her with that same pitying expression. Then he remembers when she said that even if she died, she would die in the present and never return to the past. He also remembers Miko Garnad, and little by little, he starts to understand what the girl is really saying. He notices someone is speaking to her through telepathy, telling her not to dwell on useless thoughts. If she breaks the promise, the old woman's life will be taken, so she needs to lure him there with her words. He realizes something is wrong. Now he sees it clearly. They have a hostage and they're after him. He figures out it's the men hiding in the alley across the street. For a moment, he wonders if he should step in and save the hostage, but he sees no reason to. To him, saving people changes nothing. Reality stays the same, and all he sees around him are corpses. That's why this world feels rotten to him, a place ruled by numbers and data, full of people who sold their souls for bigger numbers. He thinks he should shake her off and go find the nightmare. But then the girl calls out to him and snaps him out of that mindset, saying that in this way she can't see him as human at all. She says they'll part ways here. How could she keep traveling with someone chasing a goal like that? He doesn't understand anything. When she says they won't meet again, he wonders why he's seeing this woman as human once more. That thought catches him off guard. Meanwhile, one of the men in the alley says the witch slipped away and orders someone to send the messenger hawk, since they brought all the nightmares there for nothing. The protagonist is surprised to hear there's a nightmare nearby. If one of those things is with them, then he'll have to change clothes first. At the same time, Mino is left wondering how things ended up like this. She opens the bar door and apologizes to her aunt, saying she thinks she came too late. But the man threatening her says she knew this would happen. He calls her a rookie, while the bar owner says she should have stopped her sooner. The woman says it looks like this time she'll really die because of her. They tell her to shut up and one of them moves in on her. Then the elder of the Golden Sky sect, the oldest of the three Janya brothers, spots the massacre witch coming in alone and asks what happened to their deal. She calls him dumber than he looks and asks if he's ever seen a witch keep her promises. Drawing her swords, she says that man won't be coming because he's already on his way to destroy this world. And with that, she attacks all of them. Janya says it looks like she's gone mad. Then they all rush her with their shadow secret arts. He says she's called the Massacre Witch in the hunting grounds because she uses a skill that summons beasts to her side. So he suggests they see if she can do the same here. Shadows swarm toward the girl and she has to dodge hard to escape, though she cuts them down easily with her flying daggers. But the moment she lands, Janya grabs his sword and swings an X-shaped strike at her. It hits hard, but she blocks it and only gets thrown back. Janya gets ready to attack again. He mocks her title, saying, the one getting massacred now is her. She thinks that if they were outside, things would be different. He tells her they've put up a soundproof barrier around the place, so nobody outside can know what's happening. There's no point resisting anymore. She should bring him there now. He says it's not too late, but she warns him that the shadows will keep following him. He tells her to stop bluffing because there is no shadow branch inside Gorgon Castle. Then they grab the older woman, nearly tearing her neck apart, and he warns that once the Shadow Warriors learn what happened, both of them will be wiped out. She gets ready to strike back. This time, she uses the 7 secret grimace skills of Ikaran, Sub-Zero form. Her swords fly at them, but Janya cuts through most of them in one swing, brushing it off like a cheap trick. He says he'll tear her apart with his bare hands, but that move took almost everything she had and she nearly blacks out. She can't believe that's what she's thinking about right now. Then she remembers when Jaewon asked if she'd go back to the past if she had the chance. Now she wishes she could. If she had followed that man, maybe she would have seen how this world ends. Right then, an attack comes flying in from outside toward Janya. It passes over her shoulder and he barely manages to stop it. Everyone there is confused. Then Jaewon walks in. She says she hates this kind of timing and asks what he's doing there. She also brings up the world's destruction and asks if he came to save her. But he only tells her the clothes don't fit him. He hands the package back and she just stares, asking if he really came all this way because the clothes were the wrong size. One of the men then recognizes him as the guy with the spectral crystal, and says that saves them the trouble of hunting him down. Jaewon points out that they brought a nightmare here. Then he asks where it is, or better yet, tells them to bring the nightmare to him. He warns them they'd better call more people, because this small group won't be enough. The others wonder if he's crazy. They heard he once challenged the castle, and now it sounds like the rumors were true. He's out of his mind. Mino warns him to be careful. They're 4th-stage adapters, and anyone at that level or higher is considered high rank, so looking down on them is a bad idea. MC asks why she's waiting around. Does she think he'll lose? After a pause, she says no. Thinking about it again, she really doesn't think he will. Janya and the others call him shameless. Then they rush him, saying they'll teach him a lesson. Jaewon answers with a single move, one thrust straight at them. Janya is shocked and jerks his neck back at the last second to keep from losing it. Even the protagonist is surprised he dodged. Then he remembers someone saying Janya wasn't an adapter, while Janya starts wondering if Jaewon is the strongman of the abyss. MC thinks the only thing that ever avoided even that light thrust was the 5-horned beast. That would put a 4th-stage adapter around the same level. But maybe not, since that monster tanked a hit while these guys seem weaker. Either way, it doesn't matter. Then they hear someone crying out in pain. Mino starts calling for Claire. Janya warns that if he attacks again, she won't come out of it. Okay, but Claire tells him not to hesitate and just attack. Another man smacks her and tells her to shut up unless she wants more. Mino tells her aunt to hang on. They'll save her soon. Then she asks Jaewon if he can do it. He asks why she's even asking. He came there to find a nightmare, and all he has to do is finish them off, hostages or enemies. It makes no difference. But the girl says Claire is human and begs him not to do it. That makes him remember everyone's smiles and her grief too. Something inside him shifts. As he looks at everyone with his true sight, they all seem like corpses. Claire, still on the floor, asks why he's hesitating and tells him to attack. In his eyes, everyone is already dead, but she starts to seem alive again as she keeps telling him to strike now. That only makes him angrier. so he attacks and tears a huge hole through the middle of the building. The people outside immediately wonder what just happened. Carlton Javier seems to know exactly what it is. He orders everyone to move in at once. Inside, one of the gang's underbosses says this is bad. The soundproof barrier has been broken, and Janya realizes they're in serious trouble. Then Carlton Javier arrives and orders the area surrounded. He spots Janyawan inside and asks what's going on. The protagonist says he showed up at the perfect time. These guys broke the laws Carlton loves so much. He doesn't know every detail but says they seem to have broken Gorgon law. Article 276, paragraph 4. And on top of that, they were planning to use this place as a starting point to destroy the world. The fool in the back tries to say MC is the one who wants that. Carlton Javier ignores them and states that under the same law, paragraph 6, he is making an emergency arrest for illegal entry onto private property inside the castle and for kidnapping a citizen. One of them notices Carlton's hand motion, and Janya yells for everyone to fall back. Carlton asks if they really think they can escape him. Then he uses silver prison, sending chains at them and locking everyone down. After that, he pulls out his axe while Janya mocks him and says not to make him laugh. Janya attacks again. The two clash head-on. It turns into a contest of strength. Carlton holds firm, while Janya starts shaking under the pressure of the prison binding him. Soon his sword starts to crack. He jumps back to attack again, but Carlton uses silver prison once more, again and again slamming the chains into him and dragging him to the ground. That leaves him completely beaten, flat on the floor with Carlton's axe at his neck. At that point he surrenders. Carlton says that was the smart choice and fully restrains him. But Janya says he still wasn't sure Carlton was really innocent until now. Then he pulls out a smoke bomb, throws it behind him, and smoke fills the whole place. After Janya escapes, Carlton is shocked he was forced to use black cloud there. One of the men says someone from their group may have breathed in some of it. Another calls him an idiot. They told him to keep his mask on right. Then he says to wait a bit, because if he only inhaled a little, he might live. Then another man arrives, shocked they used black cloud without the sect leader's permission. He asks if the massacre witch is really that valuable. This is an elder of the Golden Sky sect, the sex demon, Ryuk Solang. He asks if they hadn't promised to hand her over once they caught her, adding that he doesn't like them dead. One of them says it wasn't because of the witch. Silver prison was there. He's surprised the chain guy is inside, and when they confirm it, he says it would be great if Carlton inhaled black cloud too. That would be worth watching. Then he notices something. Speaking to Janya, he asks who that bastard is, standing in there like he's dreaming without even wearing a mask. Janya shrugged, readies his sword, and sends out a thrust toward them. They all react in shock. Janya says that's exactly what he wants to know. How is he still fine after breathing in black cloud? He says they've never heard of a green Pyrrhus without antennae, and not even a normal green Pyrrhus should be able to do something like this. While Mino is in terrible shape, Janya figures this must be the rest of their squad. They're getting on his nerves, so this time he decides to fight seriously. He raises his sword and says he didn't want to do this, because relying on items is annoying. Still, he drives the blade into the ground and uses Michael Garnod's dignity. Everyone is stunned, because they recognize it as the roar of the five-horned beast. That roar knocks out most of them on the spot. Then Jaewon charges at Janya and the sex demon, who panics and asks what kind of monster this is, telling Janya to deal with it. Then he turns and runs, and Janya hates that. He looks toward Janyang and Janyan too. Both of them are already down. They can't help wondering why it had to end like this. Janyawan says there is one way he can still be useful, by telling him where they hid the nightmare. Janya asks why he would do that, saying if he talks, there's no reason for him to survive. Once the protagonist learns the truth, he'll only wish he had died sooner. Janyawan notices that he said he, so if he's going to die anyway, then Janya grabs the crystal and swallows it. MC realizes it's a spectral crystal. He remembers Mino saying everyone there seemed to be taking some kind of drug, but she said that was a misunderstanding. They aren't narcotics. They're something people use to lower spiritual corruption, because no one wants to become a ghoul. And now it looks like that's exactly what Janya, after eating it, is becoming. Black threads start pouring out of his body. Those threads wrap around his whole form, and everyone nearby is terrified. Now he's turned into a huge black gorilla-like monster with nasty strands hanging from its mouth. Jaemon says that's a ghoul, and it starts attacking everyone around it. It wants to kill anyone in reach. Now it sees the world the same way he does. And with that, it realizes this is the true face of the world. Now the ghoul sees the same tree and eye Jaewon sees, and starts wondering what dignity even means in a world like this. He even asks himself why he was ever so scared when this kind of freedom was possible. Then two eyes lock onto him, and panic hits right away. He turns, looking for the protagonist, wondering if he went there too. The ghoul lashes out with his vines, but they can't reach MC. That's when he realizes MC was always like this. He can't understand it. How can a human even exist in a world like that? He just asks what his problem is. Even using suspicion, the ghoul still can't read the protagonist's true nature. Still, Jaemon raises his sword and aims it at him, deciding it doesn't matter. That sends the ghoul into a rage, and MC answers with another thrust. The strike goes straight for the ghoul's head, tearing it clean off. As Janya's head hits the ground, memories start rushing back. He remembers his past, thinking that once again it's raining. He stares at Jaewon and the bodies scattered around him. Then everything starts to quiet down, and he picks up his sword again, wondering what this guy really was. He hopes one of the others still knows where the nightmare is hidden, then leaves that wrecked place behind. After that, they warn everyone not to get close to Mino, saying she's still sick. One of the men arrives and calls for his boss. The one in even worse shape is Carlton Javier himself, and he tells them to hurry. They need to warn the inner castle. But Mino turns to Jae-won and begs him, please kill her while she's still herself. That makes the protagonist pause. He realizes this person is human, but he can't use comprehend on her, because his suspicion keeps shaking every time he tries. He wonders why the dead would collapse over something like this, about useless emotions on the path he's walking. He knows he shouldn't hesitate, but then Claire grabs Jae-won's hand, saying it still might not be too late. Then one of the rescuers cuts in and says Mino needs a hospital right now. Claire asks MC to wait just a little, so they take Mino with them. They wonder if she can still survive, but say she has no chance if the ghoulification keeps getting worse. Jae-won watches from a distance as emergency alerts go off. Gorgon Class 4 with lesser ghouls appearing inside the castle. Everyone starts running, confused, while orders come out for all citizens to evacuate at once. One person asks where they're supposed to go, but he asks the wrong guard. That man is already turning into a ghoul. The guard lunges and starts killing everyone in front of him. More people keep dying until the troops arrive to protect the rest, and the man leading them is clearly no joke. While Jae-won watches from inside the tent, Claire asks if he's the one Mino mentioned. The person who ignores all the rules here, judges the world by his own eyes, and still holds on to his humanity. She says she knows people like him. She's seen them before. People too foolish to fit into life here, acting that way because they have no other choice. But Jae-won says that's not it. What they really lack is courage. Claire asks what they would even need courage for. Some higher ideal? A more righteous will? She guesses he's the kind of person who chases things like that. Maybe he is. She says she can't know what he's thinking because she doesn't have that courage. But there is one thing she does know. She's sure he's dangerous. Jae-won thinks he wishes she wouldn't leave. Then Claire tells him he needs to go. He remembers her saying people here have already found hope, and if he stays they'll start hoping for even more. People like him are what keep her from giving up on this world. That reminds him of someone once asking him not to give up on this world either. Then someone asks how much medicine they have left. The doctor says they used too much stabilizing the Castellan, so there isn't much left, and the mood drops fast. James orders them to bring every bit of reserve medicine they still have. As Jae-won watches them prepare it, he wonders if that ingredient is a beast horn. Now he sees how it's used. They say even a 3-horned beast horn isn't enough to purify him, and beg their chief to hold on a little longer. He asks if there's really no way to bring someone back after they turn into a ghoul. James snaps back. If he knew a way, why would he be doing all this? Jae-won tells Carlton Javier to wake up already. He needs to ask him something. Then he grabs him and slaps him awake, making James demand how he could treat his chief like that. But Carlton really does start coming back, and instead of getting mad, he says he has a favor to ask. He wants the protagonist to kill him, saying he is the only one who can. The protagonist asks if, in a moment like this, he shouldn't be asking to be saved instead. Carlton Javier brings up Gorgon Special Law, Article 1, Paragraph 4. Anyone whose corruption begins must be put down. MC thinks that's a stupid kind of loyalty, but also that if he'd had a few men like this, maybe he wouldn't have been trapped in that cursed tower for 40 years. Meanwhile, the alarms keep reporting spiritual corruption has reached 94, and ghoulification will begin soon. Someone orders everyone to get back immediately. The man who arrives is Jahir, extermination commander of the Great Anti-Ghoul Squad, adapted to the 5th stage. James only gets more terrified when he sees him. Jahir states that under Article 1, Paragraph 4 of Gorgon Special Law, he must execute Carlton Javier, chief of the North Post, along with one other infected person. But then Jae-won stops his sword with one bare hand, blocking the strike. Jahir is stunned and he says he can't kill this man yet. There's still something he needs to ask him. Jahir can't believe his blade was blocked barehanded. He says he doesn't know who Jae-won is, but Carlton Javier will soon become a ghoul, and the ghoulification of a 5th stage adapted fighter would cause a disaster. They're only trying to stop that. Still, the protagonist isn't sure Carlton Javier really has to turn. He says this might be able to stop the process. They realize he's talking about Gonarch's horn, and think it might give them a chance. MC simply grabs the horn and crushes it in his hand, leaving everyone horrified that he used such a valuable material with pure brute force. Then they pour the medicine made from it into Carlton Javier's mouth, and Mino's too. Luckily, the measuring device shows Carlton Javier's value isn't rising anymore. But something goes wrong with Mino. They say she's too weak, and the ghoulification isn't stopping. Her level hits 95, and they admit they can't stop it now, telling someone to call Zhang He. Claire says she knows that old man can perform the ghoul cut, and Jae-won listens closely as she explains that the ghoul cut severs the corruption itself. One of them says the doctor is in the inner castle handling more important matters, and they can't call him just for this. Claire immediately pushes back at the idea that this is just this. He says he can't leave things like this. They tell him to move, but he doesn't look like he plans to. He's already reaching for his sword, ready to settle it by force. He says he'll be the one to kill that woman, because that's what she asked of him. Jahir stays quiet and listens, while Jae-won uses suspicion. Claire asks what he's doing and tells him to stop right now. but he sees suspicion point to a spot right in the center of Mino's chest, so with extreme care he starts to strike. But then something rises from the ground and pulls him into a completely white space. Jaehaewon wonders what's going on. Then an old man appears and asks what happened to his Mino. He pities the poor girl and asks to help her. But then he looks at Jaehaewon and asks who he is and how he got into his world. After a closer look, he asks why such a noble soul is giving off such weak energy like he's a 5-year-old child. The protagonist realizes suspicion doesn't work on him and wonders if this old man is the source of the spiritual corruption, if killing him might save that woman. But the old man simply throws his attack back and stops MC's charge. MC is shocked that his sword was stopped, while the old man asks how he blocked his normal cut too. Then the protagonist notices his whole sword is wrecked and cracks spread out behind him. Outside, Jahir is stunned by what Jaehaewon is doing. The old man steps forward and demands to know how MC dared do this in his world. Who exactly is he? He looks at his hand and sees his sword is shattered. His precious blade made from a 4-horned beast's horn is ruined. The old man curses him over the broken sword, while the protagonist wonders if the blade really broke on its own. Then the old man Zhang He-ho, the doctor of despair, thinks things over. He quickly understands the situation. Jahir asks about the Castellan and what Zhang He-ho is doing here, but the doctor says why would he care about the Castellan when a beautiful lady is about to die? Jahir is left speechless. Then Zhang He turns to something even more important, asking Jaehaewon what he'll do now that he ruined the ghoul cut, which can only be done with a sword made from a beast horn with at least 4 horns. But when he sees MC's sword, he pauses and asks what kind of blade that is. He rushes up to him, amazed, asking where he got such a beauty, that sharp blade, and even the sheath made from a 5-horned beast horn. He demands to know how he got it. The protagonist grabs the old man's hand so hard it almost breaks. He asks if lending him the sword would let him save that woman. The old man says of course it would, almost offended that he'd even question it. So Jaehaewon hands over his sword without any hesitation, and Zhang He-ho is stunned that he trusted a total stranger with his own blade. Normally no one would do that unless they had complete faith in their own strength. Still, he pushes that aside for now. Noticing the sword gives off a strange energy, just like its owner. Everyone watches him. The old man gets ready to use that slash, pouring all his strength into it, starting from his footing all the way to the tip of the blade. Then he says it's time to show a little of what he can do. The protagonist starts wondering if what he's seeing is some kind of illusion, with everything around him turning white, but he realizes that's not it. It's more like how he sees things when he uses suspicion, and the old man tells him to be patient because it'll be over soon. As the attack begins, the protagonist realizes this is how that old man sees the world. But then the old man suddenly drops the sword to the ground and collapses, completely drained. The protagonist calls out to him, and the old man says he just doesn't have enough spiritual energy. If it weren't for that cursed Castellan, things never would have come to this. Then the protagonist notices everything is closing in. That whole world is starting to fall apart. A painting of Mina appears, and the old man desperately doesn't want her portrait to disappear. He apologizes, ashamed of how pathetic this is. But the protagonist picks up the sword again. The old man calls it pointless. Jaehaewon hasn't even synced with his world, and he's already trying to copy his slash. He says the protagonist can't cut with it, but MC says he'll still try, even if it's only an imitation. The doctor tells him to stop, warning that not just anyone can use that slash. Jaehaewon says he's wrong. This isn't courage, it's responsibility. He remembers Claire saying people like him drive her crazy, and tells everyone to shut up. For the first time in his life, he took up a sword to save someone, and as he says that, he starts stepping into the same world the old man sees. The old man is shocked, wondering what the hell this kid is doing. He tries to remember what that girl looked like and starts to recreate her. He paints her whole image back together, remembering she was playful and stubborn, and even though she was an assassin, she was fragile too. She was loyal, and also he feels like something's still missing. Then it hits him. He adds a mark beneath her eyes saying she believed in people and finishes a beautiful portrait of her on that canvas. Then he thanks the old man for reminding him she had a birthmark. With that, the girl finally looks complete, smiling at him. Her corruption level starts to drop, and the gallification seems to stop. Javier can hardly believe it. Claire rushes to her and asks if she's okay, but Billa just wonders why Claire is crying. The doctor walks up to the protagonist and says he looks a little less stupid now, even if his spiritual energy only went from about 5 years to maybe 10 at best. Then he asks who this kid really is. He brings up the Gull Slash, or rather the Gull Thrust, and asks where Jaehaewon learned something like that. Then Javier turns to the doctor and asks if that man really used something similar to Gull Slash, and the doctor admits that as much as he hates to say it, yes, he did. He explains that Gull Slash isn't a skill, which is why no adapted person has ever been able to learn it. Then the doctor says that like him, Jaehaewon is an awakened one. Awakened ones are normal beings who escape the system's rules. They're a tiny group of humans who gained incredible power by rejecting adaptation, and they have enough strength to completely change the balance of power and chaos. Even across the whole Great Lands, only a few people are known as awakened. Javier realizes that because the protagonist is awakened like the doctor, he was able to use Gull Slash. He starts thinking this might change everything, but the doctor tells him to calm down. They still don't know who the protagonist really is. But Javier remembers the doctor once said that if there were another person who could use Gull Slash, it might be possible to save the Castellan. He says nothing matters more than the Castellan's life. But then several people enter the room saying they have permission from the inner castle and ordering everyone to move aside. Javier looks at the men in black and recognizes the captain of the Black Shadows, a 5th stage adapted. He demands to know why those bastards are here. The Black Shadow squad should have nothing to do with exterminating Gauls, and his own squad already dealt with all of them. But instead the men come in, kneel before the protagonist, and greet the envoy of the Green Purus. Yeah, they still believe the very man who wiped out that clan is their envoy. He asks if their honored guest would come with him to the inner castle, then notices the extermination captain and the doctor, and asks why they're here too. That makes everyone start wondering if the protagonist is really the envoy of the Green Purus. Later, now together with the Castellan, he thinks they've finally met. He is speaking with Jahir, 1st edition Juan, who says that before they get to the main topic, introductions should come first. He gives his name as Yorin Chivir, and says he is the commander of Gorgon Castle. Then he gets straight to the point and asks the protagonist if he is the envoy of the Green Purus. The protagonist says no, and the Castellan reveals he already suspected that. The Black Shadows captain is stunned by that. Then the doctor says he has something to ask. Spectral crystals are known for boosting spiritual power, but they usually serve as proof of identity for Green Purus clan members. So if Jawan isn't one of them, where did he get those crystals? And how can he use them without his spirit breaking apart? The protagonist says he just picked them up and he can simply use them. That leads to the next question. What happened to the crystal's original owners? The protagonist says they're dead, and Jahir 1st edition asks who would dare hurt members of one of the 5 noble clans of the Great Lands. The protagonist says he killed them himself. Jahir 1st edition is shocked, but Yurin tells him not to overreact, saying Jawan must have had his reasons. Everyone is left speechless. MC explains that they attacked first and tried to take a horn he had, so he fought back. Yurin remembers that the Green Purus clan is notoriously greedy when it comes to materials, so that explanation makes sense. Then he asks him to tell him more about what happened after he arrived in Chaos. After hearing the whole story, Yurin gets right to the point. He notes that the protagonist just happened to get caught up in something that brought him into Chaos, then just happened to get his hands on the Green Purus clan's spectral crystals and make his way into the castle. Then he just happened to get dragged into this mess, meet the doctor, and try to perform Gaul Slash after seeing it for the very first time that same day. And with that, Yurin says he understands everything. The doctor asks if he really believes this guy, and Yurin says yes. The doctor asks if something happened to his head because of the Castellan's disappearance, but Yurin replies that if you want someone to trust you, you have to trust them first. Yurin asks if he can ask a few more questions, and the protagonist agrees. So Yurin asks if his body is still alive right now. The protagonist is stunned by the question, clearly not expecting it. Then he remembers he never entered the main game at all. He was forced out of the Tower of Nightmares instead. Since he was in a spiritual body state, it's very likely the Mirage Tree mistook him for an envoy and sent him to Chaos. So he answers that his body is probably still back on Earth. Runenhald 1st edition asks how Yurin knew he wasn't dead, and Yurin points back to the way Jaewon said he just happened to be caught up in something that brought him to Chaos. He says no one in Chaos would describe their own death like that. Then he asks if someone is threatening the protagonist, and if that's why he doesn't want to reveal his identity. The protagonist says he neither agrees nor denies it. Yurin takes that as both a yes and a no, then says he owes him an apology. For the last 4 days his subordinates have been watching him. The protagonist says he already knew the man on the roof must have been one of them. Yurin realizes he was aware of it all along and admits Jaewon's abilities went far beyond what he expected, making even simple surveillance difficult. Still, that doesn't mean they learned nothing. A lot of what MC did was written down in reports. Danger rating SS, target power level immeasurable, and estimated property damage around 300 million Rarani. Then Yurin asks if he knows what people like that are called. The doctor quickly blurts out that he's a crazy psychopath. Jahir says he can't tell if he is a hero or a villain, and the doctor keeps calling him insane. Yurin says some will call him a hero, and others a madman. People will give him all kinds of names. But Yurin calls people like him protagonists. He says protagonists all share one common trait. It isn't fame. According to Yurin, Jaewon doesn't seem famous at all, which means someone is deliberately blocking information about him. That faction clearly isn't friendly with him. If they were the ones behind all this, getting a simple ID certificate wouldn't have been a problem. Yurin says he thinks the protagonist is a protagonist who escaped into Chaos to get away from a bigger faction. Hearing that, MC starts thinking about the group chasing him. He admits he isn't sure, but it might be the Black Monarch, one of the 12 monarchs of the Great Lands. That makes Jaewon wonder just how strong those monarchs really are. Yurin then says he won't ask about his identity, they won't make him pay for the damage, and Gorgon Castle will protect him. The protagonist asks if Gorgon Castle is really strong enough to stand against the 12 monarchs of the Great Lands. Yurin asks if he's being hunted by the 12 monarchs, and MC says it could be one of them. Yurin gives him one piece of good news. The monarchs can't directly interfere with what happens inside Chaos. Zhao Fan immediately asks what Yurin wants in return. Yurin looks at him and says he only needs one favor, please save his Castellan. About 2 hours later, they explain the situation. The Northern Checkpoint Chief and the woman are both recovering in the infirmary. Still, one of the guards asks if he really wants to take the protagonist to the training grounds instead of the guest hall. The doctor says they need to settle which is stronger, MC's slash or his thrust, and MC realizes that really is what he wants. Then the doctor adds that he must be one of the people who cleared the Tower of the Master. That gets the protagonist's full attention. He asks if the old man knows something, and the doctor says he knows enough. So they head to the training grounds. The old man says that if MC can beat him, he'll answer every question he has. Even so, he's sure that won't happen. But only a few minutes later, Zhao Fan just slams the old man straight into the ground. From inside the crater, the old man starts calling for Garom, so they can go again. He says the result is already clear. The old man complains that he still hasn't used his ultimate move. If he did, the protagonist might die and he's only holding back out of concern. But the protagonist's already annoyed because he keeps repeating the same excuse. The old man keeps calling him rude and asks how old he is. MC guesses maybe 60 or so. That makes the old man snap. He says he's 1,000 years old, and he has only been thrusting for 60 years. There's no way he should be able to beat someone who spent a whole 1,000 years cutting. The protagonist asks if he really spent 1,000 years cutting, and the old man says yes. Zhao Fan replies that to him it looks more like 10 years at most. That comment makes the old man furious. He jumps back out, cursing MC and getting ready to attack again, saying they'll see if he can still talk like that after this hit. This time he summons a huge dragon around his sword. Zhao Fan answers the attack with another thrust. When the two powers collide, he is caught off guard and gets pushed back along with the doctor. The doctor says he did pretty well. Zhao Fan is surprised he got knocked back that far even though he only used a normal thrust. The doctor says that technique is pretty handy and asks what he calls it. The protagonist says it's just a normal thrust. Hearing that, he realizes the old man is completely insane because a name like that makes it sound like there's an even stronger move. MC says there is. He gets ready to use it, aiming that spear-like strike at the old man and saying yes, there's a stronger one. The old man asks what that thing is, and in his eyes he sees the one king of chaos itself, just as Zhao Fan is about to kill him. The old man can only ask how he managed to forget the fear of facing something like this. He realizes the boy is making him think of the one king, and wonders if someone can really cut through something like that. He knows Zhao Fan may not be on the same level as the One King, but an attack this strong could still wipe out Gorgon Castle or whatever else stands nearby. He says he's about to release it, but the old man quickly tells him to wait, admitting defeat. Meanwhile, in the Great Lands in the 5th region, the Land of Metal, someone asks them to repeat what they were just saying. What exactly did that bastard monarch do? They report that according to their investigation, the Black Monarch is currently in contact with Chaos, and the Metal Monarch, Hiobigo, asks why Chaos. After all, every monarch of the Great Lands is bound by the pact that stops them from interfering in chaos. His subordinate says it's a little complicated and tells him to look at the screen. There he sees everything Jaewon has done lately. The subordinate says this is the video going around under the name Solid Completion of the 99th Floor or something like that. Hyo-yu asks what that has to do with anything, and whether the video might be fake. The subordinate explains that the person in the video is someone the Black Monarch of the 9th region wanted to recruit. Hyo-yu asks where that person is now, and the subordinate says what happened is this. After refusing to finish the tutorial, he broke through the tower's ceiling and escaped into chaos. The monarch asks how that's even possible, since the cultivator should have been watching the 101st floor. The subordinate answers that Jaewon killed the cultivator. That catches the monarch's interest. He asks if this is some kind of joke, but the subordinate says he could hardly believe it either. Even so, the Black Monarch seems certain. So the Metal Monarch starts wondering if those bastards from the 9th region have a link to chaos. The subordinate says that's something they only found out recently, but the Black Monarch has been interfering with chaos for a long time, and some of the 10 sects of chaos have been in regular contact with him. The Metal Monarch asks what exactly the Black Monarch is planning. Then he orders them to send a message so he can travel to chaos. His subordinate hesitates and asks if his master plans to interfere in chaos too. He says he only wants to watch and understand what's going on. Then he orders 10 elite gold rank 1 warriors, adding that 5th stage adapted fighters should do. The subordinate agrees, relieved his master isn't yelling at him today. Meanwhile, the Metal Monarch keeps thinking about chaos and wonders how X is doing. If not for his hot temper, he could have lived a long life. With luck, maybe he's staying out of trouble there. But in reality, the old man is almost dead, and he's clinging to the protagonist's sword, saying he can't let him do that, and asking why he can't respect his elders. The protagonist tells him to get down, saying he already understands and thinks the old man really does look like a fly stuck there. When the old man finally drops, he asks how this is possible, how MC can do something like that after only a few thrusts over 40 years. He says it's probably because he's done around 10 billion thrusts. The old man tells him to stop lying. That would mean going without food, sleep, and everything else just to thrust at least 8 times every second. But the protagonist shuts that down, saying he can thrust 100 times in 1 second, and asks what made him think thrusting can only be done with a sword. His whole body is thrusting, even right now. The old man is stunned. That rough, strange force he felt the first time wasn't real energy or some kind of fighting spirit. It was Jaewon's hostility and his intent to refine the world. When he brings a finger close to MC, He can feel the thrust against his skin and thinks, this is thrusting. He can't believe it. He has become the thrust itself. The old man realizes Jae-won has been thrusting at the world without stopping, even at this exact moment. And the protagonist reminds him that he already said it. He's done 10 billion thrusts. Anyway, he asks if the old man remembers that paper. It's the contract they wrote before the duel. The loser must grant one wish to the winner. MC reads what X wrote, that the Doctor of Despair promises on his honor and on all the beauties of the world to follow that contract. The old man grumbles that he already gets it and asks if he plans to use him like a slave. He says no, he doesn't need that. His request is simple, answer his questions honestly. That's all. The old man says fine, but asks him to take a walk outside first. Once they do, Jae-won asks what the Tower of the Master is, but X starts by asking if he knows about the nightmares that create towers. He explains that towers made by nightmares range from rank F to rank S, but some nightmares don't care about ranks. Masters are people who once turned an S rank into an apprentice and became master craftsmen. Still, just because a tower was made by a master doesn't automatically make it a master's tower. Only special towers made without any link to cultivation can be called a Tower of the Master, and the protagonist asks why those towers are created. Song-hyuk says he doesn't know either. No one really understands what the masters are thinking. Still, people say they're chasing the truth of the world. One thing is certain, every so often someone who clears a master tower awakens. Jae-won asks if he came from one too, and the old man says he cleared the 4th master tower, Mervalu. That tower is known as Mob Ticker. On the 1st floor, a giant whale appears and keeps hunting people down. It may sound silly now, but back then it was a full-blown disaster. A lot of martial masters from the martial realm died there. He says it was basically a miracle that he managed to clear it. When he finally reached level 100 with his friends, they saw a demon shaped like an octopus. Then he guesses MC must have come from a master tower too, and asks whose tower he cleared. MC says it was Moloch. At least he thinks that was the name. The old man turns around in shock and says he can't believe he's standing in front of an awakened one who cleared Moloch's tower. He asks if he knows him. Of course he does. He says they used to travel together. That surprises Jae-won even more. He asks again, just to be sure, did he really go on journeys with Moloch? The old man says it's a long story. He tells the protagonist they'll walk while he explains. So the two head into a festival. The old man walks over to Claire. He orders horned beast kebab. Then he asks if she's running an open-air bar now. Claire says that's because a certain someone destroyed her shop, and that certain someone is sitting right there. After that, she brings them 2 beers. The old man teases her for reopening so fast after what happened, saying she really does love money. Claire just tells him to drink his beer and shut up. Meanwhile, Jae-won looks at the food and then at the people around him. Something feels off. It bothers him that the old man noticed that right away. Song-hyuk says the people don't seem truly alive, and yet there's food in a world where no one can even feel hunger. Then he starts explaining chaos. He says chaos was originally a blessed world. It was where souls worn down by war in the Great Lands came to rest. After being freed from life, beings there found a new kind of existence. Swordsmen and archers laid down their weapons, and bards sang for peace instead of war. But then a fight breaks out nearby and pulls their attention away. Song-hyuk asks Jae-won what it looks like to him. MC says they just seem like regular drunks. Then he notices something, the drink tastes like water. The old man says exactly. They aren't drunk at all, they're just pretending. In chaos, people can't get drunk, feel hungry, or even grow old. But even in a paradise like this, humans are still flawed. They keep longing for the lives they had before, back when death still existed. So they start copying the habits of their old lives. A life where you die if you don't eat, get drunk when you go out, and live inside a body with a beating heart. He says that's when people began taking on those old ways again. Some gathered together to reclaim their real lives and formed an expedition to chase the impossible. And that group was the Abyss Expedition Squad. The old man gets fired up talking about it, but Jae-won just asks why they went straight into the Abyss. He says they were searching for the resurrection fruit. His reaction says enough, so Song-hyuk explains it's the fruit from a branch of the Mirage Tree at the end of the Abyss. The protagonist asks if resurrection really means a dead person can come back to life. The old man says yes. That's the only way someone in this world can truly return to life, by eating the resurrection fruit. The Abyss Expedition Squad was an alliance formed to find that fruit. He says that was when he awakened, back when he feared nothing and was only 150 years old. Jae-won asks if that means Moloch was part of the expedition too, and Song-hyuk says yes. Remembering him, he says Moloch was the leader of the expedition squad. That guy was something else. He recalls the day Moloch found him on the battlefield. Moloch told him he was an interesting awakened one. He said it was rare to see an incomplete awakened one who hadn't thrown away his emotions, and that Song-hyuk was walking a very strange path of awakening. He guessed that path must be hard, but at the time, the old man just told him to get lost. Moloch only said he seemed angry about what happened during cultivation, so the old man attacked him on the spot. He demanded to know why a nightmare was heading into the abyss. Weren't they the kind of bastards who stayed in their workshops all day making towers? Moloch said there was nothing he could really say back. Even apologizing for all nightmares wouldn't change anything. He had never heard of that case before and said it was a karma he would carry for the rest of his life. He called himself a nightmare who regretted creating a tower. Jaiwan might not believe him, but the reason he entered the Mirage Tree and the reason he went to the Abyss at all was because of that tower. He wanted to bring all cultivation to an end. That was his real reason for joining the expedition, and MC is stunned by it. The old man says he got caught up in the middle of all that. He only made it through the early parts of the Abyss, but it seems Moloch reached the top of the Mirage Tree. Fruit started falling from its branches. Because of that, everyone in the expedition carried armfuls of fruit back toward chaos. But Jafwan catches the problem right away. If they really got a resurrection fruit, why is this old man still here? Claire cuts in and says he should tell the story properly. The expedition failed. The old man knows that, but Jafwan asks how she'd know. She snaps back that she was there too. She says they succeeded only up to the point of getting the fruit. The old man agrees. At the entrance back to chaos, some people were waiting for them. Those people were the monarchs and lords of the great lands, cowards who didn't dare enter the abyss themselves. The castellans of the 4 castles and the leaders of the 10 sects were no match for them. The gap in power was huge. Their spiritual level was on a completely different tier, and that's how the fruits were stolen from them. Using those fruits, they kept coming back to life every time they died, and it's been like that for 900 years. It even led to a place called the Resurrection Palace for those bastards. Whenever a monarch from one of the 5 noble clans dies, they're brought back right away. From the start, it was decided who would get to live a real life and who wouldn't. Jaiwan realizes that's why this place feels so empty of life. People here know they'll never reach true life or the fruit. He asks what happened to Moloch, but the old man is already passed out drunk. Claire says there's no point asking him now. That damned old man really does get drunk somehow. Maybe that's what happens after pretending for 1,000 years. Anyway, from what she heard, no one saw that nightmare again after the expedition. He vanished after leaving behind a few final words, saying he failed, but also didn't. Then James walks up to talk about what happened earlier. He thanks Jaehwan, saying that without him, his boss would have died. He has no idea what he's talking about, and James asks if he already forgot him. He puts his cap back on and says that from now on, the protagonist should always enter Gorgon through the north. He knows his face now, so he won't ask for a certificate, and of course, this has to stay secret from the boss. Then he leaves like he did something amazing. Jaehwan just keeps thinking. A moment later, Jahir arrives and calls out to MC. He also calls for the doctor. They're surprised to see the captain of extermination there. Jahir looks seriously shaken. He says they have a problem. So they head toward the Castellan. As they near the castle, Jahwan feels that energy and immediately understands what's going on with the Castellan. He realizes it's a ghoul, and this pressure is dozens of times stronger than what he felt from the earlier ghouls. It's coming from beneath the castle. That makes him remember Yaren speaking to him. Yaren had said they wouldn't charge him for the damage to the castle, and they'd protect him. In return, he only had to do one thing: save the Castellan. Jaehwan realizes the Castellan is going through ghoulification, and Jahir confirms it. He says the attack came suddenly that day. It normally happens only once a week, but this one came earlier than expected. He doesn't want him to get the wrong idea. The Castellan is an incredible man. Before the ghoulification, he was a living legend. He was also one of the few people who joined the Abyss expedition with the doctor, which really shocks the protagonist. Then Jahir says that now that he thinks about it, MC can also perform the ghoul cut. Since the doctor is in no state to help, he asks if MC could take his place. But MC says no. He says he can barely copy it and is nowhere near that old man's level. If he were taught properly, maybe he could. But then they get closer. Jahir notices Jawan trembling. He starts thinking this has gone bad, and everything suddenly turns chaotic. Then they realize the Castellan has already fully transformed. When Jahir looks ahead, he sees who is standing there. It's the chief of the defensive horn and the captain of the twisted horn, and they say it's been a long time. One of them speaks to Jahir through telepathy, saying he must be the one who used the ghoul cut. Jahir tells them to move, there's no time to waste, and they should know that. The other says he can't do that because of his orders, and Jahir demands to know whose orders those are. And he realizes they're using Defy the Heavens. One of them asks what he's talking about. Jahir fires back that to them, the only sky is the golden sky. Right then the man with the axe moves. The spearman jumps in too, rushing Jahir, who's shocked they got so close without him noticing. He tells Jaehwan to dodge, then shoves the boy back. The two attackers charge in, but Jahir blocks both strikes without giving up his ground. Jaehwan can tell he held them off pretty well. Even so, Jahir is stunned. He never thought the Golden Sky cult had reached this deep inside the castle. He says the people from the outer castle have gotten bold. Did they forget who he is? They answer that they're not the same as before, and Jahir knocks them back. He warns them to think hard about this. If they change their minds now, the Castellan might still forgive them. But the two just ask, what Castellan? They mean that thing locked in the basement. That thing can't even control its own power, let alone tell good from evil. They say that isn't the sky they used to serve. Then they ask if the captain of extermination still wants to serve that monster even now. Jahir says he still believes the Castellan will come back, but one of them says that's exactly why talking to him is pointless. The hammer guy suddenly swings, nearly smashing Jahir in the face, and a huge blast erupts. The hammer user lands beside the spearman again, and says that if Jahir were smarter, they wouldn't have to fight. Isn't that right, Captain of Extermination? Jahir really was hit, and the blow sends him crashing into a house. As he gets up, he remembers they're only 4th stage adapted. Even together, they shouldn't match a 5th stage adapted like him. So why can't he keep up with their speed or strength? This isn't normal growth. It's more like ghoulification. Something is seriously wrong, and it's dangerous. He tells him to run, but he tosses the old man straight at Jahir. He says that's payback for getting thrown earlier. Jahir has no idea what to make of that. Then the short hammer user says he didn't catch the protagonist's answer, and asks again if he's the one who can use the ghoul cut. The protagonist asks what he'll do if he is. The short guy says MC looks unadapted, so he can tell whether it was all just rumor. He wonders if that sword really let him use the ghoul cut, and figures a kid that small probably can't even throw a proper punch. But he asks if a punch is what he means, appearing right behind him. Then he throws a hard punch right into the short guy's face. The skinny one calls out to the defensive horn, but he gets no room to breathe. Jahir feints with one hand, then hits him with the other, saying his guard has way too many openings. After all, he's trying to defend himself with something that looks like a broomstick. It's way too thin, and there's plenty of space to get through, so the protagonist takes it. He drives a heavy punch right into the man's chin. That forces him a step back, and he tries to attack again, but Jahir slips back calmly. Mid-strike, the skinny man changes the angle of his spear and tries to catch MC off guard, but he avoids it again. The skinny man rushes him once more, and he says he can feel a stronger energy than before. He asks what kind of power this is. Revenge? Maybe? But then he realizes it's not that, because half the man's mask is broken, and now the protagonist can see his face. While the skinny one asks if someone like the protagonist really thinks he can save the Castellan just by showing up. The protagonist notices the truth. He's scared. That shocks him. Betraying everyone with that little courage is almost funny. Jahir says saving people isn't his thing. That old man over there handles that. Then he stops the spear using only his feet, leaving the skinny man stunned. Even Jahir is surprised. MC leaps at him, ready to stab, and says things are different when it comes to killing people. While Jahir deals with those two outside, down below in the underground chamber where the Castellan is held, Uriim is with several high-ranking people. They say it hasn't even been a full day since the ghoul cut was used, so how is he already like this again? Uriim says he saw it himself. The doctor came by this morning, and both the ghoulification and the energy had calmed down. So why is he like this again? Why did it have to happen now? Just when they finally had a bit of hope that it might be curable. They might have saved him if the Castellan had lasted one more month. But the doctor says that isn't possible now. Jahir ghoul cut is only an imitation, and unlike Mino's case, the Castellan's corruption is severe. Any normal person would have become a ghoul long ago. He only held out this long because his will is so strong. Still, in a month, his ghoul cut might become something worth betting on. The doctor says he's never tried it before, but with 2 people, it might work. And if it's the protagonist out of everyone, then maybe it really will. Uriim hates hearing that because one of them must know about Jahir, and he had already suspected there was a traitor among them. He says people who can control spiritual corruption have appeared, and one of the others is shocked, so it's true, even if they aren't from the Green Purist clan. Uriim says exactly, and that's why he wants to see it himself. That surprises the others, and they remind him that anything tied to spiritual corruption is extremely dangerous. They ask why John Hannah won't just send a captain or minister instead. He says they really don't have much faith in him. Then John Hannah asks if they've forgotten who he is. He survived the hell of war, and even if he lost in the war over the fruit, he'll keep throwing himself into anything tied to the lives of Gorgon's people. But when the Castellan returned, he couldn't believe the state he was in. The Castellan had gone out on an inspection and came back spiritually corrupted, and the people who saw it happen are in that room right now. He wonders if it was Maiham. Then he addresses all the guards, saying this is a serious situation. Uriim warns that it's dangerous, and says they should only go in once the doctor arrives. But Maiham argues that if they delay any longer, Gorgon is finished. Uriim says they can't use the ghoul cut without the doctor there, and asks if Maiham is planning to kill the Castellan. Maiham says they can't beat him even if they all rush him together, so Uriim asks what he plans to do. Maiham says he'll use the ghoul seal. Uriim is shocked and says no, that's the final option. But Maiham insists it'll be too late if they wait any longer. At the very least, they need to preserve the Castellan's spiritual energy through the seal. Uriim points out they don't have a spectral crystal to perform a ghoul seal, but Maiham calls for the commander and says everyone already knows, so there's no need to hide it anymore. He says the man has arrived and that person brings in a box. It's the captain of the Black Shadows. Uriim can barely believe it, because the captain of the Black Shadows belongs to the commander's faction, and he's a traitor too. Inside that box is the same one holding the spectral crystal Jerome had. Uriim says this concerns Gorgon's future, and asks why he was hiding something so important. More than anyone, he should know what happens if the Castellan becomes a real ghoul. Then he openly accuses him, saying he must want to turn the Castellan into a mega ghoul. Isn't that what he was after? Uriim says he saw with his own eyes how much damage even a single mid-level ghoul caused in Gorgon. Mega ghouls are disasters that command countless ghouls and leave ruin everywhere they go. Does he really want that to happen? Uriim has no answer. With the Castellan raging and the doctor absent, Meishiam's argument starts to sound valid. But Uriim says this isn't something just anyone can do by holding a spectral crystal. The ghoul seal is a secret art of the Green Purist clan, so how does Meishiam plan to bring one of them here now? Meishiam tells him not to worry. He says he already called people who learned the technique. but Worm sees they aren't from the Green Purist clan. Mayhem admits that, but says they can still perform the seal and save the situation. Worm feels like everything here is deeply wrong, because if the ghoul seal is done like this, the Castellan's spiritual energy will be sealed inside the crystal. And since energy isn't inherited in chaos, whoever holds that spectral crystal with the Castellan's spiritual energy inside could inherit it and become the master of Gorgon. If Gorgon falls into the wrong hands, everything is over. Then he realizes something besides an irregular like Garome. There may be someone else who can hold the spectral crystal without being from Green Purus. That makes him remember when the Castellans said that people able to control spiritual corruption had appeared. Worm is shaken as he connects all the pieces. From the Castellan's spiritual corruption half a year ago to his rampage today, all of it was part of the Outer Commander's plan. He orders the men to stop the Outer Commander, but none of them move because they've already been fully bought off. Worm and Shiver drops to the floor in despair, realizing they were all part of it. In that moment, he feels like there's nothing left he can do. All he can do is apologize to the Castellan. As the technique begins, Worm and Shiver blames his own weakness because he failed to protect Gorgon. He says he's truly sorry, crying as he speaks. Then the entire ceiling starts breaking apart. Chunks of stone crash down below. A huge hole opens in the ceiling, and everyone wonders what the hell just happened. When Yurin looks up, the others do too, and they realize the protagonist has arrived. Jahir is with him. Maihan demands to know who this guy is and how he got in there, but Jahir tells him to stop pretending and throws a man down below. Their lies are already exposed to everyone. These men confessed everything. That makes Maihan furious. Meanwhile, Bastinho lies broken on the ground begging for forgiveness, then suddenly explodes right in front of everyone. Jahir demands to know what the external commander is doing. The man coldly says that now their betrayal is out. They saved him the trouble by silencing themselves. So why should anyone blame themselves for failing to stop a criminal from killing himself? Jahir snaps, asking what kind of twisted nonsense that is. He tells him to get ready after spouting that garbage. If the seal keeps going, everything will happen exactly as the external commander planned. But everyone in the room suddenly points their swords at Jahir's neck. He asks what they're doing, and they apologize to the extermination captain, saying he must not go against the will of the external commander Maihan, or rather the Golden Heaven sect. He has to stay still until the Castellan seal is complete. Jahir shouts back, calling them traitors. Then the protagonist speaks to Jahan, saying the promise he made him was a false one. Gorgon can't keep him safe. Jahan asks what he means. The protagonist says he'll change the terms of that promise, and Jorhan asks what he's talking about. He says he'll save the Castellan and kill those traitors for him. In return, Jorhan has to hand over that old man. Then he'll bring back the Abyss Exploration Squad. If that happens, they can help him. All three of them are stunned by what the boy is offering, and Maihan mocks him, saying he talks big. He's heard the rumors about the man who killed Janya with a single thrust. He thought it was made up, but maybe it was true after all. In that case, they'll have to use everything they've got. Everyone charges at him while the protagonist raises his sword. Before they can even land, he unleashes thrusts in every direction, cutting them down one after another, and that captain loses an arm. The others glance over and realize they're completely screwed, but the protagonist keeps striking down anything that moves. He points out that they just keep coming at him. Even injured and falling apart, they still try to reach him. So he realizes there's no other choice and fires a straight frontal thrust, wiping out a huge number of them. Maihan tries to stop it, but instantly knows blocking is impossible. So he tries to deflect it and send it off course, but it nearly hits the Castellan. Yurim looks back and panics. He realizes that if Maihan had tried to block it head-on, he would have died. That overwhelming destructive power leaves Yurim terrified. Then they ask the Elder Chief what to do. Keeping the plan going is getting harder, and if they can't hold the Ghoul Seal, they'll have no choice but to move to Plan B. He orders them to release the Black Cloud immediately, even if it affects all of Gorgon. But the protagonist hears every word they say. He addresses Maihan directly, saying he already knows he's Gorgon Castle's external commander and also the Elder Chief of the Golden Sect. He says he doesn't know what Maihan is trying to do or why they're infecting spirits, but one thing he does know, he likes people like him. The protagonist gets ready for a devastating attack, and Maihan sees it coming. He yells that it doesn't matter what it is, they need to stop it. At the same time, the protagonist says he's truly thankful people like Maihan exist. Because of that, he doesn't have to feel guilty about wiping this world out. Then he unleashes the strongest thrusts he's used on this planet. The attack shoots upward, bursting into the sky like fireworks, and everyone is left in awe. Yurin Shiver can't even move. Jahir tells him to get it together, but Yurin just stares at that overwhelming hope. He remembers the Castellan's words that the people there needed hope, a hope that would never waver, an overwhelming hope. And now he says he's finally felt the overwhelming hope the Castellan spoke of, coming from a man who talks about destroying the world. That was the last thing he expected. After that attack, Maihan is split in half, actually into so many pieces no one could count them. Still, he admits the boy is truly monstrous, but it's too late now because Gorgon, the Castellan, is already finished. The protagonist walks over to finish what he started, and drives his sword into the man's face. Then Jahir calls out to the protagonist, who asks if the old man is still asleep. Jahir says they've shaken him over and over, but he won't wake up. The protagonist then hurls the old man hard into a wall, and everyone yells, asking what he's doing. The old man thinks that pain feels weirdly familiar as his pelvis screams in agony, and and Jihurin says he should have woken up on his own. They call him over fast. The Castellan is at his limit. Then the body starts to move. The target's spiritual corruption rate has passed 99.9%, and ghoulification is now about to happen. The system starts calculating the target's danger level, but reaches the conclusion that it can't be measured. The system's final verdict: Mega Ghoul. Gorgon's automatic alarm system activates, and everyone starts running to evacuate. The guards order a full evacuation with no exceptions. They have to prevent any more incidents. James curses and asks what the hell this is and what's happening in the castle. Then the old man tells the extermination captain that he and the internal commander need to be evacuated. He tells the protagonist to help out, saying his thrust is still too sharp to be used for saving people. The protagonist asks when he changed swords, and the old man gets mad, reminding him that he was the one who broke the last one. Then he says enough talking. He enters the world of paintings again to save the Castellan. But when he starts creating that art around the Castellan to restore him to how he used to be, the Castellan begins reliving his memories. The old man tells the protagonist that the ghoul cut can wake buried memories like these. He says he tried it during the Mino incident too, and once the target is filled with memories, the most urgent problem should be solved. But then someone disagrees with him, startling the old man. He immediately remembers something from long ago and asks about that voice coming from the Castellan. The voice turns toward him, and those eyes make him sure of one thing: that is not the Castellan. Then the Castellan really opens his eyes, and everyone is horrified. The protagonist calls to the old man, and the old man says, "Something is wrong. This is something else. It isn't the Castellan." Then the creature tears through all those chains and rises up, towering over them. With that, it opens those terrifying eyes, staring at everyone while black aura pours out. Then it fully completes its transformation, floating in the air. The old man is now certain this isn't the Castellan. It is something he warned about before. When that thing touches the ground, they all feel the pressure, and it says it's astonishing. Who would have thought it would reach this place through that body? That thing is pure hatred. It says that in the end this man also became a ghoul, and then it notices a familiar face. It starts smiling at the doctor, calling him an incomplete awakened one, and asking why he's still in chaos. Didn't he get what he wanted in the abyss 900 years ago? The old man says that creature is the owner of the ghoul palace at the center of chaos, the only being who can open a gate to the abyss, the one and only king, the catastrophe. The protagonist thinks that even with suspicion, he still has no idea what this thing really is, and the situation starts to annoy him. The one king, meanwhile, enjoys their fear. The protagonist can tell it's like a ghoul, but not one, and asks what the hell it is. The creature just waves its hand and asks why he never left chaos. Its influence spreads everywhere, destroying the old man's world. It can't even imagine the old man stayed behind to save a world this worthless. The doctor is shocked that with just one motion, it completely erased the world he built. Even then, the one king keeps smiling at the whole situation. It says the protagonist is an interesting human, because even after fully awakening, he still has a human heart. The old man thinks the one king used the Castellan's corrupted descent into Gouldom to take over his body. So what they're seeing now is only a tiny shadow of the one king. But he's already shaking, thinking that if just a shadow feels this overwhelming, the real thing must be beyond imagination. Under that pressure, the monster seems hundreds of times bigger than it really is. Then the protagonist calls to the old man and asks if he failed. Right after that, he says he'll just kill the thing. The king repeats that word, kill? Is he saying he plans to kill the great one king? Then it starts stretching its neck until its head bends away from its body in an L shape, laughing at the protagonist and calling him funny. The doctor warns the protagonist not to do it. This isn't something that can be killed or stopped. Not even Mulak could do anything against it. This may only be a shadow, but it's still unbelievably strong. The Prota tells him not to be scared. They can win this. The old man can't understand how he's staying so calm in front of something this powerful. Then the king bursts out laughing. It's loud enough to show he doesn't take the Prota seriously at all. After that, he casually puts his neck back in place. Then he stares at the boy. This time he spits a sword out of his mouth and tells him to come if he wants. Grabbing it with both hands, he pulls out that great sword. He calls him a foolish awakened one. A human-hearted awakened fool daring to face him head-on, and the monster looks more than ready for a fight. So the clash is finally about to begin. He says he always knew that brat was strange, but never thought he'd go this far. The king is surprised there are still people trying to reach the end of that world. Still, he says that's not enough, and grabs the Prota by the head. And he says the boy is even weaker than that nightmare from 900 years ago. The Prota can barely break free, but he jumps away at the last second, escaping the Castellan's sword. At the same time, he manages to stab the creature's arm. He tears it right off. He thinks that's good, one of its arms is gone, so now he can slow down, but the severed arm suddenly comes flying back at him. He has no idea what's happening and only has time to barely dodge the attack. It almost smashes him in the jaw, and he answers with another, stabs straight through the middle of that ghoul-like body, but it keeps attacking like nothing happened. Then it catches part of the Prota's cape. The king says corruption is a sickness of time. Now the Prota's arm is injured, and the king explains that one look at the Void Sword can make hundreds of years pass, or rather, thousands. A soul can't endure that much time. It ages, rots, and turns into a ghoul. But the Prota says that won't work on him. He stabs into the damaged flesh and rips it away, saying he just has to tear out that part of his soul. The king is shocked that he cut away part of his aged soul and stayed sane. He praises that terrifying willpower but says this is the end. Then he starts pulling more swords from his body. The Prota is horrified by that. There are way too many blades. The king gets ready to control them. He moves the swords through the air with his mind and aims them at the Prota. Then he launches the great swords at him for real, and the old man ducks because he knows there's nothing he can do. The king suddenly notices the sword in the Prota sheath and says it's a replica of the Tower of Nightmares. He mocks it as a fine toy made by a nightmare, while the Prota does everything he can to avoid the incoming blades. The old man grows more worried, but the Prota says he knows what to do. He plants his sword in the ground and gets ready for the king's next attack. The king comes in fast and the Prota stops his sword while the king is still in midair. The old man gets thrown backward, while the king leans in and whispers that if he keeps resisting like this, his soul won't last. The Prota knows he's right, he can't win like this. No matter how many times he uses his insight, he can't find a weak point, and the strange particles in this place make it even harder to focus. Then he remembers when the doctor told him his unique world was called the blank-marked world. It was born from his wish to keep alive the memories of everyone who disappeared, and every awakened one has a world of their own. That world takes shape from the keyword they gained when they awakened, tied to an emotion or desire. The stronger the awakened one, the more beings they can carry into that personal world. So the Prota realizes it's time to turn this around, and he knocks the Soul King's sword away. Then he throws himself forward. He fully activates his world, the world of oblivion. Everything changes. That tree and the eye appear and the king finally sees it. The doctor realizes this is hell. It really is hell, and he understands he's been living in a world like this all along. It's a hellish place filled with nothing but hatred and rage toward the world. The king asks if this is his ideal and says it's interesting, but the Prota drives his sword straight into the middle of the king's mouth before he can resist. He says at least he doesn't have to deal with those annoying particles anymore. With that hit, several of the king's teeth fly out, yet he still starts laughing. Then vines burst from his body and rush toward the Prota. He rises again face to face with the boy, mouth shattered, and says the fool keeps challenging him, without knowing how to finish him off. Then he raises his hand and slams the Prota downward. The boy is pinned there, and pain tears through him as the king drives him deeper into the ground, opening a hole. The doctor is terrified. Water starts pouring out of the hole and the king steps on the Prota's chest, saying someone who never let go of hatred was an interesting existence, one he hadn't seen in a long time. Then he draws his sword again, ready to stab the Prota and kill him. He says it was fun, which is a shame, but before he can finish it, the Prota opens his eyes like a true main character, and before the king can react, the Prota fires an attack from below. It hits him right in the middle. The king is genuinely surprised and the Prota says it was fun, but he's only getting started. The king says that's hilarious. The boy can't leave even a real wound, and yet the king starts rebuilding himself after being knocked down. His body pulls itself back together, becoming even uglier. The Prota can only ask what the hell this is. Now at this point, he looks like an Elden Ring boss. Then the monster attacks again. The Prota slips out of the way, but the monster swings its hand up at him. He blocks it, but then gets smashed away and J1 is sent flying. He ends up pinned into a wall. The boy coughs up blood and the king charges him again. Once more the Prota dodges, appears behind him and sets up another thrust. But the monster turns at the perfect moment, sees the strike coming, and knocks it away. The king says that for hundreds of thousands of years he has watched the beings who shape the world and every one of them climb that tree carrying different questions. He stares deep at the Prota and asks what answer he's seeking up there. While carrying a world like this, what his question even is. Then he attacks the boy again, but the Prota manages to hold him back as the king says he gets it. Now, he says this world itself is the Prota's question. So what is this world to him? Destruction, annihilation, or eradication? Then he starts to understand. For the Prota, this world is an apocalypse. That's the only name that fits it. He says it's an arrogant world because a mere human is questioning the value of the Mirage Tree's own existence. Then he asks if that's really what the boy is challenging, following the law of his world, and attacks again. The Prota retreats while asking what the hell he's even talking about. The king is confused too, then realizes it wasn't a question after all. At the same time, the Prota sets his stance again, getting ready to unleash a much bigger attack. He says he's been in a situation like this before, somewhere else when he fought that demon. Then it clicks. The thing in front of him is the shadow that descended into the Castellan, which means he still can do something. He prepares a thrust. The king notices, but the Prota's attack comes too fast for him to do anything. After that, the king is nearly falling apart. He calls the Prota an arrogant man and asks if he still doesn't understand that he can't kill him. But with every strike, he becomes more twisted and hideous, and finally says this insolence is getting boring, so he'll end the Prota for good. He lunges at the boy, literally trying to bite Jawan whole. But then the Prota draws his blade and readies the next attack. As he jumps, he starts seeing those same lines again, the ones that show a weak point. He says he knew it. The king was connected to that body. With that, he strikes right at the connection. The king thinks that's impossible. That power belongs in fiction. Then the Prota drives in, his sword with all his strength, and the king calls him an existence living for the apocalypse. He says he'll be waiting for him at the entrance to the abyss. With that, he finally leaves. The Prota is left wrecked, huge chunks torn from both arms. And that was only a shadow of the king's true self. He starts thinking he needs to get stronger. Plain thrusts aren't enough anymore. He remembers the heavy thrust in particular. It's a good move for fighting an army, but against one powerful enemy, the attack spreads too wide to be effective. This time, he could only use it as a distraction to buy time, so now he needs a new skill made for fighting a single target. After that, the doctor is lying on the ground when Jahir arrives with Yeren. Then the Castellan calls to the Prota, and he realizes the Castellan is still alive and asking if the Prota can come closer. He tells Jahir that even after becoming Gorgon, he kept watching over him. He's deeply thankful that MC stood against the One King. Then he grabs his arm, which the protagonist clearly doesn't like. Still, the Castellan says maybe this is the moment for Gorgon to change, and asks him to accept it. He starts pouring his power into Jaewon's arm. A branch appears there, and he says it carries a familiar aura. It reminds him of Yeren, Jahir, the old man, Minohan, and everyone else living in the city. He can feel warm memories inside it. Then he asks MC, please don't forget his human heart. A little later, James' first edition arrives and asks if everyone is alright while the old man can only complain about his back. But when they look over, they see Jaewon coming back and notice the mark on his arm stretching from his shoulder to his wrist. Seeing that, everyone kneels before him. Yeren is shocked, thinking about the Castellan. Then he finally understands if this was his wish, then so be it. He says he and Yuren Shiver will serve the new Castellan of Gorgon. Everyone bows to Jaewon. Then 2 days later, Yuren Shiver comes to him who wants nothing to do with the role. He says he's not the Castellan and already made that clear, but Yuren Shiver says he seems to have forgotten the details of his promise. So he reminds him the protagonist promised to save the Castellan and kill the traitors, while Yuren Shiver promised to help organize the expedition squad to the Abyss. The protagonist asks if he's dumping the responsibility on him because the Castellan died, and Yuren Shiver admits that's basically it. MC answers that the old Castellan is dead, but since the new one is alive, there shouldn't be a problem. Yuren Shiver agrees, saying that's exactly why he will have to keep his promise too, now that Mr. He is the Castellan. The protagonist hates the idea. He asks how things ended up like this, saying he doesn't have time to waste in this castle. He has to keep moving and reach the Abyss. He asks Yuren Shiver if he can hand the title to someone else, but the answer is immediate, impossible. Gorgon wouldn't accept it. MC is stunned and asks if by Gorgon he means that symbol, realizing that thing chose him. Yuren Shiver says that's why the title can't just be passed around. The Castellan of Gorgon only changes when the previous one dies. On top of that, today's paperwork still needs to be handled. Since Jaewon just became Castellan, there are records and other documents waiting for him too. He starts reading and finds some very strange laws. The first says insulting the Castellan in the street means public lynching. A second offense brings soul removal. A third means total soul destruction. That's when he realizes why everyone keeps speaking so nicely about the Castellan. Yuren Shiver tells him to use anything on the desk if he wants, then says he'll go sort the books and the protagonist can call if he needs anything. But MC opens a drawer and finds a crumpled paper ball inside. It turns out to be from the 17th Castellan. The message congratulates him, even though the writer had no idea who would find it. If Jaewon found it, that means he's the new Castellan. Even the little paper doll moves all stiffly as it says he must be thinking hard about how to rule Gorgon Castle. The protagonist asks what this is and whether it's magical paper, noticing it's not a doll made with psychic power. The Castellan tells him not to worry, because a Castellan has only one job: to enjoy himself. A good Castellan is one who has fun. Public safety belongs to the administrative division, internal matters go to the internal commander, and outside affairs go to the external commander. They've always handled everything well. Apparently this advice has been passed down through generations of Castellans. MC quickly realizes every past Castellan was lazy. The Castellan goes on to say that according to Huang's records, half the Castellans were crushed by too much work, which sped up their spiritual corruption and led to their deaths. Jaewon sees that this advice isn't just for him, it's also for Gorgon itself. The message warns him not to be greedy. Don't try to change things, and don't work too hard, because everyone there already knows this world can't be changed. That's why in this world, what matters isn't change, it's making life last longer. So instead of chasing change for the sake of a few, he should do nothing for the sake of the many. The speaker begs the boy not to be greedy, while giving off that eerie aura. In the chaos, the only good Castellan is a Castellan who does nothing. Jaewon says he's starting to understand what kind of being the Castellan of this place is. Someone who gives up hope just to stay alive. Someone who blocks change to protect many lives. But then Yuren Shiver walks in and asks what's troubling him so much. He tells him that he's going to get rid of the Castellan of Gorgon. Yuren Shiver asks what that's supposed to mean. Jaewon says it has to start here, then asks him what a castle really is. Yuren Shiver says that's a strange question, but a castle is a fortress, and a fortress is a military structure that protects allies from enemies. The protagonist asks what happens if there are no enemies left, if no one ever attacks the castle again. That leaves Yuren Shiver startled. In that case, the castle would have no reason to exist, and a Castellan wouldn't be needed either. Even so, he insists a castle without enemies is impossible. Jaewon says it isn't, because he's going to unite the chaos. After that declaration, the story explains that funerals don't exist in the chaos. Instead, they hold floating soul ceremonies to say goodbye to people who have vanished forever. A funeral is meant to remember the dead, but a floating soul ceremony is meant to erase them. During it, the story of the vanished soul is told again and again, so that after the ceremony ends, their name is never spoken anymore. It's the final gift the chaos gives those who are gone. Euron says they knew Emil Groshek, but they can't bury him. He no longer exists anywhere in the world, no body, no soul. Only memories remain, while he becomes food for the Tree of Mirage. That's why they must forget Emil Groshek. During the week-long floating soul ceremony, they speak of him one last time, over and over, until there's nothing left to say. Jae-hwan thinks he's finally learned the name of that old bastard, Emil Groshek, the one who forced the title of Castellan onto him. Then he catches the thoughts of people nearby and they're shocked that MC is wearing the Castellan's clothes. They wonder if such a young soul really became Castellan, saying they heard he isn't even 100 years old yet. Crying, they ask if Yorin is plotting something again. Then someone approaches him saying he looks like the kind of person she'd love to fight. And when Jae-hwan looks at the woman, he's surprised. Right after that, another man steps up and asks if he is the new Castellan. The doctor says it looks like she arrived too late. She's the vice leader of the Sacred Servant Guild, and apparently that old man from the School Forest Guild got here first. She finds that interesting, and asks the doctor who he's betting on, but he says a bet only matters when there's actually something to wager. Then that man asks Jae-hwan how old he is, since he heard he was very young. The protagonist says he's around 60. The man is stunned and asks if Gorgon started using a hereditary system. Crying, he even asks if MC is the Castellan's son, and everyone thinks that's ridiculous. Calling him that old bastard son is way too much. Still, no matter how young he is, the man says he must know how people end up in the chaos. Either way, he hopes they can get along, and he reaches out to shake Jae-hwan's hand, introducing himself as the vice leader of the School Forest Guild, Zhang Gohan. Inside, he thinks the rumors were true. The new Castellan is an unadapted one. At last, he may be able to make Gorgon pay for the humiliation he suffered 10 years ago. Back then, his leader ordered him to get permission to open a branch in Gorgon, no matter what it took. He says that while bribing the guards at the northern outpost, he was caught by that arrogant commander. At the time, Carlton Javier declared he was under arrest for bribing the guards, and after that, Emil asked how he could ever allow a branch from someone who tried to bribe his men and stir up trouble. That left him furious. He was rejected directly by a Castellan, just as arrogant as the outpost chief. But now, the Castellan is dead, and that damn northern outpost chief is in the hospital. The new Castellan is just some rookie. To him, this is a gift from heaven. So he grabs Jae-hwan with bad intentions and activates a top-level battle formation. That energy rushes straight at the protagonist. He's shocked when he sees the 8 gates of hell. As soon as one gate opens, a giant dragon comes out from inside. On its back, the dragon opens its mouth and prepares to blast fire at Jae-hwan. The others are stunned, asking if the Castellan situation hasn't gotten crazy. That bastard really used the 8 gates of hell on the Castellan. They call it unbelievably cruel, way too much for a 60-year-old kid. Watching it all, Zhang asks MC what he thinks of his strongest battle formation, saying he must already be trapped in a hallucination created by Tiamat's hellfire. That red dragon should be the one screaming and begging, but he says chaos has its own special way of greeting people. Zhang starts shaking as the protagonist squeezes his hand even harder. Still holding on, Jae-hwan tells him, now it's time to return the favor, because Tiamat is already dead beyond the gate of hell. Then MC pays him back with the lost enchantment. That strange eye of his locks onto Zhang, and Zhang lets out a scream, feeling like he's staring straight into hell. Everyone around them is shocked, unable to believe Jae-hwan broke free from the 8 gates of hell. Zhang Huan says that insulting the Castellan should earn him a public beating, but he'll go easy this time and only warn him to be more careful. The doctor is disappointed, saying that was way too boring. He expected a real beating. Meanwhile, the woman can only wonder who this kid really is. With that over, the ceremony moves on to the Castellan's opening speech. Jae-hwan walks up to the podium, and even the doctor looks surprised that the kid is really going to give a speech. Then a bad feeling starts creeping in. He introduces himself as Zhang Huan, the new Castellan of Gorgon, but says he doesn't know Emil Groshek, doesn't know what he did, what kind of life he lived, and honestly, he doesn't care. He already knows everyone is unhappy with him. They're probably thinking some young guy with weak spiritual pressure became Castellan just by luck. And he admits that's partly true, because to be honest, he wasn't even in Gorgon. Still, Gorgon accepted him as its Castellan. So even if he says something crazy like throwing away the title or uniting chaos, even if he gives off a dangerous feeling just by standing there, some people still decide to hear him out first. The crowd is stunned. They can't believe an outsider became their ruler, and some even wonder if he's from the Palace of Reincarnation. What will happen to chaos now? Yurin Shiver says it doesn't matter how strange he is. Jae-hwan is still his master, and that sends everyone into an uproar. Yurin adds that he believes the protagonist wouldn't do anything that would put Gorgon's future at risk. But before long, someone comes to see him. Jahir apologizes for bothering him so early, but says things may have gotten out of hand. Yurin quickly gets ready and rushes to the room. When he opens the door, a flood of papers bursts out and scares them both. Garen Shiver stares and asks how much work has piled up. The whole room is packed with documents, so he says no one could fake working in a mess like this. But the one inside isn't Jaewon at all. It's Carlton Javier doing all the work. Darren asks what he's doing there when he should be in the hospital. Carlton answers that his master told him to stay there, so Darren Shiver asks where his master is. Meanwhile, MC is far away, smashing statues. And every one of those statues is Carlton Javier. The doctor complains about all kinds of Carlton versions being destroyed, even one that looked like Carlton in agony, whining about how much money they could have made. Jaewon just says the important thing is that he created a new technique. Then he grabs his sword and takes a fighting stance. The old man notices the setup is smoother than usual, and from the way the blade moves he figures it was inspired by his own slash. He starts thinking the move will be called Shangyu Thrust, but the protagonist asks if he wants to get stabbed like the name suggests. The old man gets annoyed, asking what the kid is even talking about. After all the effort he put into naming it, Jaewon only got more full of himself. Still, he says it's worth testing. The moment MC attacks, the old man jumps aside to avoid the strike. Even Curver reacts, and the old man asks if he was seriously trying to hit him, complaining that the kid has no respect for elders. Then he looks back and realizes someone else was standing there and got hit. That person is the leader of the Thunder Clan. He's shocked to see him collapsed on the ground. It's Anyang, leader of the Thunder Dadius clan. The old man wonders what happened to him. A few minutes earlier, they had asked Anyang if he was sure the Castellan was at the training grounds. He said yes, and then peered through a small gap, spotted Jaewon, and started charging up his power. Calling on the power of Thunder Dadius, he declared that today he would become Castellan. He didn't care if others called it cowardly. To him, assassination was still true one-on-one combat, but then he noticed something flying his way. Jaewon's attack. When he wakes up completely wrecked, he jumps in shock. The doctor is surprised he's awake, and Onyang starts yelling again, asking why the doctor is there. He rambles that he's always admired dirty tricks, and knew a day like this would come. Then he asks who the hell the protagonist is, and the doctor tells him that's the Castellan of Gorgon. Anjoing says he's never heard of anyone like him in Chaos or even in the Great Lands, and the doctor admits he hasn't either. So Anyang says that's exactly why he's asking. How does any of this make sense? The doctor replies that it really doesn't. Honestly, nothing about Jaewon makes sense, especially after everything he's done. Anyang realizes the doctor means it, but says it doesn't matter anyway. He tells MC to fight him again, swearing he'll win this time. Then he demands to know how the Castellan attacked before he even showed himself. The doctor points out how shameless that is, since Anyang was the one trying to assassinate him. Jaewon simply agrees and accepts the challenge. That only makes Anyang angrier and he charges in. He slips past the first two strikes. Anyang admits he's faster than he looks, then swings down with his daggers and asks why Jaewon won't try dodging this. As he launches the attack, he bursts forward like a blur straight at the protagonist. But when he stops, he realizes he still couldn't hit him. That only makes him even madder, and he says he didn't want to use this yet. Then he starts drawing on the power of Thunder Dais, forming a spinning force above his head. He declares that this next move will end the fight in one blow with the power of Thunder Dais. But right when he's about to fire, Jaewon appears behind him. MC says that skill takes way too long to charge, and lands another thrust. Sometime later, someone opens the door and reports that the Castellan barely defeated the Thunder Clan leader. He says the news is already spreading, and then heads back out. The doctor says he did well, but figures a lot more strong fighters will start challenging Jaewon now. Anyang says it took him exactly 100 years to reach that point, because he came from one of the 5 great families of the Great Lands, the Yang family. He, Yang, had once been part of that family, or rather more exactly, he was a slave beaten by his masters. The companions who cleared the tower with him also became members of the family, and they thought they'd spend the rest of their lives together. But one by one, they were sold off to battlefields or died as slaves, so he worked for nearly 100 years. Most of the other slaves died, but somehow he survived. After building trust for all that time, he finally earned the rank of official servant. But on the very day he became one, he fought against his fate for the first time, because he couldn't keep living like that forever. Throwing away the 100 years of trust he had earned, he stole the Yang family's vault of secret techniques. Among them was the highest-ranked skill he got his hands on, the Thunder Daos technique. The moment he obtained it, the cells in his body were restored, and he could freely use the power of Thunder Daos. That was the Yang family's secret art. Of course, the result was 20 years of being hunted by the Yang family before he was beheaded. But after being thrown into chaos, he used the Thunder Daos technique to claim the 9th seat of the 10 sects in just 100 years. Even so, that man who hasn't even lived 100 years is the Castellan of Chaos. And when Anyang remembers what the doctor said, how could someone like that really be Castellan? Then he admits the doctor was right. Nothing about Jaewon makes any sense. The doctor, who understood despair better than almost anyone after what happened with the Abyss Expedition Squad, was actually smiling. Seeing that, Onyang stays angry, but the doctor tells him he should feel lucky. At least he met this guy before learning what real despair looks like. The doctor says Onyang is probably wondering just how much potential Jaewon has. Then he explains that 1 week before he arrived, Gorgon had almost been completely taken over by the Golden Heaven sect. Onyang is stunned to hear that, and the doctor says he doesn't know what trick they used to turn Gorgon's men to their side, but it felt like they had been preparing to seize Gorgon for a long time. Still, The one who saved Gorgon when it was on the edge of collapse and defeated the only king who descended into the Castellan's body was Jaewon, their current Castellan. Onang is shocked and says the doctor should have told him that sooner. The doctor fires back, asking who tried to assassinate him before anyone could explain anything, and tells him not to blame others for his own mistakes. Then another person suddenly arrives and surprises them both, announcing that Gorgon has come to request a duel with the Castellan of Gorgon. He says he came with the leader of the Sun Sea sect, but first he wants a match of his own. He's Kang Wang, leader of the Flame King sect. Jaewon tells him that's not needed. He tells both of them to come at once. He's working on his technique and doesn't have time to spare, leaving them both stunned. The doctor just sighs and says a lot of people are about to get hurt today. The two of them agree, saying he'll regret talking like that. Kang Wang rushes in, using his firepower to coat his sword and strike. At the last second, Jaewon slips away and avoids it. The blow tears through the wall behind him. The doctor says he'll burn down the whole training ground, while Yeon points out that in this heated state, he probably can't hear a thing. Kang Wang keeps attacking, and the protagonist catches the blade, locking him in a raw power clash. Kang Wang asks if he's scared of the flames, but Jaewon says not at all. He drives a punch straight into the sword, even with his hand covered in fire. That forces Kang Wang to shift his grip, and MC tells him to let him know later whether he feared that thrust because the moment he strikes, Kang Wang vanishes from the room, blasted through the wall. Jaewon thinks it's still hard to control his strength. The doctor wonders how he's supposed to explain this to Yorin, and even Yeon can hardly believe it. Meanwhile, the Sun Sea leader floods the area with water, putting out the flames as he draws his sword from the water. He says Kang Wang will be fine, and Jaewon reminds him he told both of them to attack together. The man answers that he just hates heat. Then he raises his sword and politely asks him to be his opponent. The two of them stand face to face. Seeing him summon that much water, Jaewon notes one used lightning, the other used fire, and now it's water like some kind of Pokemon lineup. Still, jokes aside, he can tell this one is stronger than the others. So the protagonist moves first with a thrust, but Kamen stops it and counters right away with a sideways slash. Jaewon notices this man is different. He can't sense despair in him like he did in the others. It's more like Kamen is holding back. MC attacks again, but Kamen dodges and is caught off guard when Jaewon comes from above with another thrust, driving it straight down at him. Kamen barely avoids it and guards himself. When he sees that strike, he realizes Kang Wang would have been finished if he tried to block it. So Kamen admits he lost, but Jaewon says he's hiding his real strength. Kamen replies that some things are clear even before a fight reaches the end. Since he lost, he says they'll talk about the Abyss Expedition Squad. Later, when Kang Wang wakes up, he starts cursing the Thunder Deus leader, shocked that he lost by such a small gap. The doctor asks if he plans to blame someone else for a fight he lost himself, which only makes him angrier. Then Yang says that no matter what, the question now is what the two sect leaders will do. Since they lost, they have no choice but to join the Abyss Expedition Squad. Kamen says he actually came here planning to join from the start, and when asked directly, he confirms it. Kang Wang thinks about Kamen, remembering he's always been that kind of man, a close friend of Emil, the former Castellan of Gorgon. Back then, though, he lacked the skill to join the squad. In those days, the expedition squad lost all its strength and hope at once, and Kamen saw the end of it with his own eyes. 900 years have passed, and he kept sharpening his blade with revenge in his heart. Kamen says he was planning to head for the Abyss soon anyway, and the doctor is surprised. He says fine, then asks what the Flame King will do, and Kang Wang says he has no choice after losing the duel. Then he asks about the Thunder Deus leader, who says he's made up his mind and starts to leave. Everyone asks where he's going, and the doctor can't believe it, asking if he's really planning to challenge them again after seeing the gap between them. But instead he drops to his knees at Jaewon's feet, and no one understands what's happening. He declares that he, Young, leader of the Thunder Deus sect, swears loyalty from this moment on to him and the Castellan of Gorgon. Seeing that, the protagonist tells him he doesn't need to swear loyalty, but Young insists. He says he'll follow with absolute loyalty, even after death. Jaewon dryly says he's already died once, and Young is left stunned. Then Young begs him to accept him into his family in any role at all, even something like captain. The doctor asks what family he's even talking about, and Young hurriedly says he won't steal anything like secret techniques, just please accept him. He used to belong to the Young family and ran away after stealing their techniques, so now he wants to do the same again. The doctor asks if he really means that, even as the leader of the Thunder Deus sect. Did he think about the sect's future before saying it? Yang answers that the Thunder Deus sect no longer exists in chaos. The doctor asks what he means by that, and Yang says only 7 survivors remain, including himself. Then he explains that 1 week ago the Thunder Deus sect was wiped out. The doctor asks if he's really saying the Thunder Deus sect is gone, and Yang says yes. The doctor asks when it happened, and Yang repeats that it was a week ago. So the doctor sums it up, the Thunder Deus sect was destroyed, and by coincidence Gorgon announced that the new Castellan would be chosen through duels. So Yang came here aiming for the Castellan seat, thinking this was his one big chance. But when he actually fought Jaewon, he got crushed. His sect is gone. He failed to become Castellan, and now he's asking to be accepted as a follower, because he has nowhere else to go. Yang says that's exactly right with a shameless look on his face, and the doctor realizes he really has no pride at all. Still, he points out that if the Thunder Deus sect was destroyed a week ago, rumors should have spread by now. Kamen says that even with the distance between Manticore and Gorgon, a whole week is a long time. Then Yang tells the doctor that he said the Castellans saved Gorgon, and the doctor replies that he already explained it. That kid saved Gorgon from the Golden Heaven sect. Yang suddenly puts it together. Kang Huang wonders if it was really the Golden Heaven sect. And Kamen thinks that can't be right, because the chaos in the inner castle a week ago was caused by that same sect. The doctor then realizes they were the ones who destroyed Yang's sect, and Yang says exactly, the Thunder Daya sect wasn't the only one to be wiped out. The third-ranked Shadow sect and even the top-ranked Sky Dragons also fell, and none of them could defend themselves against the Golden Heaven sect. Everyone is shocked. Then the doctor asks what happened to Manticore Castle, and Yang says it was completely taken over by the Golden Heaven sect a week ago. The doctor thinks that explains it. There's no way news like that could be hidden for a whole week unless the castle itself was involved. They must have sealed the area with a barrier, which means the Golden Heaven sect, after taking Manticore, is controlling the skill system and blocking message skills too. Kang Huang asks him to slow down because he isn't following all of this. He asks if that means 3 of the 10 sects of chaos were beaten at once, and all by the 10th-ranked Golden Heaven sect. The answer is yes. Kamen says he'd heard rumors that the Golden Heaven sect had been growing stronger, but how did they become powerful enough to completely seize Manticore in just a few years? Then Jaehuan asks if a lower number in the ranking means more strength, and everyone turns to stare at him in shock. Yang starts making fun of MC, asking if he only figured that out now even as Castellan. Jaehuan instantly gets mad, almost ready to kill everyone, and some of them go pale. One look at his killing aura makes Yang drop the joke and apologize, begging him to spare him while promising to explain everything. The protagonist calms down at once, and Yang is shocked he's still alive. The doctor notes that he just escaped death. Yang explains that MC should already know there are 4 great castles and 10 sects ruling chaos, usually called the 10 sects of chaos, but those 10 sects aren't equal. There's a ranking from 1 to 10. Rank 1 is the strongest, and the gap between them is huge all the way down to rank 10. The top 3 are especially powerful. Even so, the 9th-ranked Thunder Daya sect, the 3rd-ranked Shadow sect, and the 1st-ranked Sky Dragon sect were all defeated by the 10th-ranked Golden Heaven sect, and even Manticore Castle was captured. Rang says he doesn't know what kind of backing they have, but he's sure someone powerful is supporting them. And while people were trapped in fear, they were already moving to take Gorgon after capturing Manticore. They're forcing the others under their control. They're taking the castles one by one, and their goal is the same as his. He starts wondering if the nightmares in the hymn that man mentioned are in Manticore. That thought makes him furious. Meanwhile, somewhere else, someone completely loses it. His men report that they still failed to get the Guardian's horn, but they had no choice. That thing could have slaughtered everyone in the hall. The one hearing this is Lin Jin-hyung, leader of the Golden Heaven sect. And honestly, he has the face of a total madman. His subordinates go on to say the leader of the Sky Dragon sect was captured and had all his limbs cut off, while the leader of the Dark Forest sect is still resisting, though not for much longer. Jinhong grabs a kunai, then flings it at one of the heads nearby, saying that's great, and asking if they captured the leader of the Thunder God sect too, but they admit not yet, and the man speaking gets a kunai buried in his shoulder. He begs for forgiveness while Jinhong calmly says it's fine, telling him to forget it. Then he asks where the man ran off to, and they're told he likely escaped to Gorgon. That catches Jinhong off guard. He didn't expect the sect leaders to join forces the moment Manticore fell. Then his thoughts turn to Gorgon. He heard some damn fool there is risking his seat as Castle Lord of Gorgon to form an Abyss expedition squad. Jinhong can't believe anyone in Chaos still thinks that way. And even though they had fewer troops than Manticore, the first Elder Mihan worked hard to gather the foundation stones. He's probably too ashamed to face the Dark Monarch now. So Jinhong orders them to open the screen. There he sees the name Jaehanwan, the new Castle Lord. They confirm that's right, and now that he looks closer, the name feels strangely familiar. Then a message arrives. It's from the Dark Monarch, and Jinhong immediately wonders if it's about tracking down the runaway product. He realizes they're asking him to find something they couldn't even use themselves, and tells his men to inform them that they got the message first. Growing impatient, he turns to the man in front of him, who's shaking in fear, and says the more he thinks about it, the less it makes sense. Some random product killed a cultivator during a tutorial, destroyed the tower, and then made it into chaos. The man keeps trembling while his friend looks sorry for him. Jinhong just keeps laughing. Then he kills that man, driving a kunai straight into the middle of his forehead, and asks if they really think a story like that makes any sense. The other man says it doesn't, and Jinhong agrees it's insane. Something like that shouldn't be possible. When asked what they should do about the Thunder God sect leader who fled to Gorgon, Jinhong says to leave him alone. The others don't quite get it. So he explains that the leaders of the 10 sects all headed to Gorgon after hearing the Castle Lord position was on the line, and says those are the people they need to watch for the sake of his plan to unify chaos. If anything, this helps them, because Gorgon will soon be destroyed by the dead. He thinks back to the huge evil energy the dead released from inside Gorgon Fortress a week ago. That had to be Soul King catastrophe. The energy vanished fast, but that's not the scary part. The dead can summon more dead, and those bastards are about to learn why Soul King catastrophe is known as one of the 12 monarchs of the Great Lands. But the doctor says that's impossible, because the monarchs agreed not to interfere in chaos. Yang asks, who besides the monarchs could give strength great enough to stand against the 10 sects? Then Gang says he heard the Great Lands are in the middle of wars, so maybe someone is using that chaos to interfere here, so maybe they should try contacting the Palace of Resurrection. Cayman is shocked. He'd even suggest that the Palace of Resurrection is where the monarchs and the 5 great clans revive, and it's also the group that manages all the fruits of chaos. He adds that if one of the 12 monarchs is involved, then the treaty has been broken. The doctor agrees. In exchange for the Palace of Resurrection taking all the fruits, the monarchs of the Great Lands and the 5 great clans made a treaty and promised not to interfere in the affairs of chaos. But Gang says they still need to question them about this. Cayman, however, says that's only a guess, and besides, he hates the idea of asking them for help. Worse, what if they're all working together? Gang doesn't have an answer. Then the doctor looks at Jaiwan and says things seem to have gone too far, asking what they'll do now. Manticore has fallen, and 3 of the 10 sects are already down. If they keep following his plan, it'll probably lead to war. He says it doesn't matter. Those enemies had to be faced sooner or later. But the doctor remembers what Yuren Shiver said, that the Castle Lord wants to unify chaos, wipe out all enemies, and give up the Castle Lord's seat, because a Castle Lord isn't needed if there's no castle left. Then the doctor says it can't be that simple. Unifying chaos is on a completely different level from just forcing the 4 castles and 10 sects to bow to him. The Palace of Resurrection is stronger than all 4 castles and all 10 sects put together. At Jae Hawan's current level, beating them is impossible. No matter how strong he is, some things can't be done alone. Just then, sunlight starts pouring inside. The protagonist says it doesn't matter, and that's exactly why the doctor is here with him. I already thought Jaiwan was reckless, but he's really treating the old man like an ally. He looks at him and the old man is stunned. MC says they were right. He doesn't have much experience, and he hasn't lived that long, but since the old man is here, that's enough. The old man asks when he ever said he'd join him, so he simply asks if he won't. The old man gets awkward, wondering why a mere 60-year-old brat is making him feel this way. Then Jaiwan turns to the others and says, just like they heard, he isn't only recruiting for the Abyss Expedition Squad. He's going to unify chaos and destroy the Palace of Resurrection that took the fruits 900 years ago. The Abyss Expedition Squad will leave only after that. What he needs are real allies who will go all the way with him, and if they don't think they're ready for that, they can leave now. Cayman asks what he'll do if none of them agree to help. Jaiwan says then he'll do it all by himself. Cayman fires back, asking if he didn't just say that doing everything alone was impossible. The protagonist answers that he made it this far alone. That shocks all of them, and then they start laughing, especially Cayman, before saying he's right. Cayman says he'll go with the Castle Lord, whether it's to the Abyss or the Palace of Resurrection. Yang says he's in too since their bodies are already one. But MC says he doesn't need that kind of thing. Then he asks the same of the Flame King, and Gang admits he still hasn't decided. The mood drops a little, and Gang says that's only natural. How much do they really know about him to accept an offer like this so easily? To be honest, he isn't sure he is qualified to lead the Abyss Expedition Squad. The enemies he wants to face are far too strong, and that's why he wants proof. There are currently 6 sect leaders in Gorgon, and if the protagonist can win recognition from the other 3 leaders, then Gang will recognize him too. Jaiwan says fine, he'll do it. Gang is surprised he agreed so easily, but then MC adds that he has a condition too. That throws them off. He says if he has to earn their recognition, then they also have to earn his. They ask what kind of recognition he means, and he says it's a tournament. He'll hold a tournament with the Castle Lord position on the line, and they need to place in the top 8. That's his condition for recognizing them. He'll take their test, and after that, they can take his. Gang asks what he's talking about, and Cayman agrees. Being sect leaders doesn't automatically mean they're the strongest in chaos. Then he asks when this tournament even starts. Before they can finish talking, a terrifying aura rushes down the corridor and pushes open the door. It's Yuha, calling for Jaiwan. She hands him a paper, and he says it looks like it's already begun. The notice says anyone who wants the Castle Lord position must join. Gorgon's first tournament will be held, and the preliminaries start today at 6. Sometime later, Yuha can't hold it in anymore, and says he must have some kind of plan. He asks what kind of plan she expects him to have, but the situation is even worse than last time. Strong people from all over chaos and plenty who just want to watch are gathering. Gorgon's outer area is already packed, and every post is having trouble with identification. Cawthorn says the internal commander doesn't seem happy about the Castle Lord's decision. He replies that this isn't about personal feelings, it's about principles. Then Cawthorn points out that in emergencies, if most Horn captains agree, laws can pass without calling a conference, and the Castle Lord did get majority approval. He admits that's true, saying that among the 5 Horn captains of the offices, the 3 who backed him were the newly appointed Horn captains, and all 3 support it. He says this all goes back to the Golden Sky Sect incident. 4 of the 5 Horn captains died, and the last one was left crippled, so the cabinets were badly understaffed. Because of that, he picked people close to him as the new Horn captains, Clairefoil for finance, Johir for defense, and Cawthorn for law. That's why every new law is passing so easily. She also asks how he expected her to handle finance while being an Umbar innkeeper at second stage adaptation. Then she notices he clearly doesn't like the Castellans' picks, so she asks if he at least understands how much money this will bring in, and apparently, he doesn't. She says that's exactly the point, money, and she hopes he isn't looking down on her just because she owns an umbar. He denies it, but she tells him his face says otherwise. Then she explains that money gathers wherever people gather, and because of the tournament, Gorgon now has the biggest crowd it has ever seen. She asks if he even knows where the tournament is being held, and he admits he doesn't. She tells him it's on Vendor Street, north of the outer district, and that catches him off guard. That street was wrecked during the Golden Sky Sect incident a few days ago. Now the people who lost their jobs there are working as tournament staff while the street gets rebuilt. He thinks it over. He knew the tournament was coming, but he never expected they'd turn a place like that into a source of labor. She goes on to say the total castle damage from the Golden Sky Sect incident reached about 12,878,000,000 horns. Then she asks him to guess how much profit the tournament made in just 2 days. He starts to say they're still, but she slams the table. The answer is 13,280,000,000 horns in net profit, and if they count future earnings, the total could grow even more. When he just stares in shock, she asks why he's so surprised. For her, counting money has always been part of life. She admits she still doesn't know what the Castellan is really trying to do, whether he truly plans to form an Abyss expedition squad or start a war against all of Chaos. But one thing, she says, is already clear. From here on out, Chaos is going to change. Far from there, away from where they are now, in the southern part of Chaos, across a vast sea, stands the southern castle of Dryad. It's a natural fortress made from branches and secretions from the Guardian's plant-type horn, built to draw in water from the great castle. There, the Castellan of Dryad feels that something bad is about to happen, and Lincrop speaks to Dryad about that uneasy feeling. She then uses her supreme skill, clairvoyance, and begins to see farther and farther away until she spots something that truly alarms her. Ghouls are heading toward Gorgon, and among them is Marguerite Reverse Walker, one of the 3 great ghouls. The moment he realizes she's watching, he looks back at her. That gaze hits her like pain itself, and she instantly knows she has to warn the Castellan of Gorgon. So she sends a crow, or whatever that thing was, to Jaewon. Meanwhile, in the hastily built Colosseum, the whole crowd is going wild. One man says they've already reached the round of 16 in only 3 days. That man is Shin Mugawoki, leader of the Primordial Universe sect. Then the doctor arrives and says it's all because of Kang Wang, who went wild in the prelims, breathing fire and trying to kill everyone. Mugiwoki is surprised to see him there and says it's been a long time. The doctor agrees. Then the two of them lock eyes in a pretty tense stare. The doctor says Mugiwoki looks stronger now. Mugiwoki says the same about the old man, but the doctor changes the subject, saying this is unexpected. For someone who loves fighting, Mugiwoki didn't even enter the tournament. Mugiwoki says he only enjoys fair fights, not cheap matches like this. The doctor jokes that if Kang Wang hears that, he'll start breathing fire again. And right then, Kang Wang really does go after Jian Wan, throwing all his flames straight at him. But the attack hits nothing. When Kang Wang looks up, his opponent is already there. From above, Jian Wan comes down with a crazy strike that smashes Kang Wang to the ground and completely overpowers him. Everyone is stunned. Mugiwoki says those movements look familiar, and wonders if it's a skill. The doctor answers that it is. Cloud steps from the Metal Monarch Hyoyo. Mugiwoki wonders why even one of Hyo's subordinates is here, and the doctor says he's asking the same thing. As far as he knows, some monarchs are planning something around this tournament. Then Jahir announces that the round of 16 is over, and the quarterfinals everyone has been waiting for are next. Mugiwoki is shocked. They're already starting the quarterfinals and says it's way too fast. The doctor says that's just the Castellan's impatient personality. In the stands, some people get excited because it's finally the turn of the leader of the Forest School sect. They're about to see the skills of the greatest strategist in Chaos, Zugi Myung, who enters the arena acting full of himself. Looking down from above, the doctor notices something. Zugi is laughing at him. When the man even winks, the doctor gets annoyed and says he'll have to beat him up later. Mugiwoki tells him to calm down. Zugi isn't even 400 years old yet. Then Jahiron steps into the arena. The doctor says the kid just saw him threaten to beat Zugi in his place. Once the two stand face to face, Zugi says he's heard all about the Castellan's plan, but it's impossible. Mugiwoki is surprised to learn that man is the new Castellan, and the doctor confirms it. As Mugiwoki watches him, he wonders whether Jahiron can really beat Zugi Myung. Zugi then says it's strange. The protagonist's energy feels similar to the doctor's, and he asks if he's his student. The idea even seems odd to him, while Jahiron simply swings his sword, leaving everyone speechless. Even Mugiwoki can't say a word. In a single strike, Zugi is pinned to the wall. The doctor then asks Mugiwoki if he really thought a monster like that could be his apprentice. After pulling himself off the wall, Zugi says the quarterfinal spot against him had been empty. Later he found out that spot belonged to the Castellan, and that actually relieved him. The whole reason he joined this cursed tournament was to give that arrogant Castellan a lesson. He says there have been people like this before, people who gave hope to others, who gave meaning to lives that had lost it. But hope that never comes true turns into even worse despair. That's why he came here, to crush that hope before it becomes despair, just as he has done for the last 400 years. So he can't accept losing here. No, he refuses to. Then he asks Jahawan if he really thought he'd won. If Zugi admits defeat, it would erase the meaning of those past 400 years. It's hard just listening to him without knowing what he means. Zugi says MC only called this a one-on-one duel, but never clearly explained the tournament rules. He only said he'd give up the Castellan seat to anyone who beat him in a 1v1, and he asks what he's getting at. Zugi answers that he wants an intelligence battle against the Castellan. He asks if it isn't only fair to fight in the way he's best at. The crowd starts yelling that the forest school sect leader is shameless and should just admit he lost. The doctor says he knew this was coming. Mugawoki says it's hard to decide a winner in a battle of wits, and the doctor says Zugi must be suggesting that game strategists love so much. So he tells everyone to watch closely, and Juhiron says that's fine. He asks what exactly Zugi means by a battle of intelligence, and Zugi takes that as acceptance. Right after that, everything around them starts to change. The whole place turns into a miniature model, and they enter the world of strategic formations. Jaehowan asks what this is. The system says that since he's a beginner, he can check the rules and controls in the manual. Zugi explains that even though it talks big about formations, it's basically just a game. He says Nightmare Marks created it, inspired by a game from the frontier, and even the strategists of the Great Lands play it often. Quietly, he thinks to himself that he's the best at this game in the entire abyss. He asks if the protagonist needs time, since beginners can read everything first. But the protagonist says no, it's much simpler than he expected. He thinks to himself that Zuga said it was based on a frontier game, and the main setup is a war between 3 races. Players gather resources, train troops in real time, and destroy all enemy buildings through strategy. Jaehowan knows a game with that exact system. The frontier game this was based on has to be that game from Earth, and basically everyone there knows it. He's played it at least 1,000,000 times and wonders what's wrong with these nightmares. This is almost straight up plagiarism. Then Zugi asks if this terrain works for him. The system announces that Zugming has chosen Lost Garden as the battlefield for the strategic formation match. Jaehowan tells him to pick whatever he wants. Then MC chooses the human race, while Zugming picks the nightmare race. Zugming notices he chose the weakest of the 3 races. For all his confidence, this guy is still just a beginner. The nightmare race grows stronger as time passes, but it can also set up an early win. His plan is to use his minions to set the field first, then overwhelm the protagonist with massive numbers to win. But Jaehowan calmly starts cutting down the demons. He uses his human units to completely overwhelm Zug, and Zug can barely believe what he's seeing. He asks what MC thinks he's doing and why he's attacking already. He's even sending farmers into the fight. Then Zug notices something strange. Jaehowan is building towers right inside his base, like it belongs to him. When one archer gets close to the nightmares, it wipes them out, and Zug realizes he is hiding behind the towers to keep attacking. He can't make sense of it. The farmers have so much HP that they block the path whenever he tries to destroy the towers, but he can't stop now. Trying to defend himself does nothing, and he can't even gather resources or build more structures. Zug blurts out, asking what kind of strategy this even is. Jaehowan says it's a pretty common strategy in Korea, and people already know how to deal with it. Pro players get mocked for using it, and everyone watching loves it because he's winning so badly. So Zug starts thinking there's no way a newbie should know a tactic like this, and he complains that the kid can't play that way. He says it's basic manners not to attack each other in the first 10 minutes. But Jaehowan asks what he's even talking about. Zug explains that people normally just gather resources and build during those first 10 minutes. The protagonist asks if that's written anywhere in the rules. Once Zug sees the kid is right, MC tells him that if it's not in the rules, it doesn't matter. After that, Zug ends up dropping to his knees, wondering who the hell this guy really is. Jaehowan doesn't have even a little bit of manners, and he breaks every pattern Zug knows. Because of that, he can't even guess where his limit is. That means he simply can't beat him, and maybe those 400 years were all just waiting for this moment. In the end, he formally admits defeat to Jaehowan. Now that battle is over, the protagonist waits off to the side when the doctor walks over and asks when he learned strategic formations. Mugawoki comes over too, and the doctor says he thought Jaehowan only knew how to thrust. Then he corrects himself. Since MC's new spiral cut was influenced by his own strike, maybe he isn't just interested in thrusts after all. While talking about it, he says the move he used against Zugming was that new technique, spiral cut, and he questions that. The doctor insists it has to be called spiral cut. He remembers trying to give the protagonist attack that name before, but the protagonist said he only uses thrusts. So the doctor argues that since this cut was inspired by his own, the name should stay. Then Kamen says that since cuts and thrusts both have the same goal, killing the enemy, he can add execution to the name. And then Jaehowan says it's spiral execution. He already gave the technique a name, but the old man asks if he's really going with that. He brings up spiral cut again, but MC says spiral execution sounds better, and more importantly, he turns to Mugiwoki, says he looks pretty strong and asks if he wants to fight. Mugiwoki realizes that's a pretty aggressive greeting, and the doctor reminds him that he attacks veterans instead of showing them respect. Jaehowan answers that none of the veterans here are weak old men. They're old and strong, so there's no reason to go easy on them. And the doctor asks Mugiwoki if he heard that, saying he never loses an argument. But in his mind, Mugiwoki thinks this is the first time since the Abyss Expedition Squad was disbanded 900 years ago that he's seen the doctor enjoy himself this much. That makes him remember Moloch. As leader of the Expedition Squad 900 years ago, he gave the Abyss hope and dreams. but in the end, he became a symbol of despair. Mugawoki wonders how the protagonist compares to Moloch and whether he's really a worthy replacement. Judging by the fight in front of him, MC has serious strength, and his talent alone might even surpass Moloch's. But then there's his personality. Mugawoki can't feel any sense of justice in the boy. He's the complete opposite of Moloch, who was calm and kind. On top of that, he wonders what this killing intent is that he's feeling. It feels deeply strange. The more he stares at Jaiwan, the more it feels like that giant eye is pulling into his mind, and he senses something there. He even looks back, then asks the doctor if he is also awakened. The doctor says it took him long enough to notice. The protagonist is fully awakened. Then they announce that the next quarterfinal match is about to start, and Jaiwan is already interested. He heads toward the arena, but the doctor asks where he's going since it isn't his turn. Meanwhile, Mugen Woki is shocked that MC is fully awakened, but MC tells them it would be a waste of time to just stand around waiting. Mugen Woki realizes that means he has already passed the third wall of awakening. The protagonist steps onto the arena once again, and the doctor starts wondering what kind of mess he's about to cause this time. Then when Jaiwan gets there, he says that aside from Kamen and Yang, those three look fairly strong. He's especially interested in the woman with the chain scythe. There's something suspicious about her that he can't read. He starts wondering who she really is. Then Jahir asks why he's there, since this isn't his match, and everyone is shocked that the Castellan stepped onto the stage. They all wonder what he's about to say. Jahir grabs the microphone and tells them to listen. He says he's seen enough of the contestants' skills, understands their level, and watching from the sidelines is getting boring, so he's thinking of changing how this works. Then someone steps in and tells Jahir to wait, asking what he thinks he's doing. It's Jago Kryong, leader of the Sacred Servant sect. She asks what right he has to do something like this, and how he plans to change the rules now. MC says he's removing the one-on-one rule, and she asks if he means a team battle. He says exactly that. She points out the problems. How would teams be divided, and how would they decide the winner? But he says she still doesn't get it. He makes it clear she misunderstood. This won't be a team tournament. There will only be one team, the 6 of them together against him. Everyone there is stunned, and she can hardly believe it. Jahir says he means it. He'll fight all of them himself. He even promises to give the Castellan position to the first person among them who defeats him. Nobody in that arena can believe what they just heard. Still, they think this is the perfect chance to see the Castellan's power, and they tell him to show what he can do. Then one of them starts laughing, saying she had been wondering what his real goal was. She looks honestly surprised and says she had a feeling something interesting was about to happen. After making that announcement, Jahir thinks that what he really needs right now is the people's trust. Trust usually comes when people spend time with each other, and that kind of bond takes time to build. But he doesn't have enough time right now. So in a situation like this, the other way to win their trust is by showing overwhelming strength. Then a girl walks up to Jahir. She gets way too close and stares him right in the face. And strangely, she looks a lot like him. Everyone who sees that is shocked, and some of them even think it looks kind of romantic. She says she likes him, and that it would be a shame to kill him now. That's why she's stopping here for today and leaving. Jahir asks what just happened. Even with such a huge number advantage, one of the contestants suddenly dropped out. She says it's annoying and that soon that thing will appear. Jahir gets curious about what she means. Then Ninyang says he's leaving too, admitting he doesn't think his current skills are enough to beat the Castellan. The protagonist notices that Crazy Thunderfinger's sect leader is about to become his subordinate, but still wants to keep his pride. Kamen also makes an excuse and says he'll quit too. He admits his skills don't even come close to the Castellans. Jahir notices that the leader of the Sun Sea is worrying about something as small as whether the match is fair. He's just like the others. People really don't change. At this rate, everyone is going to leave. And even if he beats the rest, it won't make much of an impact. Gakirun tells MC that's too bad since things aren't going the way he wanted. MC says it's a shame indeed, but if that's how it is, then the 3 of them can attack him. She gets irritated, saying his arrogance and recklessness just keep getting worse. Even if the others backed out to spare him, she'll still attack. Then Nessa of the Black Veil tells the other woman they'll use this chance to teach him a lesson. Gokryong says that no matter how strong he is, he can't survive their combined attack, but then tells her vice leader to calm down. She says they didn't come here to fight the Castellan. Even so, the vice leader still wants to attack. Zhao pays attention to what they're saying. He had complained earlier that he wouldn't get to see them fight, so now they ask what Captain Ryong plans to do. He says he'll wait and see. He thinks the Metal Monarch must be Gil because someone is backing the leader of the Golden Sky sect. Gokryong says she can't tell him that, and that he just needs to finish what he was asked to do. After they agree, she asks what the princess was doing. That man says they want to learn more about the Castellan's personality, and Gokryong is surprised. Then she realizes they want to measure how useful he'll be as a chess piece, and says fine. After that, she tells the Castellan they have no intention of fighting him, and Zhao asks if that means they're surrendering. She says that's not quite the right way to put it. Choosing not to fight and surrendering are two different things. The protagonist asks if that means they won't fight, and she starts to explain that they will join the Abyss Expedition Squad by their own choice. Everyone there is completely confused. Zhao watches them closely and asks what they're really up to, but Gokryong pushes back saying there's no scheme at all. They're simply joining the journey meant to bring life back to the residents of chaos. The crowd in the stands can't believe it. Instead of drawing their swords, these women are talking about something else entirely. Gokul Ryong says that since they came all this way, she should be honest. She never meant to take the Castellan seat for herself. Then she asks if she's wrong. After all, from the very start, this tournament was never meant to choose a new Castellan. Its real purpose was to gather people for the Abyss Expedition Squad. She adds that she's honestly impressed by Zhou Huan's method. Ever since the squad failed 900 years ago, no one had tried to build something this big again. That's why she says she's proud to stand with him. And she's sure the audience feels the same. The Castellan position isn't the only thing people care about right now. Then she throws her veil up into the air and activates her eye power on Zhou Huan, summoning a swarm of butterflies. The whole place turns pink as she says she wants to hear everyone's honest thoughts. That gaze can look straight into people's minds, forcing them to face what they truly believe. She asks whether they came here to watch a fight with their own eyes, or for the life and future of chaos. This is her supreme skill, Eyes of Justice. She says she wants to believe chaos hasn't completely forgotten what true passion is. And just like that, people start thinking the leader of the Sacred Servant sect is right. They begin asking themselves what they really wanted to see. Zhou Huan wonders if this is some kind of skill, because everyone looks completely dazed. He even wonders if he should snap them back to their senses with a few thrusts. But then someone raises a hand and says he agrees with the Sacred Sect leader that he didn't come all the way from the north just to watch petty fights. It's Honorable Sword, and everyone is shocked to see him there. Gokul Ryong turns and looks right at him, and Zhou Huan is caught off guard by what's happening since all of them seem to be in on this together. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Carlton Javier is walking through the castle. He notices something ahead of him, and when he opens the door, he sees a messenger crow from Castellandride. He's surprised to find a messenger there, saying he left the office empty for too long and wondering when it arrived. Then he reads the message and goes pale. A horde of ghouls, including a mega ghoul, is heading for Gorgon Castle. When he looks out the window, he realizes it's already too late. They're way too close. At the same time, Zhou Huan also notices the shift in the weather, and Gokul Ryong says that's exactly the point. What they need now isn't infighting but harmony. That's why the tournament should end here. The goal has already been met, countless souls gathered, ready to risk their lives to join the Abyss Expedition Squad. And now that she feels the moment is hers, she moves to finish this. She asks everyone to listen, saying there's still one important issue left. Who should lead the squad? The doctor realizes she's about to take control, and Mugiwoki sees through her little game too. He says she's using her top-tier speaking skill together with Eyes of Justice. Now that the other skills have stopped, he wonders what the Sacred Serpent sect leader is really trying to do. Then she says that she wants the Castellan of Gorgon to lead the squad, because he has more strength than the 10 sect leaders combined, plus a sharper mind than the leader of the Forest School sect. In her eyes, the current Castellan of Gorgon may be the most gifted person in Chaos history. People start thinking that maybe this really was her goal all along, even praising her for lifting someone else up instead of herself. But then Honorable Sword objects. He says the position of Abyss Expedition Squad leader can't be decided by strength and intelligence alone. She asks what other qualities he thinks are needed for the role, and he answers that a leader must be able to guide countless squad members and have the right personality. So he says they should test the Castellan's character, and that she is the perfect person to do it. She asks how he wants that done, and he suggests a Justice Inquisition for the Castellan of Gorgon. Her little plan is working perfectly, and she loves it. Now people start to understand they can judge his personality through a Justice Inquisition, and they urge her to begin. Then Red speaks to the sect leader saying she requested the Justice Inquisition, so everyone except the Castellan must leave. She says there's no helping it. If that's what everyone wants, then she'll do it. She activates another one of her abilities and turns to the Castellan asking if he will accept the leader position if he passes the Justice Inquisition. The doctor realizes that if they really go through with this, they've cornered him. Mugiwaki notes that most people know about the sect leader's Justice Inquisition, and some high-stage adapters even ask for it to gain more enlightenment and move to the next stage. The doctor thinks that if Jae-won had blasted everyone away like usual, the Abyss Expedition Squad would be a problem for another day and no one would want to follow a leader who stabs his own team to death. But if he does nothing, his personality gets tested instead, and with a personality this messy, facing the Justice Inquisition could ruin him. So the doctor wonders what Molak will do now. MC simply agrees. She asks if that means he accepts the Justice Inquisition, and he says yes. That makes her smile, but one man nearby wonders why the two of them are just standing there doing nothing. He keeps waiting for the Justice Inquisition to start, but then he notices a ship. Jae-won is on that ship. She says the setting for this Justice Inquisition is the vast ocean where most situations like this are messy. He is trapped aboard that boat, and then a huge wave hits, throwing everything into chaos. She explains that this is why ships sink so often. A man calls out for the others to hold on while he tries to pull them up. Then she says that luckily a rescue ship arrives. Someone on that rescue ship shouts that they need to save one more person, but the boat only holds 10 people. If they take one more, it'll sink. Another man says they have to leave that person behind and save the ones they still can. Then someone grabs Jae-won's hand and calls him captain. He's caught off guard and wonders when he even ended up on the rescue ship. Then the test question appears before him. Save the people who can be saved and give up on one person, or refuse to abandon anyone and rescue all of them, even if the ship sinks. Jae-won looks at her while she tells him to make his choice. Now he starts to understand how this Justice Inquisition works, and she asks what he'll decide. The protagonist realizes some people would call him cold-hearted if he picked option 1. Others would doubt his judgment if he chose option 2, and no matter which one he picks, his worth as leader of the expedition squad will be put on trial. But then he simply says that he chooses option 3. She freezes and asks what he means because there are only 2 choices. He says his answer is number 3. Save everyone and keep the ship from sinking. She can't believe it and wonders if he found the hidden choice, the one that only appears when someone finds their own answer. Option 3 says he won't abandon anyone, he'll save the drowning people, then jump into the water himself and wait there until rescue arrives. He says that's the only answer that protects his judgment while also keeping his humanity intact. She had planned to attack his ability no matter whether he chose the first or second option, but that plan just failed. So now she wants to know what he's really thinking and asks what this third option actually means. He says the reason they're dying is because the ocean exists. She hesitates, then says, yes, that's true. Jae-won answers that he just needs to thrust at the ocean. At this point, even she thinks he sounds insane. She wonders if he's lost his mind, but Jae-won really does get ready to attack, aiming straight at the water. She tells him to wait and asks what he's trying to do. The doctor sees his stance and yells for everyone to run. They don't even understand what's happening, but they get out of the way and MC unleashes an attack so ridiculous no one can believe it. Not even she can, and she's the one running the trial. Everyone watching is stunned. Then the whole system glitches out and he breaks it apart. The sea actually vanishes. They return to land and everyone starts shouting that it's a miracle and rushes toward Jae-won. He tells those NPCs to get off him, but before they disappear they thank him for saving them. Their gratitude catches him off guard. The immersion level is insanely high, and just like that, the Justice Inquisition ends with Jae-won as the winner. But Ga Kyeong immediately demands to know what the hell he thinks he's doing, asking how he could do something like that. He says he'll skip the praise because he's completely furious at her and now she's the one getting nervous. Right then, Gorgon sends out an alert saying a Gorgon 1 emergency has been declared across the whole region. Then Gorgon's alarm goes off and she asks what's happening. Jae-won bolts out at once. As he runs, an announcement says all events are cancelled. The castle gates will be sealed, and every resident must evacuate to North Street right away. One boy asks what is going on and a man yells for him to move. The ghouls are coming. Everyone follows Jae-won toward the wall, and Yong asks if all those black shapes are really ghouls. He thought his sect had been wiped out in Manticore, but now he's staring at a whole ghoul army in Gorgon and thinks he might actually die here today. Gang asks if he planned to join the squad even though he was scared of enemies like that. But Yong notices that even the Flame King is shaking hard, so he tells him to shut up. Seeing that, the doctor realizes the chaos is now being led by newcomers who weren't even born 900 years ago. The Primordial Universe, the South Sea, the School Forest, the Sacred Servant, the Flame King, and the Thunder Dais. He spots them all there and realizes 6 of the 10 Chaos sects have gathered in one place. He never thought he'd see a scene like this again before dying, so he asks Moguro if this reminds him of what happened 900 years ago. Moguro asks if he means the time they went to the Ghoul Palace, and the doctor says yes. It really does feel similar, though he still has no idea why that thing is here. The ghouls kept calling more ghouls, and whenever a mid-level ghoul appeared, smaller ones followed behind it. If a large ghoul showed up, medium ghouls came with it. And now in Gorgon, the Ghoul King, Soul King Catastrophe has appeared. The very reason castles build walls, the monster that spread fear across the whole abyss, is coming closer. A mega ghoul is heading straight for them, the reverse walker, Magritte, screaming as it charges toward the castle. Then everyone starts getting attacked and eaten by the ghouls. People beg for someone to save them, but the monsters show no mercy at all, killing everyone they reach. The girl thinks this is the end. There are just too many monsters flooding in. Even so, when nobody has any hope left and the ghouls keep pouring in, the Honorable Sword is the first one to run into the mess. She feels relieved and begs him to help her, but he runs right past her. He apologizes, saying a ghoul that big is way beyond him. The girl is stunned, left totally helpless, and while he tries to escape, he gets hit too. Ga Kyeong thinks this is a world where no choice changes anything. She wonders what kind of justice can even exist in a place like this. People keep dying one after another, and she realizes this world has no choices and no hope. But in the middle of all that chaos, one of the monsters is torn apart right in front of her. The one who shows up is Yang, cutting the monster down and telling the leader of the Sacred Servant sect to get herself together. Then Kamen and gang arrive too, killing monsters with the others and slowly turning things around. She can't understand why they're only buying time and winning should be impossible. She even wonders if Yang is charging in because he's an idiot. But looking closer, she sees he's trembling and clearly terrified. So what hope is pushing him to fight? Even so, he keeps standing firm. He admits this isn't easy and the others tell him to stop talking weakly because stronger enemies are still above them. Then Jae-won arrives to face the giant monster, and they say the one person who can fight it alone is finally here. As the monsters rush at the protagonist, he grabs one and rips its head off with his bare hand, without even drawing his sword. The others attack too, but he only watches the massive flying rocks coming at him and says they shouldn't wreck other people's buildings like that. The stones try to smash into him, but Jae-won slips away cleanly. The moment he lands behind it, He gets ready to strike as the giant ghoul charges him. He dodges again and thinks this ability is seriously annoying. The monster never lets up, and Jae-won figures out that it uses telekinesis when he gets too close. If he creates distance, it fires that purple beam instead, so he has to get out of the way before it hits. The blast destroys everything behind him, and the monster starts charging another one right away. Jae-won gets more and more annoyed, then faces the next attack head-on. Down below, the old man keeps killing monsters, but he starts to weaken. He remembers the past. Just like back then, there's nothing humans can do against despair. This huge, they can do nothing. Then he sees a flash of light, and he remembers the old Castellan saying, the people here need hope. An overwhelming kind of hope. That hope arrives with Jae-won, driving his sword into the mega ghoul. The old words come back to him again, hope that won't lose to anything. With one thrust, MC pins the monster to the ground. The shockwave from that strike terrifies everyone and almost sweeps them away. The doctor stares in shock, and Jae-won, standing on top of that monster, thinks he really should have done this sooner. The doctor asks what he did, but Jae-won looks back and sees more ghouls rushing him. Kamen tries to cover him, while the doctor freezes watching him get surrounded from every side. Pinned in place for a moment, the protagonist thinks this is annoying. He breaks free, kills a few, moves to the side, and when he sees the next wave coming, he prepares another thrust. This time he wipes out every ghoul charging at him. The doctor can't believe it. Jae-won said he'd just keep thrusting, and that's exactly what he does, tearing through part of the wall and every ghoul in front of him. He really clears out the whole area. After that, things finally start to calm down. No one can believe it, least of all Mogu. He calls it reckless, and the doctor says Jae-won is always like this, but he's decided to protect that recklessness. So he understands now and says they'll stay with him. Then Kamen charges after the smaller ghouls that are left, and Yang doesn't hold back either, rushing another one. He even starts teasing the Flame King. The king snaps back, asking what he wants and telling him not to bother him because he's busy. Yang says he's kind of embarrassed to admit it, but he still feels like he has to tell someone. The king asks what he's rambling about while still cutting down ghouls, and Yang blurts out, doesn't he look insanely cool right now? Nobody answers, and he begs someone to say something instead of leaving him hanging. The monsters keep coming, and Gang says his tired body is getting heavier and heavier. At this rate, they'll be finished. But before a monster can move, a rock flies into it, and a little girl is the one who threw it. The monster gets furious and lunges at her, so she shouts for someone to attack. Carlton Javier answers by throwing out his chains right onto the monster, saying they came to help. Gang says this is how it should be, and little by little they start turning the battle around. Even Mogiluk joins in. Jae-won keeps watching and sees that things are finally going their way. Then he plants his sword in the ground and sends a thrust across the entire city. 10 days later, in Gorgon Castle, it's been that long since Magritte, one of the 3 great ghouls, was destroyed. The whole chaos world is buzzing with the news, and a reporter asks a blacksmith what the best change in Gorgon has been since that incident. The man thinks for a bit and says, this place has become better to live in. The reporter asks, better how? He explains that 6 of the 10 chaos sects have moved to Gorgon, which caused a huge rise in supplies, including beast horns. Because of that, the city is going through an economic boom like never before. But hearing him call this a great place to live, the reporter feels something is off, because everything is wrecked. He says the damage looks terrible, yet for some reason the mood here feels bright. The blacksmith says that's normal for a journalist who didn't witness the wave route. The wave route was the day a wave of darkness filled with ghouls was split in half by a single blade of light, and everyone who saw it felt strangely drawn in, charging down that path and fighting the ghouls. A lot of people died, and ever since then everyone keeps asking what exactly they saw that day. The blacksmith says all a fool like him can say is this: Gorgon became a better place to live. The reporter writes that down word for word. Then he feels the ground shake and asks what's going on. The blacksmith tells him to relax. This has been happening a lot lately, but the reporter quickly realizes a blast like that can only come from a fight between high-stage adapted spiritual power users. And now that he thinks about it, 6 of the 10 sects have their bases in Gorgon. He starts wondering if the sects have gone to war, but the blacksmith says you could say that, as more explosions keep going off and several people are launched out of the Colosseum. They're actually the sect leaders. The blacksmith says there are 5 of them today, while the reporter just stares in shock. Jae-won is the one who sent them all flying, and he's furious inside the arena, saying they still have a long way to go. And when Jin-hong Lim hears what happened in Gorgon, he can hardly believe it. He hurls his cup at his subordinate's face and asks what the hell that means, telling him to say it again. The man repeats that the one behind the attack on Gorgon, the Mega Ghoul Magritte, is dead. Jin-hong thinks that's impossible. A Mega Ghoul is as strong as a 9th stage adapter from the Great Lands. To fight one, you need power on the level of at least a lieutenant general. Even in Chaos, there are only 3 Mega Ghouls. So how did this happen? Jin-hong Lim orders a full investigation right away, and his men move out at once. Even then, Jin-hong Lim can't accept it. To him, this has to be some kind of mistake. 4 days later, word spreads through the area about the destruction of the Golden Heaven sect's northern branch. Back in Gorgon, Jinhwan is crushing those sect leaders and openly calling them weak. He asks what they've been doing for all these centuries, while all of them kneel in front of him and take the scolding. Jinhwan asks how he was supposed to beat something like that. MC calls him out, and Jinhwan freezes up. MC says the only thing Jinhwan really has is fast footwork, and Jin Huang can't even answer back. Then he turns to Kang Huang, saying his power is solid, but he's far too slow. As for James, Jin Huang says he wastes too much time thinking before he moves. When it comes to Junya, he says she has good speed and sharp thinking, but her endurance is terrible. Finally, he points to Kamen, calling him the best of the group. His basics are strong and he has no major weakness, but that also means he doesn't truly stand out in anything. According to him, they all share the same problem. They achieve too much without having to struggle enough. The doctor admits the kid really knows how to hit where it hurts, but the protagonist says the old man is weak too, especially after living for 1,000 years. The old man gets annoyed, yet deep down he knows the protagonist is right. 900 years ago, the leaders of the 10 sects were all at least 7-stage adapters. The strongest of them, the leader of the Sky Dragon sect, had reached the 9th stage. Even with fighters that strong, the expedition was still brutal. That just proves how dangerous the Abyss really is. Jin Huang reminds them that during the recent attack on the Golden Heaven sect's northern branch, half of them were either badly injured or nearly died, and that wasn't even their main headquarters, Manticore. If they ended up like that from fighting just one sect, how do they expect to survive an expedition? That's why he says they'll go through special training for 1 week, starting now. They're all shocked, and even Zhang starts thinking he's about to come out of this totally built. He speaks up and tells MC that everyone there is an adapter. The 15 adaptation stages that measure their strength aren't something you can just leap over in a few days. Normally it takes 10 years for an ordinary person to reach the first stage, then 20 more for the second, 40 for the third, and another 80 to reach the fourth. Most people die before getting that far. That's why anyone above the 4th stage is called a high-stage adapter. Jin Huang asks what point he's trying to make. Then comes the real question. Is he trying to turn them into awakened ones? That leaves everyone stunned. Jin Huang says he's heard awakened ones don't grow step by step the normal way. Instead, they jump forward through sudden insight. The protagonist confirms it. Yes, he plans to turn them into awakened ones, if they can completely let go of their own worlds. None of them really understand what that means. Jin Huang asks what he's talking about, and the doctor explains that a perfect awakening has 3 stages. The first stage is breaking the world of adaptation they've lived in until now. Anyone who reaches that point gains eyes that can tear the world apart and see its true core. Someone asks if he means doubt. Jin Huang doesn't fully know the theory, but Yang still can't understand what it means to destroy the world of adaptation. Jin Huang explains that it means giving up all the system's benefits, like skills and status. That shocks him, and she mocks him, saying she's amazed someone with that level of understanding became the leader of one of the 10 sects. He argues that even if he's the smart type, he's still a hyper-adapter. Hyper-adapters are people said to be blessed by the system with extreme compatibility with it and with skill interfaces. They grow 10 or even 100 times faster than normal awakened ones. Most powerful beings are like that, including the 12 monarchs. But Kang Huang calls him an idiot and says there's no one there who isn't a hyper-adapter. To them, there's no way someone would throw away that kind of talent overnight. But Kamen reveals that he isn't a hyper-adapter. He says that if giving it up will make him stronger, then he'll abandon everything. Skills, his world, all of it, except for his hatred of the monarchs. The others ask if the leader of the South Sea sect understands what he's saying. This isn't just about giving up what they've gained. They ask if he's forgotten the Great Disappearance. Jaiwan admits he doesn't really know what that is. Then Janya begins to explain. It all started with the appearance of the Fisher. It suddenly appeared in the Great Lands 700 years ago. The group called Fisher declared war on cultivation the moment they showed up. They brutally killed the monarchs of the 4 regions who opposed them, then made a declaration. Anyone who wanted to become awakened had to go to the Forgotten Lands. They had to deny the world itself. Back then, tens of thousands gathered in the Forgotten Lands, but almost nothing is known about what happened after that, because they literally vanished. Yang is shocked it happened to all of them. Janya says only a very small number ever came back, and one of her companions was among them. She claims she had become awakened, though only at the first stage. Jaiyuan asks what happened to those who returned. Jaiyu says all of them were broken. They suffered severe mental damage. Some went insane, and others lost their memories. The symptoms were different, but one thing was always the same. None of them knew who they were. Jaiyuan thinks that over. Then he tells Janya there are 2 things worth saying for now. First, he is not part of the Fisu. He understands why they'd suspect him since he's awakened, but that doesn't change the truth. Second, awakening really is dangerous, just like she said. That's why he'll only take volunteers. She asks what he'll do with those who refuse, and he says he'll still make them stronger. She asks how, and he says they just need to raise their adaptation stage. She can't believe what she's hearing, and asks if he wasn't listening. The leader of the Forest sect already said it was impossible to raise an adaptation stage in 1 week, and they don't have enough time. Jaebuan says he can solve that problem, and tells everyone to come with him. Then they head outside. They arrive at a purple castle. The blacksmith looks at MC. He welcomes him, and Jaebuan asks if they can begin right away. The blacksmith says yes. Shang is stunned to learn the building was made from beast horns. Then the blacksmith says he'll show them, and the moment he touches the castle, the whole thing changes color. He tells them to watch closely. Then all of them get a notification. It asks whether they accept the summoning of Carpe Diem, the Tower of Nightmares. Even the doctor is shocked. asking why a Tower of Nightmares is here. The guy straight up built the tutorial. It's insane. And soon they're pulled into the tower, carpe diem. Once they arrive, none of them can believe it. The doctor says humans really created a Tower of Nightmares with their own power. Kamen says that even if it only has 2 floors, it's still amazing. Jang gets excited to return to this place, this time to break cultivation instead of being cultivated by it. Yang says this is exactly what he wanted too. Then Jaewon tells them that from this point on, all training will happen here. Time moves 100 times slower inside the tower, so 1 day outside equals 100 days within. That means 1 week becomes 700 days, almost 2 full years of training. He adds that spiritual corruption will speed up in reverse to how much time slows down, and their souls will grow heavier because of the increased density of time. To prepare for that, the tower has a function that automatically throws them out once their spiritual corruption reaches 80. There will always be beast horns outside the tower, so they don't need to worry about corruption. Yang says he thought the Castellan was a heartless bastard, but he's actually pretty nice. Jaewon asks what nonsense he's talking about, and Yang declares he's decided to follow him for the rest of his life. After that, the protagonist says he'll divide the ones who want awakening from the ones who don't. Those who want to become awakened should go right. Those who only want to raise their adaptation stage should stay on the left. Sometime later, Jang is already fighting while shouting and asking how he can look down on the Sacred Serpent sect's skills. Yang fires back that no matter how fast her sect is, it still can't match the speed of the Thunder God. But then a blast of fire comes flying at him. He barely avoids getting hit. The flames pass right by him. Kangwang says speed doesn't matter. What matters is destructive power, and the Flame King is the best when it comes to that. Then Zhang shows up. He calls it pathetic and says that's exactly why none of them are making progress. Everyone turns to look at him and immediately starts chasing that loudmouth down. Meanwhile, Emil watches from a distance. He remembers what Jaewon told him earlier when he realized Kamen was the only one who wanted to awaken. Then Janya asks how exactly MC plans to raise everyone else's adaptation stage. She explains that for high stage adapted like them, getting stronger isn't easy. They either need a certain level of enlightenment or a new top-class skill to raise their mastery. Jaehwan says that part is easy to fix, but she points out that top-class skill books are hard to get and asks if he robbed one of the 5 family's vaults or something. That comment accidentally hits a little too close to home for the one who actually did steal one. He says they don't need a skill book. Learning from a teacher is enough. She asks if that means he's going to teach them himself, but the protagonist says no, so she asks who will. Then she catches on to what he means, and he confirms it. From now on, they'll teach each other. Mugawoki says the idea is brilliant. Sect leaders with pride that big would never even think of learning from one another. Still, it doesn't go very smoothly. Each of them insists that they're the strongest one there, and of course that leads to trouble. Zug ends up stuck in the middle of all the arguing and attacks, even though he's the innocent one this time. Mugawoki admits he's not sure this is going the way Jaewon planned. Then he wonders how Kamen is doing on the 2nd floor. Kamen is there with MC. He keeps training his swordsmanship. At some point, he wonders how many times he's repeated the same move. 100,000? A million? Maybe even 10 million times already. Jaewon tells him to go faster, and Kamen keeps swinging without stopping. Kamen starts to wonder if training like this can really make him stronger, but he asks if he's still stuck on that. He says Kamen should already be starting to feel it, and Kamen keeps going without hesitation. The protagonist asks if he's still worried about not being able to beat the other adapted, and Kamen admits he knows better than anyone that he has no talent. But what brought him this far was steady effort and simple discipline. Unlike the other sect leaders who were blessed as hyper-adapted, Kamen got strong through hard work alone. Even while doubting himself, he never gave up, and that mindset is what leads to awakening. It's not just talent, it's willpower. So Kamen asks MC if he really believes he can do it, and MC says yes. That's why Kamen needs to believe too. Hearing that, Kamen starts letting go. His doubts finally begin to break apart. Then he starts striking with more power. After some time, the same girl who fought Jaewon before stands on top of a tower, drinking and enjoying herself, when she notices something. The nightmare tower built by Manus Carpe Diem is right in front of her. She laughs at the idea that people who've lived for hundreds of years still think they can change anything, and calls them fools. She asks the person beside her if he agrees. It's the doctor. She calls him master. He looks at her and asks what she's planning. She says that's a sad thing to ask after they've finally met again after so long, and tells him to come back since everyone is waiting for him. But he says he already told them he won't return to those who threw away their humanity. She argues that they're fighting for humans, that they're the only ones truly doing that. Only the Fisher. He denies it. They only use humans, and the Fisher already ended after the Great Disappearance. They lost their purpose long ago, and now only the name remains. The girl just starts laughing. Then she apologizes, saying she couldn't help herself. After all, laughter is the only normal response to hearing something like that from him, because he too was one of the people who planned that cursed Great Disappearance. He says that isn't what happened, and she replies that sure, maybe the outcome wasn't what he wanted. Even so, he didn't stop the Great Disappearance. All he did was watch it happen. Still, she says she's grateful, because the person she is now wouldn't exist without her master. Then she asks if he knows that some of the Fisher's children are trying to awaken with the method he taught them. Kids with no talent and no connections, they swing swords at each other hundreds and thousands of times. They keep doing it until they kill each other over and over. Only a tiny number survive and reach the billions. By then they lose their sense of life and death and start seeing the world in an inhuman way. That's when they gain the first keyword of awakening, deconstruction. The doctor draws his sword and says that was the wrong keyword. She says he's talking like this again, then asks what he could possibly know when he never even fully awakened. He thinks of his own world marked only by white, and she says his unique world is still the same as before. He was too afraid to risk his humanity, so he couldn't draw anything in the world he worked so hard to create. Then she says she was different. She became the leader of the Fisher's second squad, pulls out her weapon and attacks the doctor. Her weapon begins to fill the entire space. She reshapes that world around them, and he's clearly shocked by what he sees. He says he'd heard she became a squad leader, then asks if she reached the third stage of awakening. She answers with a question. Did he really think she stopped at the third stage? Then everything changes again, and he sees corpses inside the blood she summons. She asks what he thinks. Can he recognize it? It's the scene of the Great Disappearance. The doctor is stunned. She asks how it feels to witness the masterpiece he helped create, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. She tells her master that the living should not imitate the dead, and he should know better than anyone that nothing can be changed in chaos. The world never changes, and that's why they will return to the Fisher. But the doctor says he can change. She doesn't understand, so he says it again. He can change. And this time, even chaos can change. She notices he can still make that expression and asks if someone changed him. He doesn't answer. She tells him he'll fail, just like he failed 900 years ago in chaos, and 700 years ago in the Great Land when he ran away and abandoned them. Then she tells him to try all he wants. The Fisher will be watching. Meanwhile, with Jaewon and Kaemin has reached the first stage of awakening to doubt the world. The second stage is to understand the world you doubted. The third stage is to forget the self that the world defined for you. Kaemin sinks into that deep state of focus. Then Jaewon tells him to come back to his senses. At the same time, he attacks and sends Kaemin flying. Kaemin is caught off guard. He tells him to stop being pathetic. He rushes in again, ordering Kaemin to fight like his life really depends on it. And this time, the attack is real. Kaemin takes a hit and loses part of his face. He says he can't even imagine himself winning. The protagonist keeps attacking, tearing away more of his body, and Kaemin admits he can't even begin to understand the protagonist's power. Before anything else, he wonders if he's actually getting stronger at all. In despair, he shuts his eyes and asks himself what he's even been doing. But Jaewon tells him to break past the limits the world placed on him, then attacks again. Kaemin opens his eye with new resolve and uses the third stage of awakening. A wave forms beside him. He uses that wave to strike MC. He likes the result. Kaemin remembers that the third stage means forgetting the self defined by the world, and the protagonist counters with oblivion. After the clash, Kaemin drops to his knees. Jae-Sithwan congratulates him. He finally reached the third stage of awakening. Kaemin asks if he really got stronger, and MC says he improved by a lot. Even so, Kaemin realizes he must also be at the third stage. After seeing him endure that, Kaemin knows that no matter how many limits he breaks, he still can't even picture himself reaching his level. Sometime later, during a meeting inside Gorgon Castle, someone says the current expedition system is far too unstable. Another person asks if that means he refuses to recognize Jae-hoon as the expedition squad leader. He says Gorgon's one-sided decision to create the expedition squad goes against the Treaty of the Four Castles. Someone else reminds him that the treaty was dissolved long ago, so there's no point bringing it up now. This is a meeting of the three castles inside the conference room of Gorgon's inner fortress, but Nesion says he kept quiet until the squad was formed. So why is Zug speaking up now? Zug snaps back, telling Deus of Thunder to shut his mouth. Yorn cuts in and says they gathered because of the Golden Sky sect incident, asking everyone to calm down and return to the main topic. But one of them refuses and says they're settling this first. He says the Abyss Expedition squad leader should be chosen again through a fair process. This is the Lord of Gerudo, the cold-blooded golden monarch Galhoidong, an 8th stage adapted. Then the Lady of Dryad, the elegant Asiya, says she can't say his request makes no sense. She asks where Jaewon is now, since he should have been told about this meeting. Yoren says yes, a notice was sent. They proposed the meeting of the three lords right after the protagonist left, before he had a chance to refuse, and the messenger already confirmed that Garuda's envoy had departed. All the members of the adapted team had already returned, but the lord leading the awakened team still hadn't come back. That's why Gorgon is falling behind. The one making the calls isn't even here. Galhoidong says it's absurd to trust someone who hasn't even lived 50 years to build an Abyss expedition squad. Worse, he handed the leader's spot to that kid. He says maybe this is all part of some plan to throw the whole place into chaos through a rookie whose past nobody even knows. Then Jorgen steps forward. He puts a dagger to Galhoidong's throat and tells him to say that again. Galhoidong freezes and asks what he thinks he's doing. He demands to know if Jorgen is trying to threaten him by force. His guards get ready to fight, but Gang is already about to jump in too. Yom cuts in and says if they want to replace the squad leader, they'll have to get through them first. They have no plans to follow anyone else. Nobody expected that kind of loyalty, and it catches everyone off guard. Then in the arena, he asks if Yame is really going to keep sticking his nose in. Yame fires back, asking who's afraid here. Doesn't Galhoiding trust his own strength? Galhoiding says he'll let Yame strike first. Yame says that was already the plan. He appears behind him and launches an attack, but Galhoiding dodges with a simple step. Yame is stunned. The attack curves back, and Yame manages to get behind Galhoiding, but the man stays calm and admits the boy really is fast. Even so, his eyes keep tracking every move. When Yame leaps up, Galhoidong is surprised. Yame pushes him hard enough that he finally draws his blade, clearly wary of that attack. Galhoidong says what Deus of Thunder did is impressive. He can't believe someone who had only just entered the early level of a 7th stage adapted reached this point. He admits Yame got stronger than expected. Still, Yame won't overcome the gap. No matter how hard he tries, he can't beat the difference between their adaptation stages. Golden discs gather overhead as Galhoidong warns him that a 7th stage fighter can't beat an 8th stage adapted using the golden meteor wheel. He sends it crashing down at Yame, saying the game is over. He batters the boy again and again. Gang starts to panic over what's happening to Deus of Thunder. Galhoidong shouts that the kid fought well and everyone just saw his defeat with their own eyes. Since he won, he declares that the expedition squad leader should be him. But Yame asks why he's so eager to end the fight. After all, he's still standing just fine, and Gang is shocked. Yame says he'll show him something fun, since Galhoidong seems bored from all the trash talk. Then he takes his stance. Gang mutters that Yame just doesn't know when to quit. He says Yame is too straightforward, and speed is the only thing he has. Yame charges again, but this time he changes elements and uses the 18 blades of the Flame King, Kang Wang's technique in Yame Yongyun style. The golden attacks start burning away. Galhoidong is shocked to see the Flame King's technique. Yame follows it with the 8 stealth formations, a Sog Myong technique, in Yame Yongyun style. Now Galhoidong realizes Yame is even using the school forest sect leader's moves. He asks how all those sect leaders could teach their own secret arts to someone else. Did they really throw away their pride? Yame answers that pride doesn't make anyone stronger. Then he attacks and slips right past Gang. He only leaves a shallow cut, and Guy says he gets it. That's how Yame wants this to go. When Yame turns his back, Guy says he'll stop holding back. With the X on his chest showing, he summons all of his golden discs. Yame can feel something dangerous coming. A giant disc forms above Guy's head. Everyone nearby starts yelling for the others to run as far away as they can. They all scramble to get out. Then Guy throws that wheel, the golden wheel of 10,000 Cs, straight at Yame. It tears through everything in its path. Even Aisha looks scared. As the attack races toward Yame, Guy mocks him, asking where the God of Thunder went and tells him to try surviving this. But then he's stunned because Yame cuts straight through that disc and rushes right at him. Yame says the game is over. He tells the Castellan of Garuda he fought well, then uses Izuri's Heavenly Blade, the Shin Muge Uke technique in Yame style. The strike goes right at him. Yame only has to touch Guy's forehead and the hit lands hard. Before Yame can go further, Mujuke steps in and stops the God of Thunder. He says that's far enough. Then he announces that the Castellan of Garuda lost the duel. It's over. Mujuke adds that he hopes Gay wasn't planning to use the Horn of Guardian Garuda, since that's a weapon of the Great Goals. He can tell Gay had to be pushed that far just to face the God of Thunder. Gay admits defeat and says Yame did well. After that, the two step back. Mugo declares that Guy Ruodong lost to the God of Thunder and asks who wants to face him next. He even asks if Aisha Lincrop wants to be his opponent. Anyone who still wants to fight is free to come down. But then, Gao Kir-yang walks over to Guy. Mugi Uke asks what she thinks she's doing. She says it should be obvious she's switching sides. He asks what game she's playing and even Kang demands an answer. Then she says she believes this side has the better chance to win. Just then, someone else arrives and says to Mugi Uke that he'll be his opponent. He says it's been a long time. It's the Monarch of Grace, Bang Shunyu, a 9th stage adapted. Yuri is stunned and asks why a monarch is here. So there really was a monarch behind the Conference of the Three Castles. Mugi Uke can't believe Bang and Oshio dared come back to Chaos when he was once Chaos's sworn enemy. The same one who slaughtered countless souls and took the fruit 900 years ago. Bang tells him not to be foolish and invites Mugi Uke to come with him, saying the Iron Monarch misses him a lot. Mugi Uke can't believe Bang now serves the Steel Monarch. Bang says he does. His ruler treats martial artists well. He says the 5th region is almost like a little Morim. Hoyu is nearly finished and there's no way he'd ever accept someone like Mugi Uke. Then he asks if Mugi Uke is still clinging to old hate over the past. Hoyu forgave him easily, but maybe Mugi Uke isn't like that. He tells him not to act so cold to a fellow martial artist after everything they went through together. That only makes Mugi Uke angrier. He asks how Bang dares say that after betraying Morim. But Bang stops his attack with one hand even while Mugi Uke swings his sword. Bang says he's being too harsh. After all, this is their first reunion in 900 years. That just makes Mugi Uke even madder. He says even Adria of Garuda and the Sarsanotisa clan were dancing in Bang's palm this whole time. Bang calmly answers that he has no idea what Mugi Uke means. He says they only gave them a warning so they could make the smartest choice. And in the first place, the master of Gorgon Fortress and the others are just praising themselves. Bang calls it pathetic. Mugi Uke tells him to shut up. He keeps attacking while above them Adria just watches. Then someone else tells Adria not to fall for Bang's games. They say she's making the right choice. Still, she doesn't look convinced. She remembers talking with the Steel Monarch's envoy, Hae Yang. He told her the master of Gorgon Fortress is even more dangerous than the leader of the Forgotten Sky clan. He's trying to use the Abyss Expedition Squad to unite chaos, and the monarch sees him as an omen. An omen is the title given to beings who try to change chaos. And whenever omens appear, hope appears in chaos too, but that hope always turns into despair. So if they don't get rid of him, a massacre will happen there. Hae says that since she's lived 970 years, she should know very well what happened 900 years ago. Adria thinks she can't let that tragedy happen again. He asks her to work with them and says that 1 week later, the summit of the 3 fortresses will be held in Gorgon. Now in the present, she wonders if this really was the right choice. Bang asks Mugi Uke why they don't stop this already. He says Mugi Uke can't defeat him. Hasn't he figured that out yet? But Mugi Uke keeps attacking. He even uses the Heavenly Sword, and Bang is actually surprised by that strike. The explosion is huge, but Bang still blocks it with the back of his hand. He says the gap between each adapted stage is already large, but the gap between the 8th and 9th stage is a bottomless abyss. For Mogokis, beating him is nearly impossible. Then Bang grabs his hand and tells him to reach the 9th stage before daring to challenge him again. He touches Mogokis' chest and attacks. Bang says someone without the rank of a monarch can't even scratch him. That one blow crushes all of Mogokis' hope. Bakurion is shocked. So this is the power of a monarch. Mogokis was beaten with a single strike. And the one ruling the 12th region, the monarch with the golden jade mask, isn't even a great monarch. Under a great monarch is a lieutenant general, then a major general, and he's neither of those. He's only the lowest of the 3, a brigadier general. She can't believe they planned an abyss expedition to fight monsters like these. Bang tells them to give up on that dream. They cannot win. He asks if the high positions they already reached in chaos aren't enough, and tells them not to chase what they can never have. By then, Mogokis drops to his knees at Bang's feet. Even so, his eyes still don't belong to someone who's lost. Even on his knees, Mogok hasn't given up. Bang warns that if they don't want to be erased forever yet before he can finish, Mogok attacks again. This time, his strike cuts off part of Bang's hair, and Bang blurts out asking what he just did. He can't believe Mogok still wants to fight in that condition. Mogok reminds him that 900 years ago they were beaten by the place of resurrection. Their fruits were stolen and they lost dear friends too. He says he never forgot the misery of that day. Then he tells Bang things are different now, and Bang looks surprised but calls him annoying. As Mogokis raises his sword again, Bang asks if he chose death in the end. But before Bang's blow can land, Mogokis uses the enigma of the Heavenly Sword, catching Bang off guard. The moment he sees that strike, Bang freezes. Then Mogokis unleashes the heaven-destroying form on him with everything he has. Even so, Bang simply reaches out his hand and calls Mogokis pathetic, using the bottomless well to crush that attack. Seeing that, Mogokis left speechless, and Bang says he still couldn't reach the sky, not 900 years ago, and not now either. Then Bang grabs his face and says he can't change anything. Everyone nearby tries to save Mogokis, but Bang tells him to blame the master of Gorgon Tower for filling his head with this crazy dream. Before he can do anything else, Cayman arrives and brings Rain with him. Bang is stunned, and Cayman apologizes to Mogokith for being late. Bang can hardly believe it. Cayman says the Tower Master will be late because he's busy, but he'll take on the Monarch instead. Euron finds that strange, wondering what could matter more to the Castellan than being here. He thinks the Abyss Expedition Squad might end before it even begins, but Cayman tells him to relax. Since he's here, it'll be fine. Then he asks if Mogok is alright, and Mogok is shocked to see him. He tells Cayman to give up because Bang is way beyond him, but Cayman says it's fine and tells him not to worry. He says those two need to leave with the citizens and get as far away as possible. Suji asks what he's talking about. If even Mogiok couldn't match Bang, then even fighting together doesn't promise a win. Still, Cayman asks him to let him handle this alone. That leaves him stunned, and Cayman says it's been a long time since he last saw that monarch. Bang asks if they know each other. He says the face feels familiar, then wonders if he was that newbie who failed to join the expedition squad because he wasn't skilled enough. Cayman says he was. Bang says he must have improved a lot if he really thinks he can stop him. So Cayman asks if he wants to see for himself. Bang says he does want to see how strong the kid has gotten and attacks, but Cayman slips out of the way as Bang's hand comes at him. Then he counters with his sword and Bang is shocked, getting driven back. Bang admits that wasn't bad and wonders what kind of skill that was. Cayman says it's weaker than the strong thrust, but much stronger than a normal thrust. That's the superior thrust. Then he tells Bang to fight seriously, or else he'll die by his hand. Bang really doesn't like hearing that. He asks if Cayman truly thinks he can kill him, then summons golden hands behind his back and says that even as a weak little runt, he still dares try to defeat him. Cayman charges in at full force. He gets pushed back for a bit, then regains ground and strikes one of those hands again. The moment his attack lands, the hand breaks apart and Cayman says Bang will die here. But Bang actually likes that. He says that even at the end, Cayman still never learned his place. But then he stares straight at the next attack coming, and Cayman remembers when the Prota congratulated him for finally reaching the 3rd stage. Cayman thanked him but asked if he really got that much stronger in only 2 years. The Prota pushes back, saying the 2nd floor has different time flow from the 1st floor, where the other sect leaders are training. Did Cayman really think he could throw 10 billion thrusts in just 10 years? Then Cayman opens his unique world, vast ocean, and floods the whole area with his water. Bang is shocked by that awakened Sido. He'd heard the Castellan was the awakened one, but didn't expect there to be another. Then Cayman starts attacking, and Bang says it won't work. Cayman keeps coming anyway, charging in with the strong thrust. That massive attack crashes toward Bang, and he can't react. After a while, Cayman plants his sword in the ground. His attack left Bang barely hanging on, completely wrecked. He's shaking so badly he can't even stay standing. Cayman gets ready to strike one more time, but Kokurion steps in front of him, attacking instead, and Cayman is caught off guard by what she's doing. He dodges the girl's attack, and she says the Castellan really did talk about this, that it was time for her to extract it. Then she asks the leader of the South Sea sect to fall back, saying that no matter how strong he's gotten, he can't face a monarch after training for only 2 years. She asks if he even thought about what happens afterward, but Cayman questions her, saying he trained for only 10 years. He tells her he's been thrusting for 200 years, then uses spiral execution. That attack wipes away everything in front of him. Everyone there is terrified by the power of that strike. It tears a crater through the path ahead, and Mogioka wonders if he won. He thinks the Castellan saw this coming and sent Cayman. He also knew chaos had to stand on its own instead of depending on him forever. Soon, the news spreads everywhere. Sometime later, Cayman goes to speak with Aishi, saying that in the end, she was the only envoy who changed her mind. She's surprised to see him there and says she's only staying because he convinced her. More than anyone, they know how terrifying the monarchs are, so she asks if he really plans to face them, and Cayman says he does. But she says the Golden Sky sect is nothing compared to the palace he's trying to challenge. Even if he did beat the Monarch of Graces, that's only a lieutenant general, the lowest rank among the 3 generals. That means he may face far stronger monarchs later, and Cayman says he knows. Still, he says they already ran once 900 years ago, so they can't run anymore. That surprises her, because this man always had an inferiority complex just because he wasn't a hyper-adapted one. Even when he panicked facing the monarch, he couldn't overcome it by himself. But now he's changed so much that she wonders if he's even the same Cayman she knew. Then she says that if he truly believes that, she'll try to believe in him too. But suddenly she hears a huge noise outside. She turns to look over there, and is shocked that it's the Tower of Nightmares. Cayman says yes, the Castellan and the Artisan of Dawn made it together. She asks if he's been cultivating there this whole time. Cayman talks about that idea and says it may look like cultivation, but it isn't. No one becomes a product inside the tower, and that's because the cultivator doesn't exist there. She's stunned that a tower without a cultivator even exists, and no way did Cayman get this strong because of it alone. Then Cayman tells Aishi she should see it with her own eyes, because chaos can now protect itself with its own strength. She notices even the citizens want to enter the tower. They're usually so fearful, so why would they want that? Then she realizes it's because they've always wanted to choose for themselves. The freedom they lost 900 years ago means little, unless they win back their own strength too. So she understands that they've chosen to believe in themselves again. Then she asks where the Castellan of Gorgon is. Meanwhile, the Protag is with the doctor. The doctor says the conference of the 3 castles should be over by now, and the Protag agrees. Then the doctor asks if it'll really be okay for him not to go, since the other side must have brought powerful people too. The Protag says Cayman should have handled everything by now. Cayman may even be stronger than him at this point. The doctor strongly denies that, saying it will still take Cayman another 100 years to beat him. But the Prota points out that the doctor reset from the beginning this time too, and he admits that's true. Even so, there's still something else. The Prota says the 3rd awakening should be right in front of his eyes. So why couldn't he reach it? The doctor answers that his method was wrong. He thinks direction changes everything. If someone begins awakening with a different keyword, then it's a whole different path. The doctor asks if he already knew that, and the Prota says he knew they saw the world in very different ways. That makes the doctor think. He reflects that the awakened ones from the fissure, including himself, all awaken with the same keyword, the first awakening of deconstruction. After that comes the 2nd step, understanding, and the final step is forgetting. The awakening he knew was never that deep. He had met countless enemies on the battlefield and never questioned deconstruction. He never really thought over understanding either. That's how he reached awakening, without questioning or thinking too deeply. But the man in front of him is different. For him, doubt meant questioning the very reason for his existence, and understanding meant thinking about why he exists in this world at all. That's why he kept questioning and thinking about everything. Even after gaining that unique world, his path demanded that he constantly test whether his world was truly valid, a painful, thorny road. Then the doctor asks the Prota how old he is now, and the Prota notices the old man is talking about age again. He says the tower's 3rd floor was finished a few days ago. According to Meikal, time there moves at least 100 times denser than on the 2nd floor, and he was away from the 2nd floor for 2 chaos days. That means he must have spent that whole stretch on the 3rd floor training. So the old man asks how many years he stayed there. Jawan answers 2,000 years. The old man can't believe it. He asks if MC has lost his mind and really expects him to buy that. He teases him, asking if he'll finally show some respect if it's true. The old man says he has to be joking. He asks again how long the old man stayed, and the answer is that it wasn't nearly as long as he had hoped. Then he calls the old man out, but the doctor says that even if Jawan lived 1,000 or 2,000 years, he'd still be just a kid to him. The protagonist says the doctor never changes, even after living more than 200 years. Then the doctor asks if he's really heading to the Palace of Resurrection now, and the protagonist says yes. The doctor warns him the Palace of Resurrection won't be easy to deal with. He asks if it wouldn't be smarter to strike later, after they've gained more awakened fighters from Gorgon. MC asks if he really thinks the monarchs will just wait around. They'll move once the others gather more awakened people, so he wants to catch them off guard first. He's not planning to fight everyone inside the palace, just take out the key things there. The doctor quickly realizes Jahuan must be after the fruit, and one more thing too, the treasure of nightmares, the item that can turn the living into the dead, and also the narrow door. He heard that with the narrow door, someone can enter chaos while still alive. So if Jahuan takes all the fruit and destroys the door, the monarchs should lose their way into chaos. Sure, they could still go there by dying, but not many of them would be willing to do that. Either way, there's a stop before that, the Manticora Castle on the road to the Palace of Resurrection. The doctor explains that the Golden Heaven sect is holding Manticora right now. They won't just stand aside and let them pass, so he asks what he plans to do. The protagonist pulls out his sword. He says he'll handle it the usual dumb and simple way, stab through everything and crush it head on, just like always. The doctor asks if he realizes they'd be taking on an entire fortress by themselves. He wonders if sneaking in unnoticed isn't an option. Jaiwan says he'll do what he always does, but the doctor reminds him they still need to save as much strength as possible. He tells MC not to forget that Manticora is only a gateway on the way to the Palace of Resurrection. MC says he knows and gets ready. Then he attacks with a thrust, cutting down everyone in front of him. Meanwhile, Jaiwan, watching from inside, says this is the first time he feels the rumors might not have been exaggerated. From the destruction of the Golden Heaven sect's northern branch to the wave route, this man really did all of it himself. He's shocked because this is the same person the Monarch of Darkness asked him to find. If he had seen this a little sooner, everything would have been much simpler. Then someone says Jaiwan seems lost in thought. Just looking at him gets her excited. She says it's no wonder the Monarch of Darkness went after that girl. Then she starts talking to him in a sweet voice. The protagonist tells Saren this is chaos, and says she should save those trashy clothes for home. She fires back, telling him to look at his own rags before judging her outfit. She adds that martial artists always think any place they conquer is part of Morum. As she watches, she suddenly asks what kind of technique that is on the screen. Everything got blown away with one hit, and she thinks it's amazing. Jaiwan asks Saren if she came all this way just to bother him, but she says of course not. She came to tell him something interesting. He asks what it is, and she says the Monarch of Grace appeared in chaos. MC says he already heard. She goes on to say every force sent to Garoda before the takeover is dead. After looking into it, they realized it was the Monarch of Grace's doing, and it seems he took Garoda and Dryad in return for helping both castles. The treaty said the Supreme Monarch wouldn't interfere in chaos or anything like that, but that clearly means nothing now. First it was the Monarch of Darkness, and now even the Steel Monarch's people are stepping into chaos. It's basically turned into a proxy war between the monarchs of the Great Lands. Still, she smiles, and says she heard the Monarch of Grace got beaten to death. Jaiwan is stunned. He asks if he's really dead and who killed him. She says one of the 10 clan leaders did it, but he refuses to believe that. Even all of them together shouldn't have been able to win. Then she asks if he remembers that guy from Gorgon Castle's expedition team. It was one of them, the leader of the South Sea sect who killed him. The protagonist thinks that's impossible. The South Sea sect leader shouldn't have that kind of power. Even if he had been hiding his strength, something that absurd shouldn't be possible. The Monarch of Grace is one of the Steel Monarch's sub-monarchs, part of the 12 supreme monarchs ruling the Great Lands. Anyone at that level is important, especially in the middle of a power war. The South Sea sect leader should know exactly what it means to make an enemy of someone like the Monarch of Grace. But while Jaiwan is thinking, she changes the topic and asks what he plans to do about the man he was supposed to find. Because of MC's failure, that target became a Castellan, and the Monarch of Darkness will be furious if he learns his prey is causing this much trouble. He says it's actually better this way. What he was looking for came to him on its own. He also saw the dead demon warriors, the monsters she made that can use the power of the dead. He figures that means they won't have any problem. Outside, the protagonist finishes off the enemies, but the doctor starts to feel something is off. There's no way the Golden Heaven sect could have faced all of chaos using troops at this level alone. Jaewan says that's not necessarily true. The doctor asks what he means, and then more men appear. He wonders who they are, and the doctor feels a horrible energy from them, like he's staring at death itself. One of them steps forward and asks Jaewan if he's the famous trailblazer everyone's been talking about lately. He says it's an honor to meet the man at the center of all those rumors. Then they land right in front of MC. The man notices the divine doctor is there too, so the doctor asks who he is, and why he talks like they know each other. The man asks if he's already forgotten him. He says he gathered the horns for the clinic and carried the patient too. Then the doctor finally remembers. It's Heinz, the just warrior. Heinz says he's relieved the doctor still remembers him. The doctor asks what a Gorgon guard like him is doing with the Golden Heaven sect. He says that sect doesn't deserve him and asks why he's standing with people like them. Heinz answers, asking if the doctor can really say that after knowing what he went through in Gorgon. The doctor is caught off guard by that and remembers what happened 100 years ago. Back then, Gorgon was at war with a sect called the Crimson Martial Sect, which no longer exists. On the battlefield, Hines reported that the Crimson Martial Sect attacked while the others were away. 50 guards, including the captain of the southern outpost, were wiped out forever in that ambush. Only one person survived, just Hines. Later, he went to the Divine Doctor and begged for help getting stronger. Since the doctor came from Morum, Hines believed he had some way to make that happen. But the doctor asked the boy a question. He said he understood the grief and despair of the weak, but he slapped the boy's hand away and said he had seen countless people like him during his 1,000 years in chaos. He couldn't grant every wish. He said he was sorry. Hines says he still remembers those words, that if he wanted strength, he should work hard. But then he asks if the doctor knows something. Working hard is a luxury only some people get. He pulls off his eye patch, shocking the doctor. Most people in chaos never even get the chance to work hard. He struggled to protect the justice he believed in all his life, then fought to shatter that belief, and reveals his ruined face. The doctor is stunned and asks what happened to his appearance. Hines says the weak warrior of justice he once was, a second-stage adapter, died 100 years ago. Now he is Hines, vice leader of the Golden Heaven sect. Then Hines turns to Jaefu and brings up the rumor that he only fights with thrusts. He invites him to play. Then he uses the 8 volcanic technique, a supreme art that tears arteries apart, attacking with that disgusting mass of mouths along with his weapon. Jaefu charges straight in. He drives a thrust right through the middle of it, his sword striking the tip of Hines' weapon. Hines is startled by that force. He asks how that's even possible. Then another man tells the vice leader they need to attack together. All of them rush Jaiwan at once. He just watches them without moving. Meanwhile, Jinhong Lim stares at the scene and demands to know what the hell is going on. Jinhong can't believe how easily he's killing the demonic ghouls. Since he just reached monarch rank, he thinks maybe they can beat him if they all attack together. But he also knows a frontal attack would get tons of ghouls killed, and if they all die, their whole plan falls apart. So he calls out to Sir Wen Armelt and she snaps at him asking what he wants and telling him to stop bothering her. She says she already did everything he asked, studied the spectral crystal, made the black cloud, and even created the ghouls. That leaves him stunned. Still, she says that in that case they'll make a trade, grabbing him and pulling him close. Meanwhile, they think about the Lord of Gorgon, the Legend of the Wave Root, and Hines remembers the one called the Challenger of the Impossible. Those are the titles Jaiwan earned in just 1 month, and Hines admits he hates every one of them. He's only a guest, yet after living 200 years he became a Castellan in a single month. He can't accept that, so he starts shouting at the protagonist and gets ready to attack. Gross threads start pouring out of his mouth. Then he charges straight at Jaiwan, saying he'll show the result of all his effort as he thrusts with his spear. MC slips aside, avoiding all the wreckage, but that movement leaves an opening, and Hines grabs his spear and aims at him again, saying this is the power he gained after throwing away all his beliefs, the power earned through hard work, and this is whatever that is, but Jaiwan is already tired of the speech. He says that's enough and hits back with everything using just one more thrust. The damage is insane and Hines gets blasted away, jamming his spear into the ground to stop himself. By now he's almost fully turned into a ghoul, and Jaiwan wonders why everyone in chaos ends up acting so alike. One of the nearby demons is shocked. The protagonist blew away half the vice leader's body even though Hines was nearly a 9th stage adapted. So they order everyone to focus on buying time until the vice leader heals. They all move to surround MC and the doctor yells for Jaiwan to be careful. But he says everyone's always talking about hard work and effort. Then he sweeps through all of them with a single thrust, killing everyone at once. Seeing that power, Hines even lets his weapon fall. He can only ask himself what that even was. As he looks into the protagonist's eyes, he sees the world tree inside the protagonist's mind and wonders what exactly he's witnessing. He starts thinking this might be the unique world of an awakened one, just like he heard in the rumors, and he's stunned. Is this how someone sees the world when they refuse to give in? The eye that controls and rules everything in the world is right there, and Hines wonders if MC is really trying to fight that. To him it's unbelievable. Jaiwan is completely insane. He dares challenge that thing, and Hines wonders if instead of giving up and throwing away justice, he could have walked the same path while chasing his dream. He finishes everything there, and everyone starts calling him a monster because he destroyed thousands of years of Mantic Castle's history in an instant. The doctor says that attack should be called World Thrust, now, not Heavy Thrust. Jaiwan tells him to stop talking nonsense. They're moving forward through the path he made. The doctor adds that a few are still standing, but they don't look able to stop them anymore. He asks how the protagonist did that since everything touched by his thrust turned into the protagonist's unique world. He's never seen anything like it before. MC just says he stabbed really hard, which the doctor clearly can't make sense of. He starts wondering if MC is nearing the stage beyond forgetting. Then he says things should be easier now. He can't sense any lieutenant generals, and that last attack seems to have badly wounded the leader of the Golden Salt sect. But then someone appears, asking if he's late, and the two of them look up at a huge screen. He asks what just happened, and the doctor realizes it's spatial interference. He can't believe that is the transcendent movement skill, teleportation. Then Sir Wen Armalt shows up, asking why the ghouls got scared, and the doctor thinks only one race can use that. Jaewon asks who this weird girl is, and she instantly gets offended, asking if he seriously doesn't know her. Doesn't he watch the hottest young star of the week or the best of the best? She asks if he doesn't even have a hologram panel at home. He just says no, and the doctor quickly tells him this woman is a nightmare, which surprises him. The doctor says every man in chaos knows her, and Sirwan Armelt says the old man has good taste, but he seems unaware of one thing. Calling a succubus a nightmare is taboo. She explains that nightmares are a different race, and at his age he should know better. Then she says her name is Sirwan Armelt, not just some nightmare. Jarmadoff figures she must be the nightmare the Golden Sky sect had. He has plenty he wants to ask, but no time for that. So now that she introduced herself, he tells her to get out of the way. She apologizes but says she can't do that because she got a request to stop him. He's gone too far. Jaewon says he has no choice then, and the girl gets nervous, telling him to wait while he gets ready to attack. She asks why he's so impatient, and begs him to give her a second. What about becoming her product? The one who asked her to stop him is nearly dead because of his attack. Now that that promise means nothing, she wants the protagonist for herself. But when his attack comes right at her, she thinks she almost died to that. She tells him to quit being such a menace, saying he should realize the kind of trouble he's in. Jaewon, meanwhile, senses an incredible spiritual presence approaching from outside the castle. It might be the general class monarch he's only heard about. Sirwan Armelt says the monarch of darkness is looking for him. Does he understand what that means? Still, she says she can hide him. And if he belongs to her, she guarantees no one in the 12 regions will be able to touch him. MC says he doesn't want that. She says she expected that, so now there's only one option. She summons an earpiece and several screens, then says she'll have to force him to become hers. The doctor warns Jaewon to be careful, because this is succubus authority magic. Her power spreads across the whole area, summoning all kinds of things. She tells him to let her know if he changes his mind, since she doesn't want to go too far for no reason. Then those things rush both of them. As they're attacked, Jaewon uses his thrust to kill a bunch of those monsters. Sirwan Armelt asks what he thinks he's doing and sends her snakes to attack, controlling them to box him in. The doctor says at this rate it'll never end and tells Jaewon to aim for the succubus, but instead he plants his sword in the ground and sends a huge tide rushing out everywhere. The monsters don't understand what's happening, and Sirwan thinks it was clever. Maybe he's trying to hide in the area, but then he runs through it, stepping across every surface and leaping toward her. Even so, Sirwan Armelt says she can see everything he's doing through the screen. She attacks with part of her magic, pulling one of those snakes in to catch him mid-air, saying he's simpler than she expected. She tells him to calm down and think, because her offer actually puts him at a disadvantage. After all, she is Sirwan Armelt and Armors, the captivating flame, always ranked first in the popularity vote on Little Brother. But even from inside that trap, Jaewon keeps attacking and blows away all that sand, appearing again. Then she realizes he materialized his own mental image, and that this guy is definitely a monster. Jaewon reaches her, grabs her by the neck, and slams her into the sand, completely overpowering her, as he asks if she's still going to keep this up. Then he notices this nightmare isn't actually hostile. If he spares her and takes her along, she could be useful, once he goes to the abyss and beyond. Besides, there are a lot of things he wants to ask, like about the original nightmare that should be at the top of the Mirage Tree. So he says that if she obediently goes to Gorgon, he'll spare her. She just wonders if he's asking her to surrender and tells him not to make her laugh, while pointing upward. Jaewon then realizes she's still in control of the game, moving huge amounts of sand around them. She says not even in her wildest dreams would she surrender, using her magic to force him to let go. He falls onto another one of her giant screens, and she mocks him. He finally managed to catch her, so isn't it a shame? Jaewon is surprised that she escaped, but she appears right behind him, asking if she surprised him by showing up out of nowhere. The protagonist doesn't even get the chance to react, and once again he's caught in a mental attack. The 8 gates of hell. He's dragged through a massive gate, and she notices he doesn't look surprised. She asks if he already knew about the 8 gates of hell, and he says he's faced this skill before. She answers that this will be different from the fake 8 gates of hell in his memory, because the real 8 gates were originally a skill made by the succubus. Then Jaewon starts getting hit by the wind there. The first gate is a hell of stormy paths, and a bunch of hurricanes come at him. The 4th gate is a hell of tangled darkness, and chains rush toward him too. He only watches for a moment before breaking them with a thrust. He keeps cutting down everything coming at him. Then the 6th gate opens, a freezing hell, and he kills that ice dragon again, like it's nothing. That finally shakes her when her melt. She's left wondering if he's even human. Jaewon just asks if that's all she's got. She admits he's amazing, but says the next one won't be so easy. Another gate appears. This one is covered in arms. Those hands start pulling it open, and from inside, purple liquid spills out. It floods the whole area. The moment Jaewon sees it, he freezes. The water carries countless corpses, and the more he sees, the more stunned he gets. Sirwan Armelt says that no matter how skilled he is, this one will be hard. Since the 8 gates of hell were created, no one has ever passed the 7th gate. Then countless versions of Jaewon start asking who he is. That sight rattles him. This is the 7th gate, the hell of identity. As those other selves question him, MC can only wonder what is happening. Even if they come from totally different timelines, every one of them is still him. He finds the situation strange and gets ready to attack, but the others do the same, all preparing to thrust. That catches him off guard, because it's not just their faces, their techniques are identical too. Worse, they seem to think the same way he does. Instead of rushing in, they're testing him first, trying to figure out how strong he is. So Jae-won realizes he'll have to strike first and beat them with pure skill. As he starts doing that, the other versions attack too. He isn't surprised. Of course they all rely on thrusts. That's what most of them know best, and it's getting on his nerves. While he keeps cutting through them, he suddenly notices that he's the one getting hit. Then something changes. He wonders what this smoke is, but it isn't normal smoke. The instant someone appears behind him, he attacks right away. Another version of himself is split in half and drops right in front of him, staring him in the eyes, and then a voice tells him to stop. That strange smoke keeps spreading everywhere. Jae-won is stunned, and then he hears someone calling him. It's Corporal Him, followed by an apology. That pulls him back to his time in the army. He remembers that trauma while the man keeps saying he's sorry. The protagonist realizes these are his old memories, the ones from before the tower. The man tells him he really worked hard, and the protagonist should know that better than anyone. If he were in his place, he'd understand what he meant. After thanking him for everything, the man raises his weapon and puts the handle under his own neck. MC shouts at him, but it's already too late. He remembers that this man was his subordinate and advisor, broken by all the madness around him until one night he killed every superior and officer. Jae-won was the only one in the platoon who survived. From the platoon commander to the battalion commander, every officer was replaced. He was cleared because the dead soldier's diary proved he wasn't involved. Even so, he spent 15 days locked in military prison, thinking maybe he could have saved him. He figures that's when he first began to hate the system. Long before this world of skills and status screens, he had probably already been living inside a system, a world where a huge structure crushes the people under it. That memory makes him more and more furious, and every time he kills one of his other selves, more of the past comes back. Everything he lived through, one memory after another. It all comes flooding back, like the purge in Balganga City, and his anger keeps rising. Then one of them, maybe the last one, asks who he is, even as Jae-won kills his child self. That horrifies him even more. But he knows he still has to keep going. He really does finish off that little boy. And then Sir Wen asks what he thinks now that he's experienced the 8 gates of hell. She explains that forgetting is the process where awakened ones become new beings by losing themselves, and anyone who has gone through that is especially weak against the 8 gates of hell. Even succubi, who can control their swollen egos, go through a suicidal phase where they try to tear themselves apart. But Jae-won is only human. Outside, the doctor tries to wake him while he's lying in her lap, and she keeps whispering, wondering if he can endure having all the egos he lost through forgetting come back at the same time. The protagonist realizes these are the memories he threw away when he entered forgetting. This is a world where he has to kill himself to move forward. Then another voice calls to him from beyond that gate. Jae-won is completely fed up. He remembers what he is. This really is the hell of identity. His body feels heavy, and he can't see anything. Then he remembers Kamen asking what awakening really is. The doctor answered that awakening means learning to face things, and that it gives you the power to see the truth of the world. MC realizes this is from when he taught Kamen. The doctor said the awakened can see the numbers that make up the world's truth, and the particles that build reality. They can read data the adapted can't, and even the way they see themselves starts to change. That's what people call the stage of forgetting and awakening. But the awakened also have to endure alienation, because those who see too much are doomed to go blind faster. Now Jae-won starts to understand that's the alienation that old man talked about. Those who see too much go blind fast, and those who hear too much lose their senses fast too. But then he wonders if any of that even matters, because he really did work hard, and no one else made it as far as he did. But deep down, what he really wanted to say was that he was tired. Then he starts seeing a rain of stars, and as he looks at them, he remembers everything he's been through and asks himself who he really is. His body starts shining again, and he says he doesn't know who he is, but he exists. All those countless memories he forgot while thrusting through the world for 2,000 years, and the thread connecting all of them, that is who he is. And with that, he reaches a new understanding. Then he wonders what's going on, and why the gate is changing like that. Sir Wen starts coughing up blood, asking what this is. It's backlash. Then Jae-won opens his eyes once again. Even after living more than 2,000 years, she has never seen anything like this. The whole world of the 8 gates of hell shatters. Jae-won opens his eyes again, thinking that even after forgetting, he still doesn't know what his next keyword will be. For now, the 8th gate in front of him is something he has to overcome if he wants to leave this place. So he walks up to it and places a hand on it. The moment he touches it, the gate starts to glow and opens for him. Inside, there is an unreal, almost legendary sight. Jae-won looks around and wonders if there's really nothing there, asking why the room is so empty. Then the stars begin to shine, forming letters in the sky. The message says a legend is being passed on to the one who cleared all the gates of hell. Jae-won figures this must be a recording left behind by the one who created the 8 gates of hell. The voice says it still remembers the day the Abyss Expedition Squad was formed, and he is shocked by what he's hearing. Then it reveals its name, Moloch Serwan Armelt, and says this is the story of its failure. Meanwhile, outside, the doctor grabs the protagonist and that demon girl too, bringing them inside and laying them down while still calling for him to wake up. He can't understand why MC still won't wake. Even after bringing the succubus who used the skill, MC shows no sign of opening his eyes. The illusion should already be gone since the succubus was taken down. On top of that, people from the Palace of Resurrection have just arrived from all sides, and one of them even seems to be a general class fighter. That man asks if they found them, and when they say no, he orders them to search carefully. He says they have to be nearby, and that man is the 11th stage adapted monarch of Black Fragrance, Garam. The doctor is horrified when he sees him. He never expected someone that important from the 9th region to show up in this chaos. Then Garam senses something, and his men ask what it is. He turns and looks right toward the doctor's hiding place, saying the rat managed to escape them this long. He raises a handful of those flames and calls him a filthy rat. The instant he snaps his fingers, the attack flies straight there. But Sir Wen Armelt apparently uses her power to vanish with them before it hits. After blowing apart everything, Garam wonders if they escaped. He orders his men to recover the Manticore and find the leader of the Golden Sky sect. Elsewhere, Sir Wen Armelt complains, asking how many times she's died today. She talks to the old man and asks if he has nothing to say after she saved his life, but he's flat on the ground saying he's the one who saved her, asking if she forgot who protected her while she was unconscious. She brushes it off and says things are quiet now, but he asks what she plans to do next, and she says she's going to Gorgon Castle. He asks if she's giving up, but she says no, she just has a few things to settle with him. He's still asleep, and the doctor says he already sent word to Gorgon Castle by carrier pigeon, but it's strange that he has stayed unconscious for so long. By now they should have already sent out troops, including the newly awakened. Then Cayman says they received a message from the Castellan. He destroyed the Manticore Castle. Now Gorgon's Liberation Army, Carpe Diem, is heading out on an expedition. They will pass through Manticore and strike the Palace of Resurrection. Cayman orders everyone to move out, because now not even the Palace of Resurrection can stop them. They all charge in and start cutting down Samyung Graham's men. A bunch of them die fast, and Zug is stunned. A force with 300 awakened fighters is no joke. For a moment, he thinks they might actually win this time. But Samyung Garam just says he doesn't get it. To him, they'd be better off accepting reality and living in obedience. Then he gets up and unleashes his power. He attacks at once, hurling a huge rock down on them. With one punch, and without even using his full strength, he kills many at once and calls them greedy. Zog can only think, what the hell is this? A rock flies straight at him and he can't even react. All that's left is his fan. Yum can't believe it, and Samyung Garam tells the others to fall back. He stomps the ground and makes everything shake. Terror spreads through the troops, but Yum orders them to attack first. As they rush in, he raises one hand and calls on Tholi. That power forms around him, and he fires it over all of them. They are nearly wiped out. Just that single blast from one hand does massive damage, and Yum can barely believe what it did to him. He loses an arm, and just like that, the Gorgon Carpe Diem Liberation Army, which had pushed the front all the way to Manticore against the Palace of Resurrection, is stopped cold. Yoam orders a full retreat and tells everyone to run. Just the appearance of the Black Fragrance monarch, Samyung Garam, completely turns the war around. The next day, in the conference room inside Gorgon Castle, Yoren Shiver reports that from the first squad under Captain Carlton Javier to the 7th, led by the Mugioki sect leader, a 9th fast stage adapter, half of Captain Carpe Diem's forces were destroyed in only 10 days, along with the other squads. Worst of all, 532 stage awakened fighters died too, and they were major forces. Ahaisha says they barely managed to keep the war going, and now the Palace of Resurrection's army is already right in front of Gorgon. She thinks everything would end if they just gave the palace what it wants. But Kang asks if she's really saying they should hand over the Castellan and the tower just to save themselves. Cayman says Kang is right. They can't give up the Castellan, and even if her clear vision lets her see things, it doesn't show the future. He warns her not to become blind because of her own ability, reminding her that the Castellan already told them they only need to make their own path. She says there is no way they can win and asks him to accept that. Then she suggests asking the other monarchs for help. Yuren asks if she means the Steel Monarch, and she says yes. He points out that every monarch sent by the Palace of Resurrection is tied to Brill of the 9th region, and everyone knows Steel and Brill have hated each other for a long time. She asks if he forgot they killed the Monarch of Grace, who had been sent by Heichu, but he explains that, more exactly, that monarch isn't really dead. Anyone who enters chaos through the narrow gate returns to their original body after dying. Even so, Cayman says they still shouldn't accept help from other monarchs. She asks why, and he answers that chaos must be freed by chaos alone. Meanwhile, Sir Wen and the old man are still watching the protagonist, who is somehow still asleep. The old man jokes that the guy must be made of iron. While he keeps sleeping, the doctor starts yelling at Sir Wen, asking if she shouldn't wake him properly since she's the one who put him in this state. He can't believe an illusion kept him down for 10 whole days. She snaps back that he talks so much it's annoying, and asks if he isn't supposed to be a doctor. If he has that many complaints, why doesn't he fix it himself? He says he would have if he could. Then he asks why she's still there, saying he thinks she has some connection to the Monarch of Darkness. Sir Wen says that kind of contract doesn't matter. What matters is that a human got through the 8 gates of hell. That shocks him, and he asks if the illusion she used on him was really the 8 gates of hell. He thought even weaklings from the Forest School sect could use that skill, so how could someone like him be beaten by it? That comment clearly ticks her off. She says the 8 gates of hell is an incredible skill. It was never meant for humans, and its full power only comes through a succubus. She explains that she taught it to the forest school sect because she wanted to see someone overcome it. As far as she knows, no one had ever passed the 8 gates of hell. Still, she had seen similar cases before. If a human used the 8 gates, what usually got destroyed was the user's mind, not the skill itself. But this human was different. He didn't just blow apart his own mind, he completely erased the skill. He destroyed the 7th gate, which no one had ever passed, and reached the 8th and final one. Then she adds that the 8th gate is the place of rewards, and anyone who clears the 7th can gain many rewards there. The doctor remembers hearing something before. If someone passes all 8 gates and reaches the 8th, they may be more than worthy to become the king of chaos. Izugi Mango mentioned that once, and he had brushed it off as nonsense. Now he's not so sure, so he asks, what is there? She says it's the legacy left by her godfather. Before she can explain more, the protagonist starts waking up, and the old man lights up. Once he sits up, the old man is almost giddy. The protagonist asks what's going on. After hearing everything, he fixes himself up and starts to stand. The old man asks where he's going, and he says he's headed to the conference room. The old man tells him he can't go there now. Some of them, following the other's request, are trying to hand him over to the Palace of Resurrection, and if he really wants to go, he'll have to step over him first. So the protagonist does exactly that without a problem, since the old man fits right under his legs. That leaves the old man furious, asking if he really just stepped over him. The protagonist walks into the hall, and when he appears in front of everyone, they're shocked to see the Castellan. Yuri and Aishiya feel too ashamed to even look at him, but the protagonist goes straight to the point. He's going to the Palace of Resurrection. Everyone is stunned. Kamen asks what he's trying to do and says he can't. Others beg him to think it over and say he must not do this. Even Yoam, who's standing there after losing an arm, is shaking. The protagonist says he's fine and tells them not to look at him like that, but Yoam answers him. He says many of their comrades died while the protagonist was unconscious. Does he know that? If they had never learned about freedom and hope, they never would have died, and they didn't even have time for the soul flow ceremony. The protagonist only apologizes. Yoam tells the Castellan he hates him because he gave them freedom and taught them about hope, and because of that, they truly need him now. He begs him not to go to the Palace of Resurrection. Please stay. It would be better if they died fighting together. The old man is surprised, and the protagonist thinks to himself that he really did give them something huge. Now they're ready to risk their lives to protect it. Then the protagonist says everyone has the wrong idea. He's not going to the Palace of Resurrection to surrender. Yoam is shocked, and even the old man can't believe what he's about to hear. The protagonist says he's going there to destroy the Palace of Resurrection. Everyone goes pale. Yuri can tell this won't work, and the old man thinks this guy is insane. Yuma even asks if he's lost his mind. The protagonist says he hasn't, but Kamen asks if he really just said he's going to destroy that place, and when exactly he plans to do it. The protagonist answers, right now. Serwin thinks this human is really strange. He seems not to know what reality even means. Reality always forces humans to kneel, and no one should follow him. But then people start liking the idea. Of course they say they can go with him. Since they can't stop him, they ask him to take them along. Kamen, Kang, and even Carlton Javier all say they'll go too. Serwin thinks they're all crazy. Why are they talking like this? They used to be satisfied with their miserable lives as spirits, so why are they suddenly shouting about freedom and real life? She wonders if it's all because of that man. The protagonist thanks them for the support, but says he only needs 4 people total for this attack, counting himself. It'll be him, the old man, Kamen, Carlton Javier, and the woman back there too. She can't believe he just included her. She never asked to be part of this plan, so she asks if he's seriously taking her. He looks right at her and says yes, she's coming. She asks why she would go, while Kang thinks this is ridiculous. There's no way only 4 people can do this, so Kang asks to come too. But the protagonist says 4 is enough, and she keeps trying to get him to listen. He tells the rest that goes for them too, so they shouldn't feel bad. She keeps protesting in the back, saying she's not going. The old human stays quiet, while Carlton Javier asks about the bigger job ahead. If they destroy the Palace of Resurrection, will everything really be over? What happens once chaos is united? Aishiya says the people of all chaos won't accept them as the central power. Because of that, other groups driven by division will rise up, and the ones who stay behind will need to build up their own strength to deal with them. Ion asks if they can deal with everyone else after the Resurrection Palace is destroyed. Nearby, Siri and the old man are still arguing. He says that once the palace's narrow gate is broken, the monarchs won't be able to move through chaos anymore, so the enemy side probably won't have any monarchs left. But Jaehoon asks if he's really sure the war with the monarchs will end once the narrow gate is destroyed, especially when that gate was never the original way into chaos. Ion can't believe they'd kill themselves just to come here. To him, that makes no sense. But the protagonist says they're only preparing for the dangers they can already see coming. The girl keeps refusing, but he asks if she really doesn't want to know what was inside the 8th portal. If she helps him, he'll tell her what he saw in there. Soon, they're in Siri's personal workshop. They start looking through the place, and everyone quickly realizes it's kind of awful. It seems that once someone becomes a famous craftsman, they get way too full of themselves. She keeps warning them not to touch anything, saying that she didn't even make that one herself. Her godfather made it for her. She can't believe she let other people into her private workshop at all. If they didn't need help getting a teleport route to the Resurrection Palace, she never would have brought them here to the place with her long-distance travel portal. Then the old man points something out to Jae-hwan, saying she made that thing and called it a tower. Its title is The One Who Regressed 10 billion times, and the summary says that after regressing 10 billion times, he must conquer the Great Land under the blessing of the legendary nightmare Serwin Armelt. Apparently this one was meant to be her ideal tower. She panics and tells them not to read it, adding that she made it when she was only 1,200 years old. Kamen doesn't buy that excuse at all. He wonders if she's really one of the 500 famous masters. She snaps back, asking why he's looking at her like that. Does he think she looks like a joke? Then Jae-won picks up another tower called a cultivator, who doesn't cultivate. Its story is terrible too, and he clearly hates it. She just tells him to shut up. She says she'd rather run around naked than let them keep reading this stuff. The old man says that after seeing things like this and feeling nothing, he really must be getting old. Kamen agrees that a lot of time has passed, but the feeling this gives off is still bad. Then she remembers that all of them used to be products too. People trapped inside the spaces those towers created. They were products themselves in the past, so she remembers how they used to crush all of them. Of course they wouldn't like her workshop for making towers, after suffering through that before. Then Jae-won asks her what the name of that one is. When she turns to look, that tower is much better made than the others. She says it's called The World After the Fall. That's the title, but it's still unfinished. As Jae-won looks at it, she thinks about how that was the tower she designed after meeting him, and honestly, she has no idea how he'll feel after seeing it. Thinking about it now, she never once looked at a tower from a product's point of view. Then she says the bridge is connected and they can go in. She figures it's natural for him to feel strange, but something still seems off, and she can't tell what it is. Still, she starts to understand why her godfather gave up on that expedition, and maybe why he felt that way too. On the other side, at the Resurrection Palace, people are watching everything. One man starts yelling that someone cut the line, and the guard is barely awake, thinking they're all idiots. He says if they were really people who could reincarnate, they wouldn't be standing in line here, they'd be at the fruit storage. After waiting over 6 months, they should have given up already. Then someone calls out to the palace master, asking if this isn't already his 3rd year there. That man is the 72nd master of the Resurrection Palace, the monarch of Mist, Hitchmeyer. He says it isn't that he can't reincarnate, he chose to stay there and serve the palace master. They answer that it's basically the same thing. They say his situation isn't any different from theirs. But Hitchmeyer calls them fools and attacks. He sucks the air from their lungs, leaving them unable to breathe, and asks if they want to stop existing forever. They instantly beg for mercy, and he says they ruined his mood. If not for the agreement, he wouldn't be rotting away in a place like this. The story goes that monarchs who enter chaos after dying in their previous lives have duties to fulfill. They become palace masters until the next monarch dies and arrives in chaos. He says he needs the next monarch to show up soon so he can leave that remote corner of chaos. Then he remembers the strange rumors he heard after the monarch of Jade Mask came to chaos and got beaten by an awaken from Gorgon. Those guys were supposedly forming an expedition into the abyss to attack the Resurrection Palace. He thinks that's ridiculous. How would they even reach this place? And since the monarchs of the 9 regions came through the narrow gate, he figures something must have happened. Still, he can't leave because he's the palace master, and that only makes it more frustrating that he has no way to learn the truth. Then a nearby wall starts to crack. By the time he looks over, it's already too late. The wall explodes and an attack rushes straight at him and the palace. But Hitchmeyer pulls in a breath and reacts fast, shouting at the intruder and demanding to know who's there. His strike collides head-on with Jae-won's attack. Then he uses interference cancellation, realizing that his opponent must be at least on his level, as he charges straight into the clash, asking if he's the Castellan of Gorgon. Then he notices water spilling out from Kamen's sword. Kamen answers that he's not the Castellan. That throws Hitchmeyer off, and Kamen says it's been a long time since they last met. Then the old man and Jae-won arrive beside him. Kamen clearly knows this is the Monarch of Mist, and all of them are ready to fight. He says he came here to collect what he's owed for what happened 900 years ago. As Kamen throws out more attacks, Hitchmeyer drags in all the wind he can into his lungs and blasts it back. A huge cloud swallows Kamen, leaving him unable to see. He gets frustrated because he can't believe he still can't sense his enemy even after all that training. For a moment he thinks maybe he really is useless, but then he remembers Jae-won telling him he can do it, that he believes in him. So Kamen focuses once again and decides to trust all of his senses. Just as Hitchmeyer appears above him and gets ready to strike, Kamen finds him first and hits back before he can move, forcing him away. Hitchmeyer gets hit hard, part of his abdomen blown away, and he's shocked Kamen managed to detect him. That only makes him even angrier. Kamen readies another attack, while Hitchmeyer starts cursing him for being a filthy, arrogant bastard. At the same time, Jae-won speaks to the doctor, saying he'll take Saren with him and head for the Palace of Pleasure. Kamen can handle things here. Meanwhile, the girl in the back is annoyed because she can't even see the fight. He explains that the Palace of Pleasure is hidden by the fruit and the narrow gate, and it sits at the top of the Resurrection Palace. The energy coming from it feels wrong, so the doctor needs to be careful. He adds that he and Kamen will do everything they can to keep as many monarchs as possible from reaching the Palace of Pleasure. Meanwhile, inside the palace, everything starts shaking, and the monarch of the fire wheel and the monarch of Seven Fears show up. Noticing the huge noise outside, Seven Fears looks ahead and spots the doctor there. He says he knows he's there, but the doctor has already drawn his sword and gets ready to attack, swinging at both of them. Seven Fears jumps away, while Firewheel ducks in panic. Seven Fears is shocked that the doctor came back, but there's only one woman with him. They were told to bring back the Castellan, yet all they got is an old man. Firewheel demands to know how he dares attack the Resurrection Palace and asks if the old man wants to die. The doctor can't believe they dodged his slash that easily, and he realizes he can't let his guard down. Then Seven Fears says it's not too late, and tells him to go bring the Castellan of Gorgon instead. Even if he can handle the two of them, he won't stand a chance against all the brigade generals guarding the fruits. The doctor tells them to stop talking trash and come at him already, summoning a dragon behind him. Meanwhile, inside the Palace of Pleasure, everyone seems busy giving in to pleasure. Women are draped all over the men there. One of them says it sounds like things at the main gate got out of hand, and asks if they should go check. That's the Shy Monarch, Leica, first edition. Then the second Dragon Monarch tells him to forget about it, because Hitchmeyer will finish them off. While the fourth Dragon Monarch says the women of chaos really are the best. As they keep lounging around, the third Dragon Monarch says he can't imagine coming to chaos without stopping by this place. The fifth Monarch says it'd be awful if they got castrated by the alliance of female monarchs back in the Great Land. He says he doesn't want to face Runuko over something that's stupid, and they all laugh. But then they wonder if the people of chaos might take offense to this. One of them brags that they live in an amazing place, talking about the first Dragon Monarch. While they fool around, Leica First Edition starts feeling like something is off. He suggests checking what's happening outside, but the fifth Monarch says the master of the Palace of Resurrection can handle it. He tells Leica to stop ruining the fun and enjoy himself for once. Leica pushes back, warning that if something really did go wrong, they'd all have to deal with the result. Even with a wine cup in hand, someone reminds him that the generals were ordered to protect the Palace of Resurrection. The fourth Monarch gets annoyed, telling Leica to shut up and sit still. If he's so worried, he can go check by himself. Leica First Edition is clearly scared, but he still holds himself together, and the fourth Monarch presses him, asking if he wants to fight them. Then all those idiots start ganging up on him. They look ready to kill Leica First Edition, but he keeps calm and says that isn't what he meant. He says he'll go alone. As he leaves, they laugh and call him a pathetic rat. Leica curses them under his breath, swearing that one day he'll get his revenge. Still burning with anger at them, the first Monarch from inside releases killing intent at Leica First Edition. Terrified, Leica quickly says he'll just take a fast look and runs out of there. One of them laughs, saying that's perfect. The first brother really is the best at shutting people up. The first one simply says he hates noise. After that, they go back to laughing at the rat. But in the middle of that laughter, Sir Wen's power appears right above them. One of the brothers notices it, looks up, and sees the protagonist and Sir Wen coming out of a teleport. The fifth Monarch asks who the hell they are. The third is shocked, and the protagonist immediately launches the first attack, scattering both the monarchs and the women around them. The second brother is stunned by what just happened, while the other two stay back. Then the protagonist appears right in the middle of them, ready to kill everyone there. The first brother says he must be the Castellan of Gorgon, and the protagonist answers that of course he is. The brother is surprised that he actually came in person and alone. He says the boy must have lost his mind and asks if he came to keep his promise. The protagonist says no, he came to kill all of them. The first brother hates hearing that. He asks if this nobody really thinks he can kill them. A mere soul of chaos daring to say that. His arrogance has no end, so he calls on his dragon power. Sir Wen warns the protagonist to be careful. He's caught off guard when the dragon rushes at him, and he blocks it with his sword but still gets thrown back into a pillar. He plants his foot, breaking the pillar as he steadies himself and gets ready to charge again. But before he can, the fifth and second brothers jump in together, demanding to know how he dared attack the Palace of Resurrection. The protagonist slips away as they smash the pillar behind him. He tries to move out, but when he stops, he realizes even more of them are coming. The first brother tells him to get up, saying he'll pay for interrupting their fun. He can struggle all he wants, but all of them are about to rush him together. The protagonist watches each of them closely. Then the first Monarch orders the attack, and they move in with coordination. The protagonist answers with his first thrust. They mock him, saying strong attacks mean nothing if they don't hit. The protagonist is surprised by those bastards because they keep attacking non-stop, and it's getting annoying. Then the third tries to kill him, but the protagonist dodges and comes back with another attack, this time kicking him in the face and sending him flying. He tries to hit the fifth too, but one of them strikes from below, pinching him between two attacks with another brother. The second says that no matter how strong he is, he can't beat them alone. Not even a high-ranking general could stop their combined attacks by himself. The two of them enjoy the moment and laugh at the protagonist. He admits they may have a point. Fighting them alone is rough, and that's exactly why he starts drawing out his power while readying another thrust. All of them go wide-eyed at the sight. The protagonist tells them he's going to wipe them all out at once. Then he unleashes a massive thrust that tears through nearly the whole place. Elsewhere, the old man is shocked by the blast. Realizing the boy has started fighting too, he's still holding back the other two himself. Back in the hall, everything is wrecked, and the protagonist looks tired and hurt, but one of them says it's a shame. The first brother used a barrier to block every attack so they're all unharmed. He just raises a hand shielding everyone. Seeing that, the protagonist is shaken. He never expected that blow to be stopped. Now it's clear the ones guarding the Palace of Resurrection are on a whole different level. The first brother says he can't believe the boy tried to invade the palace with tricks like that. He asks if this is supposed to be a joke. Then he says he'll show him the gap in their strength, calling him a chaos worm. All of them start moving together, following the first one's lead. The protagonist is caught off guard, and the first tells him to take this as an honor, as he becomes a true dragon. He says the boy should be grateful he's using this form on someone like him. A huge dragon appears in front of the protagonist, with 5 eyes as if the 5 monarchs fused into one monster. It tells him he'd better use everything he has from now on. Jachuan sees that giant dragon charging straight at him, mouth wide open, and jumps aside so he won't be swallowed. But the dragon keeps chasing him, and he thrusts again at that thing, trying to knock it back. Still, that barrier stops Jachuan's attack again. They mock him, asking if he really thinks he can even scratch them at his current level, and they blast him away once more. While flying back, he drives his sword into the ground to stop himself. Then he sees the dragon firing a huge energy sphere right at him. He tries to thrust into that incoming ball of power, and the dragon is surprised. Still, the protagonist gets overwhelmed by the hit and thrown back again. After all that destruction, the dragon looks over and thinks that his arrogance will cost him his life. But the protagonist raises one hand and slams it onto the dragon's head, stopping it cold. The dragon is shocked, and Jaiwan says now it's his turn. The dragon can't tell what he's planning and asks if he still hasn't learned, saying his attacks can't pierce its scales. Jaiwan says they're about to find out. After that, his sword starts glowing gold, and when he drives it into the barrier, cracks begin to spread. The dragon realizes he's focusing everything on one point, and understands how dangerous that is. It starts thrashing around and calls MC a worm, asking if he really thinks it'll let him do whatever he wants. The dragon slams its head into the ground to crush him there, but then it notices it missed the boy. The protagonist is already above it, saying the dragon talks too much. By the time it looks up, it's too late. Jawan brings down a thrust from above. The impact tears everything apart, and even Cayman sees it from far away. He thinks the Castellan must have pulled it off. Cayman has also beaten Hitmeyer, who's lying on the ground covered in blood. The old man notices how quiet it suddenly got, and figures the boy won. He thinks trying to keep up with him is exhausting, and he also managed to beat those 2 monarchs. Inside, everything is destroyed and the dragon is down. The protagonist is still standing. One of the sirens says that when he claimed only 4 people would attack the Palace of Resurrection, she thought he was being reckless. Now she's shocked that he actually pulled it off. Then the first brother gets back up badly wrecked with part of his body destroyed, and keeps cursing Jaewon, swearing he'll make him regret this and never forget the humiliation. The other brothers are scattered in pieces on the ground, even one of his arms is lying there. He tells the boy not to think it's over. He'll come back and destroy him, and no matter what he does, they won't be defeated. He says he's right because they came through the narrow gate. The brother asks if he knew that. He realizes Jaewon knows too much and asks if he understands what he's done. As long as their bodies and souls stay linked through their brains, they can never die. All that will happen is they'll return to their real bodies in the omnipotent land. He says it's too late for the protagonist to regret anything, but the protagonist attacks and the brother is stunned because the boy actually severed the connection. He starts screaming in panic, asking if Jaewon really cut the link. He can't understand how that was possible, and he falls to the floor writhing. Memsi asks him how it feels to experience death. The first monarch screams on the ground as his body starts coming apart. He says he can't believe he cut the brain connection that should be impossible. Now he's desperate because he doesn't want to die. He quickly offers anything, skills, status, whatever Jaewon wants, and says he'll ask the great monarch to give it to him. Then another brother calls out to the first monarch, but he keeps begging the protagonist, saying he'll even speak to the monarch of darkness. He swears they'll agree to anything if only the protagonist gives him his life back. He begs for his life, swearing he'll never touch the souls of chaos again. Jaehwan answers by driving his blade forward and blowing his head apart. One of his eyes is all that remains, and even that seems frozen in shock as death finally reaches him. From hiding, Heike can barely believe it. One of the 5 monarchs and a dragon too just died. He had only come to check the main gate, then returned after hearing the noise. Now he's stunned that MC cut the brain link and wonders who this guy really is. Either way, he needs to tell the generals right away. But before he can move, the doctor appears behind him and asks who he is and why he's sneaking around like a rat. Heike starts screaming. The doctor cuts in and coolly asks what exactly he was about to report. Right after that, Cayman arrives and calls out to Jaewon. He says he came back after finishing his task, and the doctor complains in shock that he really had the nerve to boss an old man like him around. His back is killing him. The protagonist simply says Cayman and the old man did well. The doctor adds that they captured them alive just like he asked, even though they nearly died doing it, then dumps the prisoners on the floor. MC asks who the rat-faced guy is, and the doctor says he caught him sneaking around the entrance. Then Sir Win Armel remembers him. He's a cowardly monarch who somehow got general-level spiritual power, but everyone hates him because of his pathetic skills. Even among brigade generals, he's the weakest. The doctor says that explains why he's so weak, but sets that aside and asks why he wanted them taken alive. He says it's because he needs to make sure they're truly dead, so he gets ready to cut their threads. Then he severs all of them, Every last one of them becomes mortal again. Leica, first edition, looks at the scene and realizes this is a nightmare. Ever since the Palace of Resurrection appeared, the monarchs became immortal. Mortals had to count down the days they had left, trapped by short lifespans. But the monarchs, blessed with endless life from the fruit, never had to worry about that. For 900 years, immortality made them forget what death even felt like. Now he's about to die by the protagonist's hand, and the fear he forgot long ago comes rushing back. To him, the protagonist looks like a demon. He begs to be spared, saying he never wanted to fight in the first place. MC hesitates, and Sir Wen asks what he's doing. Why isn't he killing him? The thing won't stop shaking, but Jae Han says he'll let him go. He needs witnesses. Then he asks where the fruits are, and the coward instantly gives in, repeating the question about the fruits and asking if he will really let him live. Then he says they're up there. He points upward and explains they're stored inside a vault. That vault, called Reverse, was made by a famous craftsman. It keeps creating endless passwords, so opening it without help from the master of the Palace of Resurrection is nearly impossible, and that master just died. He says things would be different if they had a top-level craftsman with amazing skill. The woman beside them immediately tries to point at herself, but the protagonist and the old man refuse to accept help from that lunatic. He grumbles in confusion, saying he'll just pierce it with a thrust. It won't be easy, but that's the only option left. Then he calls to Jawan, and the doctor warns him to control his strength carefully. Kamen adds that this would be much easier with a master craftsman, while Sir Wan Armelt keeps angrily insisting she's right there. Then she uses her power to unlock it. MC says the vault was weaker than he expected, and she gets offended by that because obviously she's the amazing one. As they open it, all the fruits begin to glow. No one can believe the light in front of them, and Kamen remembers the Abyss expedition that went after these fruits. It came back completely ruined. Looking at them now and remembering everything he went through with the Castellan, he realizes that after all this time, they finally did it. He can almost feel all the souls that were lost for this moment. As the fruits fall, he catches one and starts to feel uneasy holding it. Jawan asks if these are all the fruits left, since there are far fewer than he expected. He, Kamen, and the old man each take one. The old man says it makes sense. The stock is low after 900 years of use, but this isn't even close to enough for Gorgon, let alone all of Chaos. Kamen lowers his gaze, and he notices. He tells him he can keep it if he wants, then says to Kamen that he's more than worthy to take his life back. The choice is his. While Jaehwan says that, Kamen thinks about how long it's been. This fight has gone on forever. They've suffered so much, and countless souls were sacrificed just to get these fruits. This is the reward for all that pain, and yet, he crushes his fruit. Everyone there is stunned. Sir Wenarmelt yells, asking what the hell he's doing, while Leica tries to grab the fruit as it crumbles on the floor. Jaehwan orders Kamen to explain why he destroyed it. Kamen says it's because there are only 10 left. The moment he held one, he understood that those 10 would become the seed of the next war. People would fight each other, hoping at least 10 of them could reclaim their lives. And if that happens, chaos can never be saved. Jaehwan hears that and likes the answer, knowing that choice couldn't have been easy. He asks the Castan if he can do the same with the others, and the protagonist thinks this isn't something just anyone could do. Still, it has to be done by someone from Chaos, so he really destroys the rest. He says that's why he brought Kamen with him, and the doctor comments that the others would be speechless if they saw this. Jaehwan says he always believed Kamen would do it, that he'd choose to carry the despair himself in order to seek real salvation. Then he asks if Kamen will regret it. Kamen laughs, saying he never will, but then a portal opens above him. Jaehwan calls out to him as a huge torrent of power crashes down. Everyone is shocked, and MC can hardly believe it, because Kamen is completely torn apart by the attack. Then someone arrives, calling them filthy insects, and demanding how they dared lay their hands on the fruits. It's the General Monarch of the Storm, Kanel, adapted to the 10th stage. The doctor immediately tells Kamen to wake up, but then he too is struck and thrown away by the General Monarch of Silence, Magto, also adapted to the 10th stage. One hit is enough to make the doctor start coughing blood. Jaehwan calls out to the old man, and then the others arrive, saying he's gone too far this time. Samyong Garan says this has become a problem that can't be fixed with just his life anymore. Jaehwan grows more and more furious, while Leica First Edition realizes that it's him. Among the generals of the 9th region, one of them was Samyong Garan. Just the thought that this monster, one of the 5 strongest generals in the Great Land, came here in person fills him with terror. He thinks he has to hide, because now that the fruits were stolen, he'll be killed too. Then Samyong speaks to Kanal and Magto, and they understand at once, rushing at him. Kanal says that Insect's head is his, while Magto tells him not to get in his way. Jaehwan orders Sir Wen Armelt to get Kamen and the old man out of there, but Magto says the protagonist doesn't have time to worry about others now. He summons his shadows to grab MC's leg, and they start wrapping around him, climbing up like restraining hands. Then Kanale goes for the kill, but Jaehwan ducks and breaks away from the shadows. He jumps back, but Magto tells him not to think about going anywhere, and attacks. He barely blocks it with his sword, realizing how fast this guy is. While fending off the assault, he admits these two are on a completely different level from anyone he's fought so far. Kanale says he expected more, after hearing Jaehwan was the Castan of Gorgon or whatever, but now he doesn't see anything impressive. Then he attacks the protagonist with his wind and blasts him away. After getting slammed into a wall, Jaewon is pinned by Magto's shadows. Kanel wonders if he already used up all his strength fighting the 5 dragons. And Magto says no matter how much he shows off, he's still just an insect. Even Samangaram finds this disappointing, telling them to finish it. Magto says he was already going to and didn't need to be told. The two charge him while MC is still trapped. Then he opens his eyes, furious, and curses all of them. In that moment, Jaewon remembers when the doctor saw him destroy that whole place and called him a monster, saying he split apart the thousands-year history of Manticora in an instant. The doctor had even joked that it wasn't just a strong thrust, it was more like a world-breaking thrust. But then he warned him that he should try not to overuse those thrusts, because the Awakened can use spiritual power freely, but the cost is their mental power. So if he keeps throwing out a technique that strong again and again, he'll be the first one to collapse. Still, Jaewon is fed up. These bastards are on the same level as the enemies he faced when he first reached Chaos, and he knows he has to get rid of them while they still underestimate his power. He decides to end this in one shot and pour out all his power as they rush him. The protagonist braces himself and starts drawing his sword. The blade begins to shine, then it turns red. He taps into the power of his own world. That strange eye appears before them. Then he unleashes 5 straight world stabs in a row. The attack tears through everyone. Kanal and Magto are split in half and killed on the spot. Sir Wen can hardly believe it and gets thrown back. Seeing the others ripped apart, Samangaram is shocked that Jaewon can put out that much power with pure physical strength. He calls it amazing and says it's been a long time since he's seen someone like this. Now he's excited. Fighting MC might actually be fun. That makes him remember an old nightmare from long ago, one that searched for the 12 monarchs of the 12 regions. That nightmare came to Samangaram. He says every monarch turned down its request, but it never gave up. When it reached him, it asked to meet the monarch of darkness. The 9th region was the last place it visited. The nightmare begged him to lend his strength, so it could climb the tree of illusion. It said life in this world is twisted beyond reason, and asked him to remember the pain and suffering from when he was weak. This world could still be changed. If they destroyed the first nightmare at the top of the tree of illusion, everything would be set right. But Samangaram just said the nightmare had a wild imagination. Now he understood why the monarch of darkness refused to meet it. The great lands belong to the strong, he says. If it wanted change, it had to prove its strength first. So they fought for 3 days and 3 nights, and by the 3rd day he finally admitted that Nightmare was strong. Even while pinned against a rock, the Nightmare said it couldn't believe a monarch like him was just an adapted Sindano-Penna. Back then, Samangaram thought that if someone could be that strong without magic, then maybe he really had the right to talk about the Tree of Illusion. After that, the Nightmare crossed Chaos and went into the abyss to change the world. But after the monarch stole the fruits, it vanished and nothing changed. Back in the present, Jaewon attacks Samangaram. Garam admits the blows are powerful, but they're still not enough. He lifts his hand and raises a wall of flame that blocks the strike. He says Jaewon may have the right cards, but he doesn't have the class to use them. He can't believe his attack was stopped that easily, and Samangaram tells him that at this level, he's just a child with a sword. Then he asks if the protagonist agrees, appearing beside him in a single burst and smashing his face. The punch lands clean and sends Jaewon flying. Blood spills from his mouth as he's driven into a wall. Samangaram tells him to get up and asks if he's really going down this easily. MC stands again, still coughing up blood. Then Samangaram calls him Castellan and takes on a demonic form, telling him to come at him and prove he's strong enough to speak of the Tree of Illusion. Jaewon realizes Garam is stronger than the other two combined, yet he isn't using any special technique. Even after analyzing him with his skill, he can only conclude it's just overwhelming battle experience. Even so, he's insanely strong, and the protagonist wonders why. How can someone be this strong? He attacks again and Samangaram steps back while Jaewon comes in with everything he's got. Garam hopes this isn't the last trick he has left, and MC keeps pressing forward. He slips behind Garam with a quick strike, catching him off guard with a world stab to the back. Samangaram says Jaewon is using cheap tricks, then turns around and counters. Even so, he lands the hit and throws him back. The protagonist realizes Garam is using world stab with his bare fists. While Jaewon is still being knocked away, Garam keeps up the pressure and gives him no opening, driving him into the ground with another punch. After MC crashes down, Garam calmly says attacks fueled by spiritual power don't work on him, because in the end, the spiritual power he uses is something the system itself can't provide. The Awakened are trying to destroy the system of the world, and because of that, none of them understand that this is someone's own world. He grabs him by the head like a sack and lifts him off the ground. He wonders if that's true, because this man's power feels more natural than spiritual power. The root of it is the world itself. It's like this man is the world of the system itself, and the protagonist activates the Eye of the Moon to study him. Even then, he's still trying to use another non-fundamental technique, but a single world without original creation is basically cheap sorcery. Garam slams Jaewon down again and hits his chest, then kicks him away and buries him in another rock. MC can barely take any more, and Samangaram says he's disappointed. The Awakened he once knew wasn't like this. He gathers a blaze in one hand and throws it at Jaewon. The sight shocks him, and he tries to block it with only his sword, but the flames catch his fingers too as he holds the attack back. His hand starts burning apart from the heat until he finally disperses the fireball and saves himself. Jae-hwan is furious now. Part of his arm is already raw flesh, and he realizes the Eye of the Moon's momentum isn't working. Semengaram says he's found his enemy, but this still isn't exciting him. Then he gets ready to attack again. He tells him to open the beginning of this world already. Show him that world. The protagonist pauses and remembers Genesis, the 8th reward gate of the 8 gates of hell. In that chamber, Molak had left behind the record of the abyss, and the history of the awakening stage was written there. Molak told him that by the rules of awakening, the keywords may change, but awakening itself has 6 stages. First, doubt, which creates an order to destroy the current world. Second, understanding. Third, self-surrender. Those first 3 are the world's decline. After that come the stages needed to create a new world. The Genesis stages 4 through 6. Those 3 make up the second half. He says he could feel the next awakening stage starting, but he still didn't truly understand what Genesis meant. Garam calls him an idiot, seeing that he still can't properly use his own world. He says he can hardly wait for the start of Genesis. If Jae-hwan can't open it himself, Garam says he'll force it out of him. Serwen turns in alarm, realizing what's happening to her friends. She gets ready to help and runs toward them, but Garam is enjoying all of this. Laughing, he throws his flames at all of them. Jae-hwan thinks to himself that this life is everything to those people. Unlike him, they can't come back whenever they want. For them, this is their only world, so he steps in front of those massive flames. Serwen calls him an idiot, but Jae-hwan stops the attack with his own body, and everything around them erupts in fire. The flames spread everywhere. Serwen sees he's still alive, and when she looks up, she sees MC took the blast head-on and still managed to protect them. Then Jae-hwan starts thinking about that single world they each have, and says he thinks he finally gets it. Growing up with parents, going to school, making friends, smiling, crying, feeling sadness and despair, all those countless memories. His old self never questioned the world he lived in. That self existed because he accepted the world, and the world system was built from that certainty. So to begin Genesis, what he needs is conviction in his own world. Belief is a strong conviction that was forgotten, and for a world to be born, it needs an overwhelming child. He can't do this alone, and he remembers every version of himself. Not just the one of now. His past selves have to wish for a new world too. Samti Garam is startled by what's happening and prepares to attack. At the same time, Jae-hwan's other selves say the world he's talking about is fake. They tell him to stop running from reality. This is the world he lived in, not the one they live in. So why should they help him? He realizes he can't convince every past self in his memories, so he looks at all of them and gets ready to act. If they won't help him, then they all need to disappear. He won't try to convince them anymore. Still trapped inside that inner sphere, Jae-hwan keeps taking the beating alone. Sam Garam keeps raining down meteor-like blows right into his face. Jae-hwan tries to guard with his sword in hand, but he keeps bleeding badly, and Sam Garam doesn't stop hitting him for even a second. At last, Garam pulls back and looks surprised, wondering if the protagonist is finally worn out. Meanwhile, Jae-hwan keeps hearing voices in his head asking if he really plans to die in a place like this. If he dies, they all die too, and that would be a waste after coming this far. Then they ask if he's forgotten everything, telling him not to choose relief and escape. Haven't you already felt enough despair? Sam Garam says he thought Jae-hwan would last longer. It's a shame, but MC plants his sword into the ground again to hold himself up, and both Sam Garam and his other self are stunned. He asks, what's a shame, with that hungry look in his eyes? With that crazed look in his eyes, his other selves laugh and say they knew he was insane. He'd forgotten who he really was. Then they all agree, just this once they'll help him. Seeing that, Sam Garam gets even more fired up. Every version of Jae-hwan comes together and merges into his body. He feels them all become one with him. Then he starts opening his new world. Reality shatters around him as he unleashes Genesis. Sam Garam is stunned, and Serwen can barely believe it too. He really awakened Genesis. It appears right behind Jae-hwan, and that giant eye looks over everyone there. He speaks of stage 4, the power to turn lies into truth. The protagonist answers that his power is to turn faith into reality. Then a sword falls from the sky, heading straight for Jae-hwan. He catches it just before it hits the ground. The blade is stunning, and he calls this the 4th stage of awakening theory. Sam Garam asks if this is his world. It fits the word end, a ruined world where everything has been destroyed. He says it's a cursed world, one born only to destroy another world. Then he charges in. Even so, he says the outcome still won't change. As he rushes forward, Jae-hwan gets ready to strike back. Their powers collide. The shockwave alone is insane, and Sam Garam keeps forcing him back, saying now this is what he calls a real fight. Even so, Jae-hwan is still being pushed back. Then MC brings out his second sword, and the two trade blows at crazy speed. Sam Garam laughs, saying this feels like fighting Mera 1,000 years ago. He even thanks him for making him feel that way again. But then he grabs Jae-hwan by the collar and says it's time to end this. He slams him down, drags him, and hurls him away. But when the protagonist hits the wall, he uses it to launch himself back. Before he can do anything else, Sam Garam appears right in front of him. They strike at the same time, Garam throws a punch, and Jae-hwan drives his blade into Garam's hand. Everything explodes. After they keep clashing, MC is thrown back again. He says he's always wondered why he keeps thrusting, and why he keeps living. But while he's lost in thought, Sambangaram appears at his side, calls out to him, and swings. Jaiwan barely dodges. Sambangaram attacks again, and he slips away one more time. Even he starts feeling the pressure of this fight. Still, for now, that's enough. He thrusts and thrusts and thrusts again, attacking, countering, and staying alive. In his mind, he sees himself as a child holding this same sword. It feels like going back to a time before he knew the rules of the world, when he simply loved to thrust with innocent joy. Then Samgaram starts laughing at him as Jaiwan's injuries keep piling up. The guy goes wild, laughing like a maniac, but then he suddenly notices it and apologizes. The protagonist doesn't care much. If anything, he's grateful to meet such a ridiculous opponent, so he starts thrusting again. Sambangaram answers with more punches and says he wishes this moment could last a little longer. The two keep trading attacks without stopping. Their battle tears through the whole place until one of them finally starts to overpower the other. Sambangaram looks shocked, and Jaiwan asks if this is all the system has. Garam says not yet, getting even more excited. Then they clash again, and now they're finally fighting as equals. Everything around them starts breaking apart from that battle, and even Sir Wan herself gets caught up in the damage. After the whole place is nearly destroyed, Sambangaram says this is the first time he's had this much fun in 1,000 years. Finding an opponent like this in the chaos feels unreal, and he gets emotional. Jaiwan then speaks to Sambangaram, saying he felt it too during their fight. Just like Garam spent the last 1,000 years perfecting one skill, he also trained that same punch for 1,000 years. Then he says it's a shame someone like Garam is only an adapted one. The words hit Garam hard. Malark once told him the same thing. That shock quickly turns into rage. He says he has one thing to ask. What the hell is Jaiwan trying to do? MC says he's going to the abyss, just like Melark said. Samgaram snaps back that those empty words sound just like Melark said. He says the abyss is full of people far stronger than Jaiwan. Even the great monarchs gave up, and in the end, Mara failed too. So is he really saying he's still going to try? Enraged, Samgaram transforms completely. A storm of fire surrounds him, and Jaiwan immediately gets ready for whatever is about to come out of it. Then Samgaram fully changes form. Flaming armor covers his whole body, and wings appear too. Jaiwan stares at it in disbelief. Samgaram tells him to show power worthy of that kind of ambition. Then the Black Guardian General appears. He summons a massive angel-like being, almost like a Susanoo. His whole form shifts with it, and Serwin can hardly believe what she's seeing. This is Guardian conversion into a demigod. He claimed to be at major rank, but that was a lie. He's actually lieutenant rank. A symbol appears in the center of his chest as his excitement grows even more. Then he uses that giant guardian to summon a spear. He tells Jaiwan to prove his world. The giant takes the spear and gets ready to throw it, while Samgaram laughs and gives the order to fire. The spear rushes at the protagonist, and he thinks about the guardian that protects the world's system. How could someone who loves that system summon something like this? Then he says he understood it the moment he saw the guardian and starts drawing on the power of his own world too. He pulls out both swords and says he lived to destroy that world. Samgaram only gets more excited. Jaiwan's swords begin to grow and fuse, becoming one massive blade. He says he'll put everything he has into this strike. Then he charges in with everything, facing Samgaram head-on, and his thrust hits the very tip of that guardian spear. The impact tears everything apart, sweeping across the whole area and leaving huge destruction in its path. Serwen is nearly blown away. The old man actually is, and she grabs onto him while Jaiwan keeps pushing with all his strength. Samgaram says it's wonderful, but wonders if MC can really stop a guardian strike backed by hundreds of lives. He keeps pushing, trying to crush that thrust, but then he notices something. The spear is cracking. It starts to break apart as Jaiwan pours even more power into his attack. The spear is completely destroyed, and that angel-like guardian twists into something demonic, screaming like a monster and showing rows of terrifying teeth. But his thrust goes straight through its head and erases the guardian entirely. Garam is stunned. The Black Guardian General was destroyed. Then Jaiwan speaks to Samgaram, who can only stare at him in fear. The protagonist simply raises his hand, and now he's the one with a giant Susanoo-like form. His is nothing but a huge sword with eyes. Calling out to Garam, he bids farewell to that weak demigod and brings the sword down. Garam only has time to look up, unable to react, as Jaiwan unleashes his greatest thrust. Garam says it was a lovely fight, then faces it head-on and is completely obliterated. After that monstrous attack, Garam lies in the middle of the wreckage, his body half gone, wondering if he really lost. He says only now, in such a pathetic state, can he finally see clearly. It's the eye that watches over and rules this whole world. He looks toward the world tree controlling everything and says, this is the peak of the tree of illusion, the end of the abyss. It's the place where the first nightmare rests. He wonders if this is where MC needed to go. MC walks over to his broken body and looks down at him, but says no. Garam is still an enemy he has to defeat. Garam can hardly believe it, but says his world won't be welcomed in the abyss. That's the cruel truth people learn when they lose hope. No one wants to keep living after seeing madness like that. To him, that strange thing in the sky doesn't even look like a world. But if people who believe in Jaiwan's world appear, they might find what everyone else lost. The problem is, to do that, they'll have to live in that world forever. Then he says, fine. The protagonist should cut his brain chain before his body returns to the almighty land. MC asks if he has any last words. Garam says that if he reaches the abyss safely, he should find Kainark and tell him what happened. He also warns him to watch out for Malid. If Malid learns he awakened world creation, he won't leave him alone. Jae-won says he has one last question. Why didn't Garam kill him earlier? Before his awakening, Garam should have been able to do it easily. Garam thinks about it for a moment and says he wanted to become the support that helps someone else climb the tree of illusion. A world where life has no value or dignity isn't normal, and this world can still be changed. If they destroy the first nightmare at the top of the tree of illusion, everything might change. But Garam no longer believes this world can change. Malid's last words stayed with him, and he kept wondering, was that really the answer of this world, or just his own? In the end, he says this will repay Molark's debt. He says it was a long fight. Then he tells Jae-won to finish it. The protagonist gets ready to strike. It is said that 917 years and 244 days after Molark's Abyss expedition failed, Chaos was finally freed from the Palace of Resurrection. And at last, MC kills Garam. The blow lands right in the center of his forehead. Later, when night falls, everyone is gathered for a toast. Yo-hwan walks over to Zuzmyung and asks if he's still alive. He says he thought he had died since he wasn't at the last meeting. The man answers that there's no way he'd die that easily. He's one of the leaders of the 10 clans. Yo-hwan smiles, glad to see him alive. Then the man says he heard he defeated Samyung and Garam, and he confirms it. He adds that Garam was an amazing monarch in every way. The protagonist asks if Myung knows a lot about him. He says anyone from the Jegal clan would. Samyung was the one who drove the Jegal clan out of the Almighty Land and took their place among the 5 great clans, the same famous clan that produced the best strategist in the Almighty Land. So now that Jegalwan has gone after one of their people, the Samyung clan is bound to get involved. MC tells him not to worry so much, they won't be able to cross over. Samyung asks what he means, then suddenly realizes it. He can't believe he obtained the narrow gate, and he says that's right. Because of that, those bastards probably won't be able to enter Chaos for a while, since they need the narrow gate to come here alive. Even so, Samuel warns it's too early to relax. They can still come without it. Jae-wan says he gets the concern, but if someone still tries to come after him, even at the cost of their life, then they might be worth fighting. He leaves hoping Samuel recovers soon, and when the protagonist closes the door, Samuel notes that he's still the same, hard to shake. As MC walks through the castle halls, he stops and looks up at the sky. He says it's been a while since he first came to Gorgon. So much has happened since then, and somehow he ended up becoming the fortress master. He admits he still hates doing that job, but it's been one busy stretch of days. He remembers everything, yet feels like he never really did much as fortress master, even though the role kept him constantly busy. Then someone comes up to him. Chung rushes in, yelling that he's only here because Kamen kept bugging him to drink together. Kamen fires back, asking when he ever said that, and says the old man was the one who wanted it. The old man asks if they're saying he's at an age where he only bothers people for fun, and Kamen asks if that isn't true. He admits that it is, and then they keep bickering, even arguing over who is older. Watching them, Jae-hwan starts to think maybe it's time for him to leave this place. He feels like he's starting to get too attached after spending so much time here. Sometime later, with Carlton Javier, Jae-hwan is asked if he's even listening. He asks where they left off. Carlton Javier says they were talking about the Nightmare Tower. Carpe diem. The protagonist is surprised that was the topic, and Carlton Javier points out that he clearly wasn't paying attention. He explains that the tower's time expansion is extremely high, and that catches Jae-hwan off guard. More and more people challenging the tower to awaken are suffering heavy side effects. MC thinks that makes sense. The first floor already runs at 100 times normal time, and such packed time can hurt the soul, since enduring hundreds of years like that isn't easy. Still, awakening isn't something anyone gets without great effort. So he tells Mikal to adjust the time expansion, and Carlton Javier understands. He says people don't awaken just by stabbing or swinging enough times, so they need to make sure everyone understands that. After setting up a regular system to train the awakened, they should also remove anyone who doesn't truly want awakening through training. It's not the only way to survive. Adapting is another path too. Carlton Javier asks if he really believes that. Jae-won says everyone is different. Awakening isn't salvation, and some people may be able to get their lives back by adapting instead. Then he asks Carlton Javier if something happened. Carlton Javier says the protagonist already knows he recently passed the 3rd stage of awakening. But even so, he still hasn't seen his own unique world. Jae-won thinks that shouldn't be possible. Its form may differ from person to person, but everyone who reaches inner surrender as an awakened should gain a unique world. Then he starts wondering if Carlton Javier's unique world is just different. He remembers Garam saying that even the spiritual power MC uses is only a resource allowed by the system. And because of that, awakened people trying to destroy the world system may fail to realize that this world is someone else's unique world. Jae-won tells Carlton Javier not to worry too much. Maybe his unique world is this final system itself. Carlton Javier asks if that's really possible, and he says it definitely could be. Even he doesn't fully understand awakening yet. Carlton Javier then says that if his unique world really is this system, one day he may have to fight the protagonist. He replies that it could happen if he wants to protect this world. Carlton Javier is stunned and asks if Jae-won is truly thinking about bringing this world to its end. Then he speaks up and asks MC to please take him along on the expedition this time too. Jae-swan lets out a deep sigh. He asks if even Carlton Javier is saying that now, since everyone else already did too. Carlton Javier brings up Gorgon's special law. Article 3, Section 14. All captains of the expedition port must protect the fortress in an emergency, but he says he's no longer captain of the Northern Expedition port. He adds that he also won't be fortress master anymore by then. In 1 week, he'll be leaving that fortress. Carlton Javier asks if he's really planning to step down as fortress master. He says if Jae-swan isn't there, Gorgon will surely fall, and not just Gorgon, but all of Chaos. The protagonist tells him not to worry. He's already thought it all through. Then he tells him to leave the room, because he still has one last duty to finish as fortress master. So they head to another place in the middle of heavy rain. He calls everyone together because he has something to say to them. Yurin arrives and says MC is going to get soaked, but MC says it's fine. He steps up onto the stage and thanks everyone for coming. He says they all did their best to protect Gorgon, and every one of them fought well. From this moment on, for those who offered their souls to protect Gorgon, for all the sacrifices and the innocent ones too, they will hold a 3-day farewell ritual for the souls. He speaks the name Izzy Kendall, then Rachel Veldor, then Cashin Ryo. Everyone breaks down, mourning the losses, but then one of the men asks what that thing in the back is, since it had been there from the start. Jae-swan says they all fought well, but they already know this isn't truly over. The war is only beginning, and then he reveals it to everyone there. They realize it's the narrow gate and start asking why the hell it's there. Some beg Jae-swan to destroy it right now, pleading with the fortress master. He says they're surprised too early, and there's still more to show. He brings them over and reveals that he managed to capture a monarch from the Great Land. Everyone is shocked. That's the timid monarch, like a first edition, and the protagonist walks up to him, takes his sword, and stops in front of him with overwhelming pressure. Like a first edition asks if Jae-swan plans to kill him. He says that's fine, just do it quickly. But if MC does, they won't get away clean. He warns that total darkness will never forgive them. He smacks him and tells him to shut up. Then he tears off both of the monarch's hands. The monarch starts screaming, completely desperate, staring at the stump that was left. Jae-swan says he won't kill him here. He wants him to return to the Great Land and tell his master this. If he wants war, he can come meet him anytime. The protagonist will be waiting at the top of the Tree of Illusion. Sometime later, while walking through the yard, Jae-won is calm, but that nightmare starts yelling at him. She says that for someone leaving the fortress master post tomorrow, what he did made no sense at all. She asks if he really plans to fight the monarch of total darkness, and says that if he was going to destroy the narrow gate, he should have done it quietly. What was he trying to gain by sending the timid monarch back? Surely, this will bring retaliation now. Jae-won tells her not to make a fuss. If they come, it'll be at least a lieutenant general, and since the Great Land is at war, someone with the rank of Supreme Monarch can't just leave. Sir Won says she already knew he was crazy, but this is beyond insane. Does he really think only one lieutenant general will come now that the Monarch of Silence is dead? She says at least 2 or 3 could show up, and if people from the 5 great clans come too, this will grow far too big. Jae-won says that's exactly what he wants, because only after beating them will the whole situation truly change. That leaves her a little afraid, and MC asks if that's all she came to ask him. He asks if she came because she cares about the chaos. She says she came to hear what he promised. Then she tells him to say it now, what he found in the 8 gates of hell. A little later, after he explains it, she asks if he's really sure. She wants to know if Molarch is truly the one who left it behind, and he says yes. That memory belonged to her godfather. She still doubts him and asks why she should trust that. He gets annoyed and brings up the harsh winter. She stares at him, confused, asking what he means. He says he's talking about the egg she picked up, the winter of the Tree of Illusion, at its base in the 6th region. Back in that cruel land, during a terrible ice storm, there was a glowing egg waiting there. He says he was incredibly nervous then, because it was the first time in his life he'd ever held an egg, and he could never forget that moment. It was the birth of a being that feeds on dreams and dreams again, when that tiny life peeked out from its fragile shell, and he saw the face of the child waking inside it. He realized his godmother had been right. A newborn child is simply adorable. Hearing that, he ends up face to face with Sir Wen, and she turns bright red, asking what in the world he's talking about. He says that should be enough proof, but she snaps at him not to talk about someone else's memory like it belongs to him. Then he says that from those memories it seems every mare is born from an egg, and asks what the winter at the Tree of Illusion is really based on. He explains it's the Tree of Illusion's northern base in the Great Lands, and that all mares are born from the tree's dreams, first discovered in the form of an egg. Still, she stops him and asks if Molarch left her anything else. Some words, a message, anything at all. She insists there has to be something, and he admits he doesn't know. Maybe there was, maybe not. She asks what that's supposed to mean. He explains that Molarch's memories didn't appear like a book. They were a tangled mass of fragments, with no clear start or end. Maybe Molarch never wanted his memories to become one clear story. So even if he wanted to, there isn't anything exact he can tell her. That only makes her madder, and she calls him a fake. He asks why she's searching for Molarch in the first place. Is it only because he was her godfather? She asks why he cares, He says that if Molarch's memories matter that much to her, then maybe it would help if she kept traveling with him from now on. She asks what he's getting at, and he says Molarch vanished in the final abyss, so his offer isn't a bad one. He tells her to think it over, but she just gets even angrier, calling him a complete idiot and nearly attacking him. Then she realizes this was what he wanted all along, and demands to know how he dares make a fool of her. But when she thinks about the memories, she tells him to wait. She reminds him that the records her godfather left behind were in the form of memories, and he says that's right. So she tells him that in that case she has a very good idea. After that, both of them head back to Sir Wan Armelt's private workshop. He reminds her she said she'd never let him in there again, and she tells him to shut up. That was then. He points out that she once accused him of invading her privacy, and she brushes it off, saying that was back then too. For now, she tells him to stay quiet because she has something to prepare. When she's finally done, she announces that everything is ready. A mechanism opens in the ceiling, and something drops down. It looks like some kind of cat covered in strange devices, and she asks what he thinks, saying this tool will help with understanding. He immediately feels like this is going somewhere bad, and she explains that it connects to a person's soul and forcefully compresses the target's memories. Normally, understanding is something Maris, who lost their spiritual senses, use often. It condenses emotions, memories, and realizations, so they can experience them directly. Because of that, one use can give them ideas for a long time. She's trying it for the first time herself, so she isn't fully sure, but other Maris say the experience is intense, almost like ecstasy, some kind of extreme pleasure. She doesn't really believe them though. He says that either way she wants to see her godfather's memories through understanding, then asks if all he has to do is lie down there. She says yes and asks if he's ready, because she's starting now. Then that thing clamps onto the prota completely. She lets out a slightly evil laugh and says she wants to see if he stays so calm once the understanding begins. Once it starts, he'll also feel terrible pain, though of course that's supposed to happen only to the target whose memories are being compressed. As she begins, streams of energy shoot toward the prota, but she's affected too. She panics, wondering what's happening, because she's feeling even more pain than he is. She says she expected some backlash, but the prota's mental power is way beyond what she imagined. That wave of power swallows both of them. And when she opens her eyes, she wonders if this is what the inside of an awakened looks like. She starts seeing all of the prota's memories, and says the other Maris weren't exaggerating. What shocks her is how many memories one human can hold. After seeing him break through the 8 gates of hell, she already knew he wasn't normal. But this is far more than she can handle. Then one of his memories brushes against her, and her body starts turning gold. She tells herself to stay focused, because one mistake could trap her inside his mind. She has to find the memories connected to her godfather and get out fast. So she starts flying through it all, searching through the prota's memories. Again and again she nearly touches them, and she realizes there are even more, the deeper she goes into his consciousness. The memories keep affecting her over and over until she can't see anything anymore. At that point, she thinks there's no other choice. Instead of staying stuck, she'll use the last of her strength and break through those memories, forcing her way straight through them, until she finally reaches the memory she wants. There she finds an enormous golden memory, the moment the prota saw her godfather's memories. As soon as she looks, she knows she finally found them. But then she sees herself there too, calling out to her godfather. He answers, calling her by name, Sir Wan Armelt, and saying she's there. He notices her and calls her into the memory. The moment she touches it, she starts crying out that it took her so long to find him. She says she's been searching for him for 900 years, and swears she'll find him again no matter what, asking if he can hear her. She promises she will find him. Then, when she wakes up outside, she wonders what just happened. After getting trapped in his consciousness, she can't tell what came next. But then she notices something completely different. She's in the real world. She thinks changing her appearance was a smart idea, because she was still trying to figure out if this was real. But it really is Earth. She even sees the place where the prota used to live. She says this is World 294, Earth, a place the Maras visit from time to time through the roots of the Tree of Illusion. She's been here often too, and even got a lot of her modern fashion ideas from Earth. Thanks to the efforts of the Awakened from the Maras and their predecessors, Earth stayed hidden from the rulers for a long time. It seems she fell into the sinister formed with Earth as its base. She's shocked to learn the prota is from Earth. Then she remembers her godfather explaining that inside every being is a subconscious realm called the Sinister, built from the target's hometown, and that all illusions in the world are made on that base. If she falls into the Sinister, there's only one way out. Inside that subconscious world, she has to find the guide, the only one who knows the path out. As she wonders where to find him, a boy suddenly runs toward her and rushes past, yelling for her to move. Other people are chasing after him, and she realizes she knows that child. Then one of the men who's been chasing him for a long time says it's time to give up, but the boy grabs an iron bar and gets ready to face both of them. One of the men says kids are nothing but trouble, but Sir Wen steps in and shouts for them to stop. She demands to know what they think they're doing to a child, and both men are shocked that someone actually interfered. The boy warns the girl that it's dangerous there and tells her to get back. The men say he refused to become an adult, and that refusing adulthood is a serious crime punishable by death. They ask what else they were supposed to do but hunt him down. She's stunned. They want to execute him. She's even more shocked that simply staying a child is treated like such a grave crime, and wonders if Earth ever had a law like that. Then another man shows up and says something about her feels off. He points out that the way she talks is strange, and her clothes are strange too. The other one wonders if she's just wearing cosplay. The suspicious man tells her to show her ID card, while the other asks if those are horns on her head. She freezes, realizing she didn't fully hide her horns. Then she remembers what her godfather told her. If she ever falls into the sinister, she must not do anything that draws attention to herself. This world rejects the sinister, and if she stands out here, no one knows what might happen to her. She remembers her godfather's warning, but there's no other choice now. So she makes a fireball, planning to drive them back with magic. The two men freeze when they see the flames, but she can't cast the spell. It fails completely, and right then a warning goes out. They drop the iron bar and their bodies start changing into something else while the boy tries to say something. In the next second, they twist into monsters, shapeless things, while a voice announces that alien substances have been found in the world. She nearly dies from fear, and the order comes down to exterminate the two of them at once. She tells them to wait, but they grab her anyway, and then the boy rushes in, demanding to know what they're doing. He smacks one in the head to make him let her go, but the one behind them gets ready to strike. The boy, though, tears his head off in one move. She drops to the ground, stunned by how fast it all happened. Still, she knows she was right. The only conscious being inside this subconscious, the guide, has to be that boy. That child is Jerion himself, the guide of his own sinister world. She says he really does walk around without fear, even in a dark alley like this. The boy shrugs and says that's just how you survive. Then he asks if she can survive here. She insists she can and asks if he really thinks she's that weak. He just tells her to follow him. Looking at his sharp eyes and that stubborn face, she realizes this must be what he looked like when he was young. And if a guide reflects the ego's mental age, then his mind is still completely that of a child. She already starts thinking she'll tease him about this forever. Once she gets back, then Jerion says what she guessed is true. She got swept in by the currents of memory. Sometimes memory fragments get lost and fall into this place. It's the first time a living being like her has come here, which is strange. Then he asks why she's staring at him like that, and she points out that everyone in this world is an adult, but he's the only child. She asks why he kept living here, and whether the police are always chasing him. He says yes, so she asks why this world wants to kill a child just for refusing to become an adult. He answers that it's because everyone here is an adult. That shocks her. A world where everything is the same really would try to destroy anything different. Then he says he has a question too, and she asks what it is. He wants to know what Willie is like outside. He tries to act like he isn't that curious, but it's obvious. She realizes he's asking about the Willie from the outside world, and she isn't sure how to describe him, because when she thinks about it, she doesn't really know much about Jairon either. She wonders what she can say to make him happy, and then tells him the outside Willie is a lot like him. He asks if that means Willie outside isn't an adult. She says no, he's still a child, and with that, he lights up. She notices how happy he is, and honestly, it's adorable. Then he says he'll send her back first, which feels sudden. He reaches up and touches her hair, saying he'll send her back together with the thing that came in with her. She asks what he means, and he explains that the fragment hidden in her hair is a memory fragment. That shocks her even more. Something really did come in with her at that moment, and now he wants to send her back along with it. She asks if he actually knows how to do that, and he says yes, because it's what he does. He takes the fragment and says returning lost memories to where they belong is his job. She has to admit the kid is unbelievably cute. Then she realizes that's why they're called guides. They return lost memories to their original place. He adds that since this one is red, it must be very important and urgent, and she asks if they're ranked by importance. He says memory fragments are sorted into white, green, blue, and red. If he doesn't return one to its proper place fast, the person outside could be in real danger. Sir Wen Armelt immediately thinks this must be a major memory, especially now that the monarchs of the 12 regions are such a threat. She starts wondering what it could be, so she asks if he can send them back right away. The boy says that's impossible. He can only send her in the memory back when the passage opens, and the problem is that he has no idea when that will happen. She starts to panic. He says it's late now, so they'll rest in the underground passage and move tomorrow. She asks if he lives there alone. He says yes, and then she wonders how he'd even know the passage opened if he's stuck inside. He explains that when the passage opens, the Wi-Fi signals suddenly get unstable, so he uses a communication device to catch the signal. She asks if all they can do is wait for that, and he says yes. Then he adds that tomorrow morning they'll wake up early and go to the convenience store for something else. That surprises her, but he says that's where they get supplies for the day. Though honestly, it doesn't sound like he's buying anything. He starts talking about the tasty triangle kimbap and burgers there, and she realizes this is how he gets food every morning. So she asks if after that, they'll just wait for the passage in the morning, and he says yes. But then she asks if he's really okay living like this. She wants to say more but stops. Maybe he's trapped here because of a sea, and maybe this world became like this because of a tower of nightmares. All the pain and scars Jae-hwan went through, and his refusal to ever bow down even after such a hard journey left him like this. That's why he ended up creating a world like this. After they sit there in silence for a while, he says there hasn't been any signal for a whole week. Whenever that device catches one, he goes out himself to retrieve the memory fragment. But she asks what happens if the police chase him again like before. He says that's only when he's unlucky and it doesn't happen often. So she says that means all he does is return memories to where they belong. But he says he also looks at other memories. She doesn't quite get it, and he explains that not every memory gets returned. She asks if it's okay for him to keep something like that, and he says it is. After all, this one is a white memory. She admits she doesn't know what that means. He tells her to watch closely because if he touches it, the memory will play again like this. And when he does, the memory unfolds in front of her like a movie. Now she can see everything clearly. He's watching old memories from the protagonist too, back when he was just a child. She sees little Jae-hwan with his mother, and she's telling him she'll return that book today. Then she notices it's a book she knows too. The Little Prince, a famous story that's even required reading among the seas. The boy asks his mother if the little prince came to Earth, and she says yes, he did come to Earth. Then she explains that the little prince said what truly matters can never be seen with the eyes. Sir Wen Armelt reflects that this book is about the little prince seeing the world with his own eyes. It's a message to adults who count numbers all day and call that important, that the things that really matter can't be seen. It's a beautiful story about a prince who trusts imagination and keeps his innocence. But the end of that beautiful story is the little prince's death. Maybe that ending had to happen. Maybe he had to die for the story to stay beautiful, because only things that die can remain innocent. Then the boy asks what happens to the world the little prince left behind. What stays in that world? She answers that the world still has the little prince. He asks how, since isn't he dead? She says the truth is, the little prince never died, because he kept living on Earth. When Sir Wen sees the boy say that, she knows it was clearly a lie meant to comfort a child. But the little prince who refused to give up on the world is him. That story may not be realistic, but it became the power that still supports him. And the world born after he fought the system's oppression, even if it still lacks solid logic, deep world building, or a polished foundation, doesn't bow or submit to anyone. That world was born in the world after the end, and she starts to understand how this all works. She gets what's happening now, but still wonders why a memory like this is classified as white. White memories aren't supposed to matter much. Then she wonders what kind of memories he had to forget just to survive. Suddenly something appears on the boy's screen, and he realizes there's a portal. She asks where he's going. Did he get a signal? He says it started, and they need to get ready fast. She asks what started, but when she looks up, she sees it right behind her, a massive portal. He says it'll fully open soon, and seeing that huge crater, she freezes. The sky splits open, and she just stares. The boy says that opening is the path that will take them outside. As they rush toward it, everyone nearby notices, and those monsters start chasing them. Sir Wen sees they all reacted the moment the corridor opened, and the boy tries to run, but the monsters are already too close. She wonders if there are just too many, even while he keeps shielding her from them. He explains that the corridor is something unnatural in this place, so the creatures are coming to destroy it on instinct. Once it appears, it also won't stay open for long, so they have to reach the roof before it vanishes. But the monsters break through the door and grab the boy by the neck. Sir Wen lunges in to help, but even then, he throws them off and drives his iron bar into one of their heads, then swings at the other. Watching this, she starts to realize the kid really is insanely tough. He snaps her out of it, asking why she's frozen there and telling her to get inside. Now, she asks if he really isn't scared, even in a mess like this. Then she remembers he's that man's ego, so of course he isn't afraid. He'd probably just say these things are only numbers. So when more monsters block the way, the little protagonist charges straight at them. And she thinks he'd say they aren't even real, they're just rules made by the adults of this world. He keeps clearing a path while she runs after him, but she still can't see the exit and asks where the hell it is. He says it's just a little farther. Then she spots it and yells for him to hurry. He makes it to the top and a monster almost catches him, but he slips through the door. She slams it shut, and he says he'll hold them back. He tells her to jump into the corridor now, but she asks what he's going to do. He says he'll handle himself and tells her not to worry, to go now, because the passage will start closing soon. But Sir Wen Armelt says she wants him to come with her. They need to leave together. He stares at her and asks what the hell she's talking about. She tells him that if she leaves alone, he'll be left behind by himself, so he has to come too. He hadn't even considered that. Still, he says he can't do it, and she asks why. He answers that this place is his world, and he has to stay here. He tells her to go alone and admits that he can't do this anymore. That answer leaves her angry and frustrated. In the end, she stops arguing, turns around and runs for the exit. But before she goes through the portal, the boy calls out with one last question. Does Will, in the outside world, have friends? Almost in tears, she turns back and tells him yes, he has lots of friends. The boy likes hearing that. He says he's glad, then lets go of the door and allows the monsters to rush in. He urges her to get in fast before it closes, while he fights them off. Seeing what he's doing, Sir Wen Armelt says that when she gets back, she'll tell him about this boy. And when he feels unbearable loneliness and thinks he can't go on anymore, she'll make sure he knows the version of the little prince he believed in wasn't wrong, because the little prince she saw never gave up on his world, no matter what. With that, she returns to where the memories were and sees she's back in the memory channel, at last. She says she'll have to give up her godfather's memories. She still doesn't know how time flows between reality and the sinister, and she can't afford to get lost there again. Even so, she feels like she gained something. When she returns, she thinks she'll be able to build a good tower. Now fully decided, she says she'll follow him on the expedition and slowly learn about her godfather through him instead. But then she remembers something. She never opened that memory. Even if it belongs to him, she figures it should be fine to look. And when she opens it, she sees something unbelievable. She wonders if that is her godfather and if this memory is tied to him. Then, in front of him, she sees something so horrifying it leaves her shaken. She thinks it's too much. That was the one and only Soul King Catastrophe, also called the Desert Fist of Chaotic Disaster, and the King of the Dead. Estimated power, impossible to measure. Description sealed inside the strange factory created by the masters born from chaos. Notes mention the descending death and the Sword of the Void. She wonders why this memory is read. It's true that you have to find the Soul King Catastrophe to reach the Abyss, but you don't need to fight him, and really you can't fight him in chaos. Not even the monarchs can do that. So she starts to wonder if this could mean what she thinks it does, but she forces herself not to dwell on it. She has to get back to reality fast. Thinking he must not do that, she decides she has to stop it, no matter what. And then she finally returns. Meanwhile, the old man is standing in a seriously eerie place, saying 900 years have passed. Kamen gets excited that they've finally arrived, carrying the mermaid, while the protagonist says yes. This is the last entrance to the Abyss that he found in Mulak's records about the Abyss, the strange factory. Loren asks if he's going in right away, calling him Castellan. But the protagonist corrects him again. He isn't the Castellan anymore. Just in case, he tells them not to wait for him, and says he'll handle things himself. Loren says he knows that, but to him, he'll still always be the Castellan. The protagonist lets him call him whatever he wants. He says he's already warned them many times that not everyone can enter the Abyss, yet more than 3,000 people still came with him. A lot were left behind too. Since an Abyss expedition is a long-held dream in chaos, they won't listen even if he tries to stop them. It's a huge headache. And that woman he has to take with him threw herself into danger and still hasn't woken up. Still, he knows a Mary is very useful, so he can't just leave her there. Then, when they get close to the factory, the hangar starts opening. Carlton Javier wonders why it opened all of a sudden, but then they see something coming out, horned beasts. The protagonist already knew there was no way they'd be allowed in peacefully. The beasts come out full of killing intent and charge at everyone. Kamen tells everyone to stay calm and get ready to fight. Meanwhile, in the new region, at the former Palace of Absolute Darkness, the scene shifts there. The timid monarch, like a first edition, is kneeling and trembling in front of another man. He says that even though his soul was damaged when his arm was cut off in chaos, he still made it safely back to his body in the Great Land. But he's terrified of what this man will do to him for returning alone. Then the man asks if Samang Garam is gone, saying he knew this day would come eventually. He asks how his final moments were. Did he look happy? Standing there are the Ice Monarch Vargas and the white-haired monarch Masaha. And like a first edition says that he was. The man says, that's great. He goes on. The 5 Dragon Brothers at Great General level are dead too. On top of that, the 17th Great General Kanael, the 21st Great General Magito, and the 1st Great General, along with his bloodline family, the Hidden Roma Monarch, Samyang, Samang Garam, are all dead. Like a first edition can already feel his heart pounding. All of them died, yet he, a mere Brigadier General, survived. He tries to explain himself, but the man tells him to raise his head. The look in his eyes is terrifying. Like a first edition feels crushing pressure. That man is clearly strong. But compared to him, Laika is weaker by several levels. The gap between them is enormous. This is the true ruler, the strategist monarch of Black Shadows, Samyong Hyong. Hyong orders the timid monarch to look, and he obeys at once. He says that a few days ago he traveled to the route because he simply wanted to leave that sick land behind. He went there with high expectations, since that world had been hidden by the Maros, and had truly lived up to its name. Laika First Edition can't help asking what he's suddenly talking about. He suddenly says he brought something back from there, and if Laika is interested, he can come live with him. Acting like a little dog, Laika says that would be an honor, realizing Hyong is indirectly saying he won't blame him. Hyong confirms it. From the start, this wasn't a situation where Laika could have done anything anyway. Who could have guessed that a mere product would be that strong? Then Hyong leads him to another area and asks if it isn't amazing, showing him a picture with a cup on it. Laika First Edition says he has great taste and that he's never seen a painting like this before, talking about its amazing possibilities, but inside he thinks the man clearly has no eye for real art. Hyong says this artwork isn't special because it's a painting. Laika First Edition asks what it is, and Hyong asks if he knows what's drawn there. Laika says it looks like a cup used for drinking tea. Hyong replies that more exactly, it's an object like a teacup. Then he asks if Laika can read what is written at the bottom of the artwork. Laika First Edition apologizes and says he can't, so Hyong tells him it says, this is not a teacup. He says the artist clearly drew a teacup and then claimed it isn't one. Isn't that incredible? How could someone think like that? He asks if Laika truly sees that drawing as a teacup, and Laika First Edition says yes, but Holmes says no, this isn't a teacup, it's only a drawing that looks like one. He grabs Laika First Edition by the face and stares him down hard. Then he asks if that's not strange. People still call it a teacup, even though it's just a picture and nobody can touch it or drink from it. Even so, everyone says it is a teacup. Holm asks if that isn't weird. Laika First Edition quickly agrees, saying, yeah, it really is strange. Home goes on saying, this idea doesn't stop with that one drawing. There are countless teacups in the world and none of them look exactly the same. Still, people call all of them teacups. Thinking about that again and again led him to one question. What is a real teacup and does something like that even exist? Like a first edition starts to get it. A thing can be a teacup and not a teacup at the same time. He realizes the painting is asking about the true essence of existence, though he still wonders why any of this matters. Home calls it a great work of art and says someone raised inside System T would have a hard time reaching that kind of thought. Then he asks if Leica First Edition finally understands the painting's real value. He says yes, it truly is a great piece of art. Hearing that, Home says it seems he does understand art. So now it's his turn to give an answer. When he looked at that drawing, he began asking himself one thing: what is a monarch? Leica First Edition replies that a monarch is the most worthy, noble, and important being in this land. Home says those are nice words, but what do they actually point to? Is he talking about the ice monarch standing there, or the white-haired monarch beside him? Or could the word mean Home himself? Leica First Edition says of course that's obvious. He gets it now. Home cuts him off. If that's true, then this isn't a monarch. So what is Leica First Edition? He couldn't even destroy a single product. He came back alone after losing all his comrades. How could someone like that still be called a monarch? Leica First Edition trembles and shrinks back in front of Home. After that, Home reaches for his blade and lets the timid monarch's blood run down the stairs. The ice monarch hands Home something to wipe himself with, and Home thanks him. Then he says he really likes that painting and asks what the other monarch thinks. The answer: it's truly amazing. So Home says he should give it a name. Since that thing isn't a monarch, he laughs and asks where they are now. The ice monarch says they should be near the strange factory. Home realizes they're almost at the abyss. That means it's time to get ready for battle. He orders the 5th and 6th Lieutenant Generals to be called. They need to teach that bastard his prince's lesson in humility. As he heads into a room, Home thinks to himself about World 296. Earth is a planet he likes more and more. He likes many of its memories, but one in particular stays with him. He looks ahead, wearing a faintly nostalgic expression at someone bound in chains. He says that's also why he came here this time. It's because of that. His eyes stay on the person hanging in the middle of the gate. Then he notices someone standing before him who looks a lot like the protagonist. Home brings up the saying about having the courage to die, calling it a fine phrase. Now he wants to test whether that person also has the courage to stop him. Just then, the ice monarch calls out to Home. Home asks if he wasn't told not to bother him when he's alone. The ice monarch apologizes but says there's something he needs to ask. The narrow gate has been closed, just like Home said. So how are they supposed to cross Pro-Chaos? Home answers with the same thing as before. If they want to know whether they have the courage to die, then they should go kill him themselves. The ice monarch can't make sense of that. Home asks what else there is to do besides exactly what he said. The ice monarch starts to realize this guy is completely insane. Home wants the very first one to go there to be the ice monarch. Meanwhile, back at the strange factory, everyone is fighting through those horned beasts to reach the factory. One of them says he can't believe the place is producing horned beasts again. It's been a long time, but they'll have to use everything they've got. The stronger fighters handle the beasts without much trouble, but others die along the way. The protagonist, though, wipes out a huge number of beasts with a single thrust, and nobody can believe it. Kamen says that no matter how many times he sees it, it's always amazing. The old man agrees, it's real power. Even Kamen goes quiet after seeing that, but the old man says he's been acting strange for a while. He asks if Kamen is upset because he couldn't go with the expedition group, then tells him not to worry. He doesn't know about the others, but the protagonist would definitely have taken him along. Meanwhile, the protagonist is really cutting down everything in front of him with total ease, using his horn-eating sword. He says no matter how many horns it eats, the weapon still isn't recovering fast enough. He figures that's because of how badly it was damaged in the last fight. If it weren't a spirit weapon that can heal itself, it might be better to just make a new sword. Based on what Michael said, spirit weapons go through 3 major evolutions. Each one brings a huge boost in power or ability, but his sword still doesn't seem to be changing. Then another beast, a giant horned beast, shows up, shocking everyone in the battle. The thing glares at them from inside, giving off a terrifying aura. Yu himself asks what in the world just appeared. He's already hiding far away, and just sensing it from there is too much. The beast steps out, massive horns, one eye in the middle of its head, and smaller horns around its mouth. As it moves in, people are crushed under its feet. They count 8 horns. Anything above 5 isn't seen often. Nobody can believe an 8-horned beast is here. To kill a 7-horn, you'd need at least 3 7th-stage adapters. For an 8-horn, they'd need someone at least at Brigadier General level. Then they notice it's heading straight for the Fortress Master. They ask why it's targeting the protagonist. No one knows, but it looks furious. Then they look at the sword and the monster locks onto it. They wonder if the two recognize each other. It seems the 8-horn is enraged over the loss of its companions. It charges straight at the protagonist and fires a massive blast, but the protagonist faces it head-on. Kamen yells for him to get out of the way, but the old man cuts in and asks Kamen if he's serious right now. Kamen asks what he means. The old man says after everything they've seen so far, he's still worried. The protagonist simply activates that power again, then aims right at the center of the attack and strikes it cleanly. The blow pushes through and reaches the 8-horn itself, Every beast in front gets swept away by that wave of power. Kamen can barely keep his footing from the force of it, and realizes the protagonist has gotten even stronger than before. He wonders if this is the power of the Genesis awakening he unlocked. There isn't even flesh left on the bones of the beasts in front of him, and the 8-horn dies in a single hit. The protagonist thanks it for the horns, and is about to let the sword eat when someone suddenly shouts to bring down Mikhail Garnett. Everyone nearby is startled. The protagonist turns around, and the whole group is shocked by what appeared. The old man, though, seems to know them already. He had been expecting them. One of the newcomers mocks Mikhail Garnett for getting arrogant just because he brought down one product. He says they are the peak of the chaos, horned beasts. Another says that human is strong, but he doesn't feel the energy of a monarch. The old man explains that these are the rulers of all horned beasts. A third says it's been a while since he's seen someone cause this much trouble for Mikhail Garnett. Each of them has 10 horns. They're the leaders of the strange factory, even with those things right in front of him. The protagonist just notices there are 10 horns, and his sword gets excited. The one who seems to be their leader can't believe it, and the protagonist says that number should be enough for his sword. Everyone stops to stare at those creatures. One of them says he heard people were trying to reach the abyss, but he never expected it to be this guy. Looking at the 3 monsters, the protagonist says they may be weaker than Samgaram, the monarch of Hidden Aroma, but they're clearly above the Silent Storm monarchs. Even so, if all 3 came at once, dealing with them could get tough. Then the old man tells the protagonist to wait a moment. There's no need to fight them. He doesn't like them either, but the factory leaders are not their enemies. Yasu says that now that she looks closer, it seems they've met the old man before. She can't believe it and asks if he's really willing to climb again after everything he suffered. But Edizaki tells Yasu not to be rude. These people are guests of the factory's great leader. Then he tells the protagonist to come inside because the great leader of the factory is waiting for him. They finally head inside. Carlton Javier is amazed. He never thought the horned beasts were made like this. The old man then points out that the 8-horned beast Jaiwan beat is already being repaired there. That puts him at ease. Thanks to the old man's stubbornness, he and Carlton Javier got in too. He had bluntly threatened the 3 leaders, telling them to let everyone enter before he made a move. Then Juniaki walks over, greets the protagonist, and asks his name. Jiridiwan introduces himself and starts explaining that Mikhail Garnett is a very valuable product. He tells MC not to destroy it, since they only make one every 10 years. It takes that long because it's hard to create. Hearing that, MC says there must not be many wild 8-horned beasts around. He brings up fighting the dead great demons, and they explain that was during the palace invasion. Carlton Javier says they never imagined they'd meet the famous apostles of the gods on their trip to the abyss, which surprises him. They already know who he is. Carlton Javier asks about the great god of machines, wondering if they are apostles of the gods. Yaz mocks the fools of chaos for having sharp ears, and Edizak cuts in to say they're already here for a reason. He tells them the great leader's room is right ahead. Then the door opens. All 3 of them are stunned by what they find inside, a huge machine and a man standing there. The figure turns and says this must be the awakened one who opened Genesis. This is the great factory leader, Anyak. As Jaiwan looks at him, that name feels strangely familiar. He keeps thinking about it and then realizes all the factory leaders' names sound familiar. They don't feel like real names, they sound more like product names. So the protagonist asks if he's ever heard of a planet called Earth. After thinking for a moment, Anyak says that's the name of a phone. Around here people call it World 294. Then Anyak asks why Jaiwan wants to know. MC points out that all their names sound like machines. Anyak says people call them creations of a god from the world of change. If that's true, that world might be his home. So he asks about that god. Anyak answers by asking if he really knows nothing about the abyss. To keep it simple, if monarchs rule the great lands, then the ones who rule the abyss are the gods, and the land those gods fight over is the abyss itself. Carlton Javier finds that pretty interesting, and the old man asks if that means the abyss gods play the same role as monarchs. Anyak says the roles are similar, but they're not the same. Most monarchs are just adapters of the system. Gods and adapters are different. Jaiwan says that in his world, gods are all powerful. So what exactly counts as a god here? Anyak explains that the gods of the abyss are not all-knowing or all-powerful. In some cases, someone can become something close to a god. Still, as a god's creation, he can't fully explain what a god is. What he can explain is what kind of beings gods are. He looks at the protagonist and says that Jaiwan himself is a god. That catches MC off guard. Anyak says it's true. He is awakened. He opened Genesis, and he's unusually fierce. Those who open Genesis and become awakened by taking in their own worlds stand on the same level as the gods of the abyss, and the protagonist may even be beyond them. Unlike those gods, the awakened don't need representatives. Every god in the abyss does, and without them, they can't do anything on their own. They exist by granting their world to their representatives and followers. The more followers a god has, the stronger that god becomes. Gods with too few followers can never reach their full power. Jaiwan starts thinking this place helps beings grow stronger when they can't gather more followers. To him, it sounds a lot like one of those platforms. Anyak adds that it's actually rare for a human soul like MC's to reach godhood, and MC asks why. Anyak says most gods are made by higher beings, who gather karma and evolve them into physical forms. They build karma through control, basically like contribution points. Once a higher being earns enough karma, it can become independent after getting permission from Big Brother. Those who gain their own worlds and become independent are called gods. Jaewon thinks about that name, Big Brother. Even gods need its approval to become real gods. Even from this short explanation, he can tell it's important. But nothing about it comes to mind, which is strange for something this big not to be recorded in the Abyss records. So he asks who Big Brother really is. Carlton Javier says that from what he knows, Big Brother is the name of an organization that protects the system. The old man says that's what he knows too. Anyuk replies that of course that's what they'd think. To ordinary humans like them, that is what Big Brother seems to be. Jaewon asks if that's wrong. Anyuk says he'd rather not speak about it too directly. What he can say is that Big Brother is a god, the greatest among gods, the keeper of the system. That's what Big Brother is. Jaewon nervously says Big Brother is terrifying and that if they don't hide well, its lightning shot will find them. Ajizaki immediately tells him to stop talking nonsense. Jaewon skips past that and asks the real question. Was their god killed by Big Brother? Anyuk says he is surprising in many ways. Then he confirms it. Yes, they lost their god to Big Brother. That's why they were exiled from the Abyss and sent here. The protagonist realizes he's getting all kinds of information the Abyss records never mentioned. He remembers Anyak saying they lost their god, but their power was still useful, so they were allowed to make a contract with Big Brother. Even so, they're frustrated. If they at least had a Titan warrior, a Deus Ex Machina, or something like that, they could do more. Anyak even asked Moloch Armelt for help, hoping he could find that Titan warrior for them. MC says he doesn't know every detail, but he gets the basic situation. They lost their god, yet they were left here because they still had value. Then Anyak turns to MC. He says there's only one reason he called him here, and he asks what it is. Anyak tells the protagonist to give up on going to the Abyss. The old man says that doesn't sound like their choice to make. Yas grumbles that the guy has a lot of nerve, but Anyak tells her to step back. He says the old man is right. This isn't their decision. The one who can decide simply won't allow Jaewon to go. So MC asks if that means the Soul King is blocking them. Anyak says yes. The Soul King is angry at him. He asks if it's because he killed the Mega Dead one, and Anyak confirms it. Magroth, the Mega Dead the protagonist killed earlier, was one of the Soul King's favorite servants. So to sum it up, first, only the Soul King can open the entrance to the Abyss. Second, the Soul King is mad at a kid for killing his servant. And third, because he's upset, he won't open the gate to the Abyss. Jaewon asks if that's a fair summary. Anyak says the wording is a little rude, but yes, that's basically correct. MC tells them to open the gate anyway. Anyak says he clearly doesn't understand the situation, but he says he understands just fine. He'll settle it himself, face to face, so they should open the gate. Anyak answers that he can't do that no matter how he says it. The protagonist asks if that's really how it is. Then he turns hostile, and Yaz says they should have done this from the start. The old man sighs, noticing it ended up the same way as always. Anyak says they have no choice. Then Jaewon brings up the Deus Ex Machina, which shocks Anyak. MC says that if they open the gate, he'll find the Titan warrior they lost in the Abyss. Anyak stares at him and asks how the hell he knows about that. He says he doesn't need to explain the details. He just wants them to open the portal, and he even shows them a kind of screen. That finally convinces Anyak. He brings out the key, and Jaewon is pleased. Things worked out so easily. After the protagonist passes through the portal with Anyak beside him, Anyak says MC really did make it this far after all. He admits he's never met a human like him. Jaewon says he's been hearing that a lot lately. Anyak asks if he truly thinks he can persuade the Soul King. He just says nobody knows until they try. Anyak says he hopes it works. The protagonist thanks him, but then Anyak mentions that MC seems to have a god stigma, yet he's not using it. He asks if he's talking about that mark, and Anyak says yes. He explains that this stigma is one of the gifts he and the apostles gave to humans. Originally, they gave it along with a 7-horned beast to act as a guardian. He doesn't know whether that horned beast was destroyed when the stigma was passed to the protagonist, but it's gone now. From this point on, whenever the protagonist uses the stigma, horned beast won't attack him. And if he meets other apostles hiding in the Abyss, the stigma should help him earn their trust. Jae-Fian says he'll remember that and keeps moving. They head toward the place where the Soul King is. Anyak says MC will have to walk alone from there. As he looks at that bridge, he thanks Anyak for guiding him and says he'll be back soon. Anyak tells him not to forget, he has 1 hour to return. If he doesn't come back by then, Anyak will force the portal shut no matter what happens. Jae-Fian says he understands. He adds that he won't waste time in there, so Anyak shouldn't worry. Then he keeps walking across the bridge. As he moves on, he remembers what Anyak said about trying to persuade the Soul King. Truthfully, Jaewon isn't fully sure this time, but after getting Mulake's records of the Abyss, he already made his plan to solve all of this, and to destroy this world. This is the path he has to take. When he reaches the door of the king, he realizes this is the palace of the dead, and the gate is made from the horns of horned beasts. That's how they sealed the dead away. The protagonist figures it must have taken a huge effort to build something this massive, and when the gate opens, he feels the crushing force from the other side. The Soul King asks if he came all this way to offer up his own life, speaking straight to Jaewon. The pressure almost throws him back from that power, and he's stunned. So this is the true strength of the original Soul King. Just hearing his voice feels like MC's body might rip apart. The king demands to know how he dared kill his servant and try to step into the palace of the dead. He only asks him to listen, saying he came to make a deal. The Soul King questions that at once, asking how an inferior soul that can't even enter the palace dares talk about making a deal with him. To him, Jae Hwan is insanely arrogant, but the protagonist addresses him directly as Soul King Catastrophe, the king of chaos, the first awakened. He says that while he was once a god, now he's been lowered to a mere king, and asks how the strongest god in the abyss ended up as nothing more than a gatekeeper. Is that really all someone that strong can do? That only makes the Soul King even angrier. Jae Hwan presses harder, asking if he doesn't want revenge on the bastard who exiled him from the abyss and locked him up here. Then he repeats himself one last time. He came to make a deal. At that, the crushing pressure suddenly vanishes. The king says MC is far more arrogant than he first thought. Still, he tells Jahir First Edition Wan that he'll listen, saying he better have something valuable enough to back up that arrogance. Only then will he be allowed to leave alive. This guy is no joke. If he wants to stand against him head-on, he'll need to grow a lot more. Even so, he says he knows about the promise made between Moloch Armelt and the king 900 years ago. The Soul King asks how he knows that, and the protagonist says he's here to take over that promise. The king asks if he understands what that means, and MC says yes. He tells Soul King Catastrophe that he'll lead him to the end of the abyss. Meanwhile, back at the factory, everyone is waiting calmly for Jae-Won. When Serwin Armelt wakes up, the others are surprised she slept that long. She asks where they are, then realizes they're right in front of the strange factory, and almost panics. The girl is shocked and demands to know where Jaeher First Edition 1 is, saying she has to talk to him right now because she needs to stop him. But Jaeher Chalver asks why she's suddenly acting like this and tells her he already went inside. Then they notice firefly-like lights drifting around and the air suddenly feels hotter. One of them warns the others not to touch them carelessly. But Wonjong says touching them probably won't hurt. They're just fireflies. But the moment he touches one, everyone is shocked because it explodes. That fire spreads through many of the dead, burning them with those flames, and even the factory starts breaking apart. Serwin Armelt is terrified by what she sees, watching people get burned alive by that thing. Then they realize those attackers are the monarchs and everyone starts wondering why they're here. Wan calls for Jae-Won to come out, mocking him as the annoying fortress master, saying they came to fight just like he wanted. The moment everyone sees these monsters arrive, fear starts spreading fast. Ron orders them to kill everyone except the adapters above. Second stage and the slaughter begins. That white flame devours bodies everywhere. One of them says he doesn't care what happens to the others, they just have to kill Jae-Won. He orders them not to let anyone counterattack. According to the lieutenant, that one belongs to the emerald insect family, the poisonous monarch no Kulimyang Xiangdu. Yuren Shiver and the others get surrounded by a giant centipede, and Xiangdu says that bastard killed his family, the one sent into chaos, and now they'll pay for crossing the emerald insect family. He talks about starting a war against chaos to avenge Samyong Garam, but says there's no way that bastard Samyong Ran would move just for that reason alone. Nishimoto says to Samyong Semeng Yuha that he's sure Ran is plotting something, and warns everyone to be careful about what those bastards from the 9th region are doing. The others agree. Nishimoto calls it pathetic because judging by the level of these abyss fighters, he can already guess the fortress master's level. He doesn't believe nearly 100 monarchs came just for one product. He says that because of Ron's words, he ended up experiencing death again after 3,000 long years. When they say there was enough fruit for everyone, he asks Ron if he was telling the truth, and Ron says of course, telling them not to worry about that. He says he'll leave it in their hands and the remaining fruit should be handed over to the Samyong family. He reminds them not to forget that he is the first son of the Samyong family before he's the strategist of the 9th region, but Ron thinks he's too tied to old loyalties. Ron finds it laughable. There are 20 from the Emerald Insect family, 10 from the 7th region, 20 from the Samyong family, and 50 he gathered from the 9th region. There are a ton of them and it's obvious what they want. If they only stare at one tree, they'll miss the whole forest. That's why they fell for the lie that there were still fruits left. Since Ron came there in person, they believe there was no way he could be lying. He almost felt bad about it. Even so, he tells them not to get too angry. Lies are only lies when promises aren't kept. And even if they don't reach the end of the abyss, there are many other ways to get fruit. He brings up the 7 higher-ranked gods who rule the abyss. That's because they'll get fruit through a deal with those 7 great gods. Normally, deals like that shouldn't even be possible, since those 7, the strongest beings in the abyss, lack nothing. But there is one thing even they want, and that is the awakened. For gods who need hosts to exist, nothing is more valuable than awakened beings, people who can easily accept a new world. And thanks to that bastard, many awakened that the gods desire have arrived here. Then Ron speaks to Vargas. When he leads his troops to find the product, Ron says the others still haven't realized it. But once they learn the true value of the product in the tower, the 7th region and the Emerald Insect family will definitely try to steal it. So they need to grab that bastard first, before that happens. Vargas leaves at once. Ron says the tower was built to protect chaos, and because of that, all of chaos was made inside the Grand Tower of Nightmares. Using the tower he created, they'll enslave more awakened, use them to monopolize the fruits and make deals with the gods of the abyss. With all those fruits stored up, He plans to turn the ninth region into a new palace of resurrection. With a monopoly on the fruits, he can change everything. The ninth region will become the only place in the Holy Land with monarchs who do not fear death, and even enemy monarchs will surrender and join him. Then the Holy Land will be ruled by the Dark Ninth region. But while Ron is bragging about all that, someone attacks him, and he feels that strike tearing through him. He tries to look ahead to see what's happening, wondering how someone down there dared to do that. Cayman keeps attacking while shouting for everyone to stay together and not split up. Until the fortress master finishes his business, they cannot let these bastards into the factory. Ron gets angry seeing everyone resist and says it's time to crush these bugs. Xiongdu curses at them too, calling them stubborn, and orders them to bring him the humans named Jai and Huan. He sends his insects at everyone, while Ron gets ready to charge into the whole group, landing right near them and startling everyone. Even Xiongdu doesn't look too happy about Ron stepping in. Ron says that now that he looks closely, that big idiot is here too, the fool who betrayed the Stage of Darkness because of her selfish wishes. She then realizes another lieutenant of the Stage of Darkness is here, and that man is the most dangerous of them all. Ron tells the Monarch of Poison to stop, but Xiongdu says his body is too fired up to just stand still. Ron reminds him that he's in charge of this operation, and tells him to wait for now. At that moment, the one who rushes him is Cayman, attacking with everything he has. Seeing him come in, Ron says these souls are always stubborn and never learn. As Cayman attacks, Ron strikes back, blasting him away and taking out others with the same hit. They realize he has that much power in a single blow, and it's completely absurd. His attack even reaches the factory. Ron just stands there looking at all of them on the ground, saying this is how you crush people so they don't even dare look you in the eye. But as he tries to move forward, Gang Huan grabs his leg, saying he won't let him pass. Ron says they really are tough, and admits it's nice to see them still trying to get back up. Then he lifts his foot and stomps down. Gang Huan's hand is crushed under his foot, blown apart into pieces that scatter everywhere, and Ron starts laughing. He says it'll be even more fun to stomp the rest of them too. Inside the factory, the people there feel the impact, and the old man wonders what that shock was. At first, he thinks the humans started causing trouble again because they can't stay still, but Zedzak quickly realizes this doesn't feel like they're doing. Unmark tells Jarnak to check what's happening outside. Jarnak uses his power to look out there. Then he reports that outside there are terrifying people there, subordinates of the monarchs. He warns that the humans are in danger. The old man instantly understands what's going on. He and Carlton Javier rush out at once. Enoch calls after them and tells them to wait, but Carlton Javier wonders if those could be the monarchs. The old man says the kid guessed right. He figured they'd run into the monarchs before reaching the abyss. He wonders if they somehow made another narrow portal, but that shouldn't be possible. It would take months. Then it hits him. Those bastards really risked their lives and crossed over. He asks himself if they're trying to wipe out chaos for good so it can never rise again, just like they did 900 years ago. That thought brings back an old memory. A man on the edge of death, telling him he doesn't want to die yet. Back then, the old man told him to pull himself together and asked if he was really giving up after coming so far, but the man said it was over. Then he handed the old man a fruit and told him to go tell everyone they hadn't lost, that they got the fruit so the Abyss expedition didn't fail. After they came back, the old man kept repeating that same story. They didn't fail, the expedition got the fruit. He said it over and over, almost like he was hypnotizing himself. He lived through years of shame and humiliation, and now those bastards are trying to take everything again. The moment he steps outside and sees the flames, he's horrified. Carlton Javier speaks to the doctor, telling him to get a grip, and the old man really does. He pushes through the flames, saying he won't let them take everything again like before. He's not the divine doctor anymore, not that helpless man from the past. He gets close to one of them and strikes from behind, cutting that monarch in half. The first one dies. Then he looks toward Mugiok and Kaima and asks, where is everyone? When he looks ahead, he sees a nightmare. People missing eyes, legs, and arms, and even urine coughing up blood. Standing in front of all of them is Ron himself, the one doing this. Kaima isn't the only one still standing after taking that beating. Ron recognizes the divine doctor and sounds pleased, saying it's lucky there's still one useful awakened around. He says nobody told him where JR1 was, so he was getting annoyed, but this guy showed up at the perfect time. Ron says he personally likes souls with strong will, but he can't waste any more time, so he'll make an example out of this man and kill him. The doctor begs him not to. Kaima keeps standing there thinking about the fortress master as Ron's sword comes straight at him. In his mind, he says he's sorry, but just before the hit lands, the old man arrives and yanks him back, throwing him towards Sir Win. She calls out to Shunryu and Carlton, while the other two stay behind to face that madman Ron. When things don't go his way, Ron gets furious, though he admits that wasn't bad. Then he crushes the old man back with pure force alone. The doctor is shocked by that spiritual power and wonders if Kaima has been fighting a monster like this the whole time. But then an attack comes from behind Ron, and the factory leaders appear. Zack confronts the Black Shadow strategist, asking what the hell he thinks he's doing. Ron says it's been a long time since he's seen the factory leaders. Zack repeats the question, and Ron answers that he's looking for a product. Once he finds it, he'll leave. Zack asks if that product is the Awakened who opened Genesis, and Ron asks if they know him. Zack realizes they still haven't changed, even after 1,000 years. Treating living beings with souls like objects is too much. Even so, Ron tells them to open the factory gate for him. Zack asks why he wants in, saying that may be hard to do right now. Ron says the target is inside the factory, but Zack cuts him off and repeats that this is a bad time for him. Ron asks what he means, saying it looks like Zack didn't understand him. Then he orders him to open the door and calls Zack a pile of scrap metal. The second he says that, Ron's power crashes toward them like shockwaves. Someone is stunned by his nerve, and Zack asks if Ron forgot that monarchs are forbidden from interfering with the factory. Ron says that's true. They've stayed quiet until now because the factory is keeping the Soul King sealed. The Catastrophe Soul King is known as one of the 3 ancient gods, a being that required all the monarchs of the 12 regions to seal. He's the strongest god of the abyss. Ron says he doesn't know exactly how strong that being really is, but right now he's just a fallen god making trash like ghouls. And 1,000 years ago, the supreme monarchs of the 12 regions were far weaker than they are now. Ron declares that he's stronger than all 12 monarchs from back then. Zack warns him he's making the wrong choice and tells him to stop right now. But Ron introduces himself as Samyung Ron, strategist of Black Shadow, and asks if Zack really thinks he'd listen to a lump of metal. Yaz finally loses patience and charges at him, telling him to shut up, but Ron says it's too late. He releases multiple white flame hurricanes straight at Yaz. Then something comes out from inside. A lion-like beast covered in horns bursts out and lunges at Yaz. She's shocked when she sees it, and it slams into her head-on. The old man asks what the hell that thing is, while someone else asks if he's the divine doctor and what their situation is now. After seeing all this, that person asks if he still thinks they have any chance to win. The old man notices what happened to Anyang and realizes he can't see anymore, so he says that if Anyang had actually seen this madness, he doubts he'd even ask that, because beating a monster like this feels impossible. Fear starts taking over. Then he remembers his disciple asking if he's going to run away again. Looking at everything in front of him, he starts to stammer. He's scared, and his body won't stop shaking. He can't understand how the Fortress Master keeps believing he can win against enemies like this. Then Anyang asks the Divine Doctor if the Fortress Master still hasn't returned. The old man says he went to meet a Soul King, and he might die, but even if he did, he's sure that man would never kneel. Then he tells Anyang that no, he still hasn't come back. But even so, the old man draws his sword and says they still haven't lost either. Even while trembling, Anyang smiles. He realizes things can still change, and all of them rise up against those monarchs. Anyang says he showed them overwhelming power enough to break their will, so why are they still resisting, and how dare they keep looking at him like that? Then he thinks maybe this is what nobility really is. Only people who decide for themselves how they'll live can stand like that. He calls them noble even if they aren't monarchs. Honorable people who don't care who's in front of them, even if it's a monarch. It's like they're saying monarchs mean nothing. If all the awakened born in that tower are like this, he starts to wonder whether he can really sell them to the abyss. So he tells Vargas, the plan has changed. Every awakened there needs to die. Only the tower and the product will be spared. They're ending this now, and he orders that giant Biju to fire a Biju Dama at them. Seeing that much power, they have no way to stop it. But then a beam crashes into the Biju's blast, wipes it out completely, and takes the beast with it. Everyone is terrified by the kill shot. Serwin Armelt starts shouting to Ron, and he realizes who's arrived. It's the protagonist, the very product he came for. The protagonist returns looking completely different, with parts of his body rotting, and says he's sorry for being late. Everyone is overjoyed to see him there. He thanks them all and tells them to get as far back as they can. Ron asks if he's really the master of Fortress Gorgon, and the protagonist says yes. But Ron can't believe this ragged guy is really Gorgon's master. He's shocked they came all this way for someone like him. He senses filthy energy coming from him and wonders if it's a leftover trace of the Soul King. If the Soul King lets someone like this leave, then maybe that king has already become useless. Ron can't believe Chaos put so much trust in a beggar like him. None of the monarchs can believe they came all this way over someone like that. Then the 5th lieutenant of the monarch region of Black Clouds, Megata, says they've all been made fools of. But Yorha calls out to Ron and asks if it was really necessary for all of them to come here over a boy like that. Ron says it may look excessive, but it was necessary. Yorha asks again if it really was. Ron says yes. The obstacle on his path to the Abyss Fruit was the being who decides who may enter and leave the Abyss, the Catastrophe Soul King. And if the Soul King doesn't allow them into the Abyss, then they'll have no choice but to force it to open the gate. I'm a little surprised to realize Yorha is his sister. I hadn't caught that before. Then the Proto starts giving off pressure and asks, are they going to keep talking or finally get ready to fight? The moment they feel that pressure, Chundo says it's interesting. This world really does have a strange way of seeing things. Megata wonders if that giant eye is how he's looking at the first nightmare, but Sir Wen says no and asks if it represents Big Brother instead. Yora cuts in saying it's too shallow. No matter how unusual it looks, it's still an empty world. The old man wonders what the Proto is planning. Because he's not strong enough to face the lieutenants yet, he keeps thinking the Proto must have someone else in mind. Rum says it's a rare worldview, but it's still far below the people from the Rift. Then he asks the Proto if that's really all he's got. The Proto says of course not, and moves to attack. He changes his sword and slashes straight at Rum's face, but Sir Wen calls it pathetic. She asks if that's all he can do after making such a dramatic entrance. then knocks his sword aside and forces him back. Lai speaks up and says there's no need for everyone to fight. He asks Hoon if he can handle this alone. Hoon says no, he'll do it himself. Sir Wen is surprised and asks if he's really going to fight. Hoon says he needs to clean up his own mess. Then Chundo steps forward and says he'll go too. But Hoon scoffs, wondering how that old man from the Emerald Insect clan dares to interfere. There's no need for that. He seals himself and the Prota inside a separate cube and says it'll be just the two of them. That will be enough. Chundo asks Hoon what he's doing, saying his clan has unfinished business with the Prota too. Hoon tells him to go rest, and Chundo keeps shouting from outside. The Prota asks what Hoon is trying to do, and Hoon says this is a favor he's giving to someone whose courage he knows. A one-on-one fight is enough for him. He hates when others meddle in his battles. Now that he's set the stage, he tells the Prota to do his best and face him, even if he's sure it won't matter. The Prota says this was the last foolish thing Hoon ever did. Hoon realizes the Prota had something hidden up his sleeve, but the Prota gets close enough to strike. Hoon says that's still nowhere near enough. In the last 6 months, he's seen dozens of people awaken. Most were only stage 3, but a few managed to reach stage 4. While saying that, he starts counterattacking and the Prota blocks. Then Hoon says that out of every stage 4 awakened person he's seen, the Prota is easily the weakest. He throws him back. Zhelo Huan notices how strong Hoon is. Samanggaram is nothing compared to him. That shocks him, because Samanggaram was supposed to be as strong as a lieutenant. They're clearly using power from the same system, but Hoon is on a totally different level. Half-hearted attacks won't work on him, so the Prota makes his sword grow even bigger, and Hoon says he heard the Prota open Genesis and reach materialization. This time, he's giving off a decent amount of power. Hoon summons his lion again and says he hopes this won't be as boring as the attacks from before. The Proto focuses completely and thrusts upward at him. The dragon tries to stop the blow, but Hoon is startled, and outside the cube that burst of power leaks through. The old man is shocked by what the boy just unleashed. The others get excited, saying that attack was pretty flashy. Seeing it, Hoon admits the Proto definitely had enough power to beat Samanggaram, but he's dead wrong if he thinks they're on the same level. Hoon asks if opening Genesis made him think he was the strongest. This is only the beginning. Then he gets to the point, are they finishing this now or does the Prota still have more to show? Hoon asks what Hoon is really trying to do. If he wanted the Prota dead, he could have done it long ago. So what the hell does Hoon want? He notes the boy is fast, then orders him to go to the 9th region and bring back the Tower of Awakening he created. But the Prota asks what he'll do if he refuses. Hoon can tell he doesn't want to, but wonders if he really has a choice. Then he shows the Prota something. Countless different cubes appear in front of him, and inside one of them, the Prota notices a computer. Hoon says he looks surprised to see familiar objects, but that's not the only gift he's offering. He says he'll give the Prota something even more important, his real body, and the chance to get back the life he lost. Then he asks Hoon Shijaihen if he doesn't miss her. He says the Prota can start over, and he'll even make him the 8th lieutenant. And that's not all. He shows the Prota even more things. The Prota recognizes the place. It's Earth. Hoon says he'll also return the time he lost, but the Prota simply says he won't go back. Hoon says he expected that. From the way the Prota has acted this whole time, he seems to hate the idea of returning with all his heart. The Prota asks why make an offer like that if he already knew, and Hoon says even if he went back, the nightmare he lived through wouldn't disappear. So what good is returning to the past? Going back still wouldn't erase his wounds, and maybe it shouldn't. Those scars are what made him who he is. They're already part of him. Hoon wonders if that's why he keeps choosing the present instead of going back. Then he says yes, but what he wants isn't the Prota's past. He wants the present the Prota lost. That's what he's imagining now. He asks if this place really is the present the Prota wants. The Prota says no. He's sure this place isn't his present. The time he deserves, the present stolen from him against his will, is over there. He remembers his mother, and those memories are shown to him, bringing back his childhood with her. That makes the Prota furious. Hoon says the present he lost and the people he loves are all there. If he becomes the lieutenant of the 9th region, he can return whenever he wants. He tells him to think carefully about which side is better for him. The Prota asks, is that so? Then he pulls out his sword, and Hoon asks what he thinks he's doing. The Prota says again that he won't go back. He's going to climb. Hoon asks if he doesn't want to see the people he loves. Is he really going to throw away the present he's been searching for this whole time? His aura crashes down on the Prota, and hearing that word trash, the Prota thinks about what Hoon said. Maybe he has a point. Does he miss them? Of course he does. There are people he wants to see. He's human, so how could he not feel that way? But past, future, or present, none of that means anything in this world. He attacks Hoon again, this time with even more power. Everyone outside can feel it, and the cube itself starts losing its color from the impact. The Prota says that, like Hoon said, he might be happy for a while if he returned to Earth. But what's the point? Sooner or later, they would cultivate that place too. Hoon says that's obvious. Cultivation is the law of this world. He attacks again and knocks the Prota back. The Prota thinks this is a world where using others as cultivation is treated like a normal way of life. Maybe that isn't one person's fault. It's not Cayman's fault that he keeps forgetting he used to be a product. It's not Sir Wen's fault either. She was born in the tower and raised to think that way. Maybe it's not even the fault of the angels or demons who carry out cultivation. If anyone should be blamed, it's the one who never saw this way of thinking is wrong. The only thing truly guilty is this world. That's why he has to destroy it. Hoon says that's childish logic, but in the end, everything the Proto loves is part of this world. Is he saying he'll destroy all of it with his own hands? Hoon says the thing called the system can't be touched or destroyed. The system is nature itself. Then he attacks the Proto with pure fire. The Proto realizes he can't beat Hoon alone. He has far too little time to strengthen his world or become stronger. But the only reason he can even fight like this now is because of what he brought with him. If he can't win with his own power, he'll borrow power from something greater. So he eats that crystal. As that power crashes into him, the Proto's hit and a massive firestorm burst out of the cube. Everyone outside is shaken, and the old man asks what exactly is happening in there. Inside, Hoon thinks the Protus is an idiot, but maybe it would have been better if he'd come with them. Since he entered chaos while still alive, his brain current is still connected, and if he dies, his soul will probably return to his original physical body. Even with the damage to his soul, Hoon has no choice but to send him back to the Holy Land. But then Jaewon gives off a completely different kind of power. Inside the flames, he opens his eyes again. He blasts Hoon with a huge wave of force, and it fills the whole square. Hoon can only stare, asking what this is. That energy starts eating away at him too, and he screams. His skin is being torn apart, and he panics, asking what kind of power this is and what just happened. Outside, the old man is stunned. He knows this should be impossible. That's exactly why Jaewon never fully consumed the horn, even though it held impure energy. Still, doing this will cost him. The old man wonders what the hell the kid is trying to do. Back inside, ghouls begin to appear. He lets out a strange laugh while more ghouls are summoned before him. Sinem blurts out, asking what the hell that thing is. Everyone outside is shaken by the power the Fortress Master is releasing, and Jaewon is swallowed by it. He turns into part catastrophe, becoming half ghoul. He immediately says it's been a while since he's seen those worms. The gods start talking among themselves. At first they think it's an earthquake, but then another says no, it feels like chaos. Fear spreads as they realize this energy belongs to one of the three ancient gods, and they wonder if he has really appeared. How could that be possible? They start asking if the seal was broken. One of those gods is in his own domain, and he senses that energy and thinks of chaos, the place where his best friend already is. Back there with Jaewon, Hoon is shaking all over, trying to understand what's happening, as he stares at the crowd of ghouls in front of him. Then it hits him. The Soul King, who was sealed by the 12 regional monarchs, is standing right there. That was clearly written in the Akashic records. That's why he thought bringing 100 monarchs would be overkill. Now he wonders if those records were wrong, because this thing is on a level where even the monarch of total darkness wouldn't guarantee victory. That means they need every possible method just to escape. So Hoon speaks to the Soul King, saying they don't want to fight. They only want the product he has. The Soul King asks if he means this boy, then says that won't happen. Still, he adds that he promised his older brother he would not interfere in the affairs of chaos. But then the Soul King gets furious. He demands to know how Hoon dares say that name in front of him, and his rage crashes down on him. Hoon drops to his knees from the pressure alone. He quickly apologizes, but says that as far as he knows, that's why the Soul King never chose a representative. The Soul King answers that this boy is not his representative. Jaewon is trying to protect his own world, even if it costs his life. That's why they made a contract. Hoon is stunned that he actually made a contract with the Soul King, and asks what kind of contract it is. The Soul King says it's none of his business, then raises a hand and gathers a terrifying amount of power. That power rushes straight at Hoon, and the Soul King says one thing is certain, all of them are going to die right there. Everyone is crushed by that threat, and Hoon asks what he's talking about. Is he really saying he'll break the promise he made to his older brother? The Soul King says he never did any such thing. Even if this is his power, it still isn't his will. Then he starts attacking all those monarchs, and Hoon orders everyone to join forces. He says this isn't the time to panic. They have to work together, because he thinks the Soul King is using ghoul descent to appear there. No matter how strong the vessel is, it's still a human body and it should collapse soon. They just need to wear him down. If they survive 5 minutes, they can win. But Chewon Duo calls him an idiot and asks if he really wants to fight that monster. Hoon starts shouting at Chewon Duo, but Chewon Duo says the emerald insect family is staying out of this and tells him to do whatever he wants. Hoon is completely terrified. The Soul King turns to the emerald insects and asks if they're the ones who made that so-called spirit stone after studying his world. He says they are truly foolish for trying to copy a god, asks if they think they can leave this place alive, and splits one of them in half with a single wave of his hand. He says that one isn't even worthy of becoming a ghoul, and none of them are leaving alive. Then they all get swept away by the massive surge Jaewon is causing. Hoon is horrified by that power, and the Soul King tells them to burn this into their minds. Look at the disaster they brought on themselves. Hoon can only wonder how things turned out like this. Then Sam Buha arrives and tells them to raise their heads, cutting through the flood. She asks if they really plan to keep acting this pathetic, because if they do, everyone will die. Sir Wen says the strategist is right. They only need to last 5 minutes, so everyone should attack. The Soul King says it seems they have a few brave ones after all. Hoon sees that his sister came to help, and she orders everyone to charge. The few who can still do anything actually move in with her. But those ghouls begin threatening everyone there. Hoon says that's good. They still have a chance as long as they don't lose heart. Even if they take heavy losses, that's better than everyone dying. With an attack on this level, he's sure some time has already passed, and no one knows how this will end. The Soul King says it's quite a sight watching them break their heads just to survive. Even so, he just flicks a finger at them, and that tiny flick wipes out a huge part of the monarchs, killing Hoon's sister and everyone behind him. Hoon is left in despair over that, and then the Soul King says it would be boring to just sit there and do nothing. That finally breaks Hoon, and he starts laughing. All he can do is ask what the hell just happened. There was never any way to beat a disaster like this from the start, and he admits it. Jaehwan won. Even so, he still won't let everything happen the way the protagonist wants. The Soul King says it's been a long time since he had this much fun. As Hoon looks at him, the Soul King blows apart the middle of Hoon's body with a punch thrown from where he sits, saying this has already become too boring. After everything settles down, Hoon lies face first in the water. Jaehwan watches, and wonders if this is really how strong the Soul King is. Even though that power came through his soul, it still doesn't feel real. The first awakened one, the Soul King, goes beyond merely destroying part of a world. He rules over the world itself. This is clearly the final stage MC has been chasing, and to reach it, he'd probably have to fight for the rest of his life. Even so, if the Soul King was sealed by the older brother, he wonders just how strong he needs to become. The Soul King says the protagonist's body is too weak and can't even last 5 minutes. The protagonist asks how many more times he can borrow his power. The answer, only 3 times through ghoul descent, if he's not his representative. Since he's already summoned him once, that leaves 2. But then he thinks that because MC will need to call on him when he meets the older brother, it's more accurate to say he can only summon him 1 more time. After using that power, his soul will hit its limit, and the ghoulification process will begin soon. Since he chose this path, he has to endure it, and the Soul King hopes he keeps his promise to the very end. Then ghoulification hits the protagonist. Once the bond is cut, all the pain crashes into him at once, and it feels like his body is about to break apart. He realizes that the more ghoulification advances, the more his memories disappear, and losing someone's memories is the same as losing yourself. Once a person is lost like that, their very existence disappears, and they become a ghoul. With that, he starts screaming in agony. He wonders if this is really how he'll become a ghoul. But as he falls into an ocean of memories, he starts seeing the old man's world, and the old man appears there, drawing. Then Jaehwan remembers. He realizes the memories are coming back. He remembers Cayman talking with the old man, asking why he followed the fortress master on that journey. The old man says he can't remember any one special reason, and that boy is just stubborn, rude, childish, and careless. All he ever does is attack an old man like him. But if he's asking why he still went along despite all that, it's because he doesn't want him to be alone. And then Jaehwan starts coming back. The old man manages to pull the boy back, calling for him to wake up again and again. The MC tells him to stop calling him like that. He asks the old man if he's really still doing this, and the old man nearly cries when he sees that Jaehwan is finally awake. He asks what he's going to do if he turns into a ghoul. Didn't he think about that? But the protagonist says he trusted the old man to wake him up. Hearing that, the old man tries to rush in and hug him, but MC stops him first and starts getting up, looking at how all of this ended, and wondering if it's really over. He thinks that even though they suffered heavy losses, many members of the expedition survived. More and more people are awakening too, so there shouldn't be any problems after he leaves. And even if the monarchs no longer care about chaos for now, the balance of power in the omnipotent lands has been broken, so they'll be too busy fixing that. Chaos has finally found freedom, or at least that's what he thought. Then others run over to the fortress master, asking what all of this is. He remembers Hoon saying he wouldn't let things go the way he wanted. Then Hoon, as he fades away, starts to smile, and the dead begin to ask. They ask if the protagonist really came here alive. The old man doesn't get it. Jaehwan just risked everything for them. But they insist this matters, because every soul in chaos is supposed to be dead. And someone points out that when the Castellan went to the Palace of Resurrection, he never took any fruit. Cayman shows up, shocked. They think MC got his life back that way. He realizes what they really want is their old lives back. One of them asks how else to explain what just happened. But Cayman says he never ate the fruit, and Urin tells everyone to calm down. Still, someone demands to know what happened to all the fruits. Then they raise the real fear. What if the Castellan they've all followed is actually alive? Urin can tell this is bad. No one is calming down, and all that pressure finally makes them snap. After watching the Castellan perform miracle after miracle, they followed him believing they could get their lives back. They never cared about changing the world the way he did. So now the fact that he's alive and that none of this was explained makes them rush Jaehwan, demanding answers. All their old questions turn against him, and this chaos is exactly what Ronald wanted. He thinks the Castellan looks pathetic now. Even if they're being stirred up by confusion, that skill only works when doubt is already there. So their hidden mistrust becomes fuel, making their emotions explode. And if that's true, then they never really trusted him. They keep pressing Jaehwan. What happened to the fruits, and why did he lie to them for so long? Ronald thinks the protagonist may have ruined his plan, but in the end, the protagonist's own plan fell apart too. Cayman tries to stop them, but MC cuts in and says he destroyed every fruit. No one believes him, not even Cayman. He's stunned too. They ask him to repeat that. Why would he do it? Was it because he was alive? How could he destroy the very thing they all wanted? Jaewon says it's true. Real life can't be reached through something like the fruits. Even if someone came back through them in the omnipotent lands, the same war would happen again, and they'd end up back in chaos. He could have explained all that to them. Instead, he asks if what they're really asking is whether he's alive. His tone turns sharp. They ask what he's trying to do, and Jaewon tells them that if they want the answer, they should see it for themselves. Then he reveals his brain link. Now it's clear he really was connected. He'd been alive the whole time. To them, it looks like he used everyone so he could take the fruit for himself. Then he asks why they've all gone silent and says he doesn't care what's true or false anymore. But even so, he reaches up and cuts his own link, saying this is the life he chose. That was completely insane. Jaewon threw away his mortal body just to stay alive there, and after cutting the bond to his real body, Hoon starts laughing. From the side, he calls the protagonist crazy and asks if he really thinks he can sever his mental link. He keeps mocking him, and everyone is shocked. Hoon is still alive. Then Hoon says Jaewon really is something else. He smiles as he fades away, while everyone left behind just stands there stunned. MC, though, walks past them. They ask where he's going, and he says he's heading to the abyss. Carlton even calls out to him, but the old man moves to Jaewon's side. Then Yurin herself thinks that ever since he first appeared in Chaos, he had always been alone, and now is no different, so she bows before him. No one says a word, but everyone understands that many kings will be born in Chaos from here on. Even so, to the people of Chaos, there is only one true king. The last king Chaos acknowledged, and now he is leaving Chaos. Sometime later, someone we haven't seen in a long while returns and wonders if this is really the Chaos she remembers. Maino Han sees that everything has changed so much. She says that on the first day of the 3rd month after he left Chaos, she woke up. From there, she began hearing about all the changes that had happened. An alliance was made between the King of Humans, the leader of the mysterious factory, and the Lone King. Chaos was unified, and the new Chaos built a fortress where the mysterious factory used to stand. That fortress was named Carpe Diem. Humans, ghouls, and horned beasts, who used to fight each other, now live together in Carpe Diem. Even so, Mino says she still can't get used to it. That's how Carpe Diem, the center of chaos, began to prosper, and then the border forces started to appear. As Carpe Diem grew, new threats showed up. Those forces came from the Absolute Lands, and the 9th region ruled by the Shadow Strategist had already lost much of its power because of the Monarch Massacre. The other regions saw that as their chance, so war broke out. Mino heard that because of it, monarchs were dying every day and appearing in Chaos. Luckily, Chaos still had the Tower of Awakening left behind by Jaewon, and they used it to create many awakened fighters to battle the monarchs. Of course, the great generals who are stronger than 10th stage adapted were still hard to deal with. So the leaders of the factory came up with a bold plan. When a monarch-level adapted dies, the place they're summoned is different from everyone else. They used to return at the Palace of Resurrection, but the factory leaders changed that destination. The new place was inside Carpe Diem. Mino thought that sounded ridiculous at first, but after hearing the reason, she was convinced. When those monarchs regained consciousness there, their first reaction was to wonder where they were, asking if the Palace of Resurrection was really gone. Then they realized they've appeared in a terrible spot, right in front of Soul King Catastrophe. Who would have guessed the Lone King would be the first thing they saw after reviving? Anyway, Chaos had rejected change for thousands of years, but Jaewon changed it completely. Mino thinks about that because when she woke up, she was holding a return stone. She heard that on the day the protagonist visited the mysterious factory, he also came to see her and placed it in her hand. That makes her wonder why he saved Chaos, because he never seemed like someone who liked people, and there was no clear reason for him to save them. Then she remembers asking him not to give up on this world, but she tells herself that can't be the only reason. Even so, she still wants to know why he saved this world. She wonders if she'll find the answer here, as she enters the tower and the system asks if she agrees to be summoned into the Tower of Nightmares. At that moment, she starts to understand. Thinking about the faces and feelings of everyone who enters the tower, she feels like she finally gets it a little. She remembers how he kept talking about bringing this world to an end, and yet before leaving, he still gave them hope. She accepts and says maybe that's the answer, a way to end this world, and maybe one day she thinks she'll see him again. In the world he drew, there was no way to know if that was truly possible. Even so, in her mind, his world held a tree with roots but no soil, and only a few bare branches. Still, thinking of that world made her feel less alone, because even if everyone else betrays this world, there will always be one person who protects it to the end, and that world protected by a single man is called the world after death. Man, if this isn't pure cinema, I don't know what is. You'll have to tell me what is, and if you want the continuation with Jaewon climbing higher, leave a like and subscribe to this YouTube channel. It really feels like there's still a lot left to happen, so we're definitely continuing.